One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Hello and welcome to the Stage 3 regional playoffs for both EMEA and NA. The top 6 teams of each region advanced and are about to battle it out in a double elimination bracket. The top 4 teams, of course, seeing themselves in the upper bracket, and the bottom 2, they are in the lower bracket with their playoff lives on the line each and every single match they play. And it's not for nothing. No, they all want the remaining spots to join us for the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm, Sweden. Hello, everyone. This is our desk assembling quarterly. It seems Jake and Johnny joining me again for our 4 days of playoffs. That's right. Performance review. Johnny, I haven't seen you in a while. What's been going on? How's life? How you doing?
Great work. Yeah, just trust me on this one. I've been doing some great work. We got an episode of Plat Chat out last week, so I'm still doing work. So I'm still.
Okay, nothing hits better in a performance review than telling your employee that trust me on this one. I'm doing great.
I fill in where possible. I do the best I can. I try to.
Listen, I'm all about the numbers.
I'm doing a good job.
I need it visually. I need to see the numbers. Like these teams. Look, I can look at the numbers and know a 7-0 Alcacia. That's a good performance.
Look, Alcacia is not on the performance improvement plan, baby. They're locked in. Big 7-0, trying to book that ticket to Stockholm. But there's some contest, right, for some of these other slots. You'd think VP and TM are the favorites, but Gen.G, as much as they're 6th seed, I actually think Gen.G probably has the best chance of anyone to upset as far as getting into that top 3 based on their recent performances. I wouldn't have thought that at the start of the stage.
I've been telling you about the Gen.G train all stage long.
It took a long time to get out of the station, all right, Johnny?
They did took a hell of a long time, but I was on them early, and I was telling you, Gen.G, they found their form. It's going to be enough? No, but it was fun while it lasted.
Hey, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
I'm calling it.
True.
But it was fun.
They are, of course, in the lower bracket, right? So they're currently awaiting their opponents. It's not going to be an easy road for them, as everything will be on the line if we're looking at the bracket right here. As I said, they are waiting to figure out who they will be playing. Now, Alcacia coming in as the top seed. That means, of course, that they had first pick. And to absolutely no one's surprise, they went for Vision, a team they scored really well against, although that could be said about literally every team. And that means the VP gets to play Twisted Minds. I'm not going to lie, guys. I kind of hoped for an alpha moment there from Alcacia and just picking Twisted Minds. Is it smart? No, but
it would be absolutely psychotic. So as Johnny pointed out to me earlier, you just need to win one if you're in the uppers, right? Kazuya just win against Vision and they're going to Stockholm. Like you've got to lock that seed in.
Drama,
as much as you think you're gonna win it all, there's no way a competitive team would ever take a risk. It's a
double elimination bracket. Let me sell this to you. It's a double elimination bracket.
I'm not buying it.
Most likely they're gonna face each other again in the grand finals. Most likely, anyways. Might as well, anyway.
It's top 3 for Stockholm.
To me.
Top 3 for Stockholm.
Fine. Okay, listen. They picked the easy route. I can disrespect that all I want. Speaking of disrespect, Johnny. You failed. You failed in week 6.
How the mighty have fallen.
What happened to you? How did it all go awry? Who failed you?
The way it happened is such a beautiful irony.
Context, I suppose, was that I was leading fantasy all stage long, and then my Moan tried to play Symmetra, and Skyle got -6 points, and Jake ended up winning.
The beautiful thing about Johnny's fantasy team, by the way, is that he had Kepster and Sile, so that they've been both popping up all stage. But when finally his team matched up against each other, Kepster just obliterated the Vision backline and nuked Johnny's fantasy in the final week.
So he really
actually,
defeated himself,
Kepster was the
in a way.
MVP for Johnny and for me at the end.
But I feel
Yeah,
like
it
this
feels
is
like-
fine. Like, I'm okay
Is
with
it?
this. Like, yes, because we knew this was going to happen, Zoe. If I had pitched to you, Zoe, 6
Let's
weeks,
go!
7 weeks, however long it was, that I would be leading fantasy all stage long, and then I got -6 points, and Jake ended up winning. That would have been one of the most plausible scenarios we could have.
It's literally the margin of victory, too.
Literally,
And so
it would have been what the
negative
script
6
writers
points
would
from
do. Yeah.
Skyle. It's fine. You know, I'm not even mad. Like, I'm genuinely not mad. I feel like we've been through this every single year. Jake always comes out on top. The chat loves him. He wins in fantasy.
Yeah,
He
he's
had the
kind of the
greatest
fan
career.
favorite.
It's
The GOAT, baby. I'm the GOAT.
Like, he is the protagonist of the broadcast. And
He's
I'm
like the
just here
Backstreet
to,
Boys
you know,
of now I hate myself. Like, this is okay.
like I'm a
I think
Pokemon
I
trainer
really,
just on the way for Ash. And Jake is
that's
Ash.
right.
I'm mad.
Who is Mr. X in this scenario? Because somehow, some way,
He's a Pokemon. all right.
Extress is like he's the old doctor. He's the old.
he's not even Team Rocket. He's like the cat from Team Rocket.
He's
Like,
the
he's not
Pokemon
even
that
a
comes
real
out and
character.
says annoying stuff. What's the? You know, for Rocket, the comes out says dumb stuff. The people.
Yeah, that's the cat. No, yeah, but you see, that's a problem.
Wobbuffet. That's
Wobbuffet.
right. Thank you, Mitch.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you,
That's
Mitch, in
that.
our ears, giving us the Pokemon names in English, because I know Johnny is facing the same issue as I do. We grew up not watching Pokemon in the English language, therefore the names are all
Are the
different.
Pokemon
I
names
looked
different
at
in
it.
other languages?
Yeah, they're all
No,
different.
that's not true.
It's there. Okay, maybe it's just in German. Anyway, let's move on from this. Now we celebrated the winners and we avoided being mean to Jack, because I'm sure he's mean enough to himself. You know, he can do that himself. We don't need to do that for him. There, we stay winning. How about
Loser.
that? We stay
Sorry, I had to get that in.
Okay. Well, let's see if you guys can continue your winning ways as we're playing the grid game. It's pretty simple. You just have to, you know, guess the right person. We're gonna start in the middle here with Alcacia, and we have to guess which Alcacia player did over 250,000 healing.
All right, Alcon over 200k. I mean, this has got to be Landon, right? Like, surely Landon doing them big healing things. Easy.
It's
Bro plays
fucking
BAP and just absolutely tanks the world with heals. So I feel like you just can't keep up with this guy. Honestly, best BAP in the
Backline
EMEA
in
right
general,
now.
like Landon and Calyx is just like so freaking solid. Like, you can't actually find much shortcoming here.
Well,
True.
you kind of can.
No,
What's the shortcoming?
No, it's not.
Sell it to
the
me.
most versatile backline
Sell-
in the world, but they're really good on it. They're,
You need to be more versatile. They're winning every single match. Like, what is your problem?
Okay,
Like,
no,
you
but
hate
you
it.
said they're like, oh, they're a perfect backline. I'm saying no, they're not, but they're really good.
I mean,
and you know,
Kelix looks good. We've seen Kelix on like on Juno and Brig. I mean,
Mercy even this season. Hello.
Okay, yeah,
I might have missed that one, but
I just wanted to pick, you know, pick this battle with you, Zoe. Like, because you know, I just wanted to make it clear that,
Okay.
you know, a Liquid's
Okay.
backline I prefer better, but see,
Okay, you're having big feelings, and you let me know. I appreciate that. Good communication. Reinforce. Let's see who got under 3.8 KD.
Calyx.
I feel like it might be Hitscan. I think Hitscan gets the worst KD because they get like you're the dive target, so you die the most usually. So I think maybe Labda is actually most likely. This is a tough one because this team wins so much. I'm surprised anyone's under 3.8 KD, but I feel like Hitscan in general has the worst KD because you die the most. And even main support, you get a lot of assists, so I don't know.
Or is it Chase?
That's a good point, actually. It could be. Okay. Neither of those
You
are
say
right.
Johnny.
Who else?
Was Calyx wrong too? I don't know.
We didn't lock it.
Yeah, yeah.
We were trying to like do this as a team, Johnny.
Yeah. Well,
So
I don't know. that would be my first thought is Hitscan or
Say
main
Calyx?
support, but
yeah, because
Okay, let's-
it's a main support.
Should we? We're doing Calyx.
let's lock in a guess. Let's lock in a guess, Zoe. You're our
Let's
fearless
lock in
leader.
Calyx. Let's lock in Calyx.
Okay, okay. Easy.
You don't trust me because I lost to Jake in fantasy. It's
I literally just trusted you.
no
Johnny's
trust.
totally over
Like,
fantasy.
I
He's not worried about it
literally
anymore.
just trusted you.
He's totally over it.
I locked this for us.
It
I have
took
like
you a long
final
while to
say. I
get
locked
there.
it. No, I just had to evaluate the options.
The chicken always
and then
comes
I
home to
decided-
roost or something. Like, you'll deviate in
that's
opinions,
exactly
but it
what
always
happened.
comes back to me what I'm saying. It's fine. You can explore.
Right, right. Here is your shortcoming, I guess. Very low KD.
I mean, all right.
It's a main support. It happens.
He's got a 3 KD.
What are we expecting here?
I was
It's like 3.2 or something.
your previous point. But okay, fine. I tried to throw you a boon.
Oh my god, we got 7 more to go. This is gonna take an hour.
Over 200,000 MIT.
I mean, it's got to be Tank, right?
Ziad.
It's just Ziad.
Yeah,
Ziad, he pressed shield. He pressed shield.
Getting anything of that.
That's true. That's true. Chase is dropping some bubbles.
No. Yeah, we're locking Ziad. Can only be the one and only.
Here we go.
There we go. We so good.
He is in fact the main tank player for Garcia.
That's the problem. If there's not that many options on most rosters, like it's limited since we're going by team. But really, this is just an excuse for us to highlight some of the greats that we have. Ziad definitely being one of them.
Yeah, Ziad. I mean, this guy just like made such a big splash on the scene in the NBA coming in. What was this? Was his first stage 1 this year? I mean, there's just like. Still feel like this guy is like a relative newcomer compared to some of the OGs like Pistola here he's playing against, and I think he's kind of on top right now, on top of the world. And you know, we saw Chase come in for this team, but it's hard to justify playing that much Chase when Ziad looks amazing when they play around him, they play these setups. It just feels like bread and butter, you know, for OWCS. I'm curious to see in this match where there's real stakes. We saw Chase come into the last match of the stage. You know, maybe like OWCS trying to show that they can play some die, but do they really want to do that here in a playoffs match? Maybe they like the matchup against Vision, they play that pace, but it's hard to bet against Ziad.
If anything, it's just more reps if they're that comfortable, right, against Vision. But we will be talking about this first match of the day in just a little bit. Let's first look at the bigger picture and look at our schedule. That's what's on the docket for our first day of play. 4 days of play overall in our playoffs. Which one gets you most excited, Johnny?
Come on, it has to be. Actually, I was gonna say, it has to be SSG GK. I think we're ending with a gigabanger because I'm a little bit down on GK. They've been struggling. They've been losing 2 matches in a row, I believe, against like really good teams. SSG, they really fit in well in this meta. Hawk is really comfortable on tank, of course. And so I'm looking forward to SSG GK. I think that's going to be a gigabanger for a slot at Stockholm. So we'll have to get through today to get there.
Indeed. Now, of course, you can catch the action not just with us. No, you can also tune into our co-streamers. Drops available for their streams as well. Today, we're going to have Rack Attack joining all the good fun. And then tomorrow, it's going to be August. So make sure to send them some love as well, as all of them are covering the road to Worlds. And here are some of the teams that have already qualified in our other regions as well.
Yeah, China settled. Weibo Gaming. I think we could have expected that one going into stage 3, that Weibo Gaming were once again going to secure a ticket to Stockholm. And we'll kind of have to see if they're going to take it to the rest of the world.
Dude, Landon was talking.
You know?
Landon was talking big smack on Weibo. I think it was Landon talking some serious heat. So I got to see it. They got a qual and back that up, man.
What a bracket. Oh my god.
I'm trying to parse information at the same time as we're live right now. I was like, there's a lot of letters and colors.
But this is beautiful.
And numbers.
All right, so basically the one seeds from each region are gonna like be progressed one further, and the 2 and 3 seeds are gonna have to battle it out to be able to take on their opposition.
Yeah, what he said. That sounds amazing.
This is
Let's
peak
do that.
Overwatch.
How about it?
This is big, baby. You love a classic
frankly,
big double elim. It's been a while for us for a big classic double elim. This is OG Esports, man. I'm a big fan. Actually, this is like
and honestly,
truly every match was stakes.
Mid-season championship is an indicator of what's to come for the World Finals for this double elimination bracket. Man, we're in for a treat because mid-season did not disappoint. It was one banger after another. The storylines were incredible. The matches were incredible. Like so many big surprises, upsets, and just good storylines, as I already said. So I'm here for it. I'm very excited to see who's going to come out on top of EMEA and NA as well to join all the teams that we just got to see on that graphic. Now, let's talk about how you can join us, because tickets are still available. Make sure to grab your tickets for the World Finals right now, as we had a phenomenal time. And of course, once again, we're also going to offer up a complimentary tour through Stockholm, verbally or physically, from Johnny. Isn't that a treat?
No, I actually canceled that. The bracket looks so good that I'm just going to force everyone to sit in their seats and just stare at Overwatch all day.
Everybody sit down. Watch the
This
game.
will be an event you can't miss, okay? We will not be going outside. Who wants to go outside anyway? It'll be cold, it'll be dark, the sun will set at 3 p.m. You don't
It's
want
the
to be
perfect
outside.
environment
You
for
wanna
a
be
gaming
inside
convention.
and watch Overwatch. And so that's all we're going to do. And maybe I'll say some
Okay.
first words, but that's it.
You know
That's
what?
the epic experience.
Fine.
And you
Fair.
got 4 by Jake.
Let's just only do the gamer thingy. Why not? We might we might go outside once in a while to get to the airport, from the airport, you know, like those kind of things. But that's it. We're all locked in. Let's lock in already. Let's lock in for our match 1 here in the upper bracket. OWCS will be facing off against their opponent of choice, which is Vision Esports. Now, of course, OWCS, there is a slew of good things we can say about that team. They've been absolutely phenomenal all stage long. Once again, just not dropping a single match. They did get some dive reps in just last week. They played Chase. We saw Chase, I think, once or twice already at the very beginning of the stage. But overall, they were still playing mostly like, you know, their Symmetra shenanigans, everything that worked so well for them already in stage 2. But they're definitely looking ahead as well, meta-wise. Will they need it against Vision? I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opponent. You got to call this like a very strong favorite. That's the power of being the 1 seed, right? You get to take the 4th seed, usually the you know, your comfortable preferred opponent, and that's all you need to get this win to qualify to Stockholm, right? So for OWCS, I feel like they should just go back to the bread and butter, play the sim, play these like rush poke comps that they're so insanely good at. But maybe there's an argument to like up the pace to try and deal with the backline from Vision Esports. It feels like this is just all coming up OWCS, though. I feel like they'd be hard pressed to find a way to lose it, and it is going to be Ziad in the starting lineup.
Yeah, they're so comfortable. They can't put a foot wrong, so they're going to bring their A game today, and I'm like, whatever comp doesn't matter. Like, I think it's sub in Chase, and I think they'll win anyway.
I mean, yes, so far they haven't lost when Chase was in the mix either. They dropped the map. Overall, I think they now dropped 3 maps during stage 3, 2 of them against Twisted Minds. So just the usual opponent that keeps on making sure to make him sweat a little bit. But Checkmate, man, he's our player to watch in this one. He's just such a boon for this team, right? Insane tracer that we know and love, but then also he established himself as an incredible Symmetra, allowing them a lot of different ways to play.
I mean, the versatility is crazy. You know, now these days you have a flex player who can usually, you know, play a little bit of Tracer, then you can flex over, play some Genji Echo, whatever. Like, Checkmate can just play everything. And it's such a great boon when you're then trying to put in Ziad, you're trying to put in Chase, you're playing all of these different kinds of compositions, and then Checkmate's like, oh, I'm one of the best Symmetras in the world. So I think that just kind of like builds a great foundation for OWCS, and then everyone can just follow Checkmate's lead and pop off. So when you got the back line on lock, the way Landon and Calyx do, and then you have an incredible flex player, it just makes it so much easier for everybody else. And so, yeah, Checkmate, amazing shout out.
Yeah, now looking at their opponent for today, Vision Esports. We have praised them quite a lot actually throughout this stage. They came in as quite a surprise by taking down Gen G in the first week, 3-0, so it was not even a close match. And then we just saw them as a really strong, like, middle of the pack kind of team, but they were relying really heavily on their dive, and that kind of they kind of lost speed on that composition as this stage went on.
Yeah, this is going to be the challenge for them, right? Is adapting to the current meta. I think a lot of pressure remains on the backline, and as kind of it is in every series for this team, like, because they play these kind of wonky, often double flex support styles, you're relying on Violet and Sile to have big games and find individual kills, like find the solo plays, which is so scary against a team like OWCS that just gives you nothing for free, that is so good at punishing teams coming out of position, like trying to get cheeky on this backline, trying to push your limits. You could very easily just get crushed by the reactivity, the coordination that OWCS bring. But at the same time, I feel like Vision, they've got to stick with their guns, right? They've got to try to make those plays and make these strats work. That's been their way to find the success all stage long.
No way, Laurie. Please.
I was just about to say, let's talk
They're
about
gonna go to
Vision.
Junkertown, ban Kiriko, and play
Will they
Lauren.
die on
I'm telling you
Yeah.
that will happen in this series, 100%, Johnny.
We're going to see the Violet Laurie, but I will not enjoy it.
But like, if he pops off, he pops off. Like,
Yeah, but
it's a good look when it works.
it's like picking Widowmaker. It's like a support player
Fair.
that's just like, oh, I need to take over the game. But I'm just like, you don't want your hit scan to lock Widowmaker. Like, it's just not going to work. Like, you don't... It's just too much. If I'm Tama, I'm like crying for heals. I'm like crying, like, please, Violet.
Bro, play Roadhog, heal yourself. Literally let Violet do it.
Honestly, I would be down. Road
That's what I'm
Laurie, you
saying.
combine the two, there we go.
Love it.
That's
I
the
love
answer.
it. That's the comp. That's the comp. No cap.
Let's go.
That's the comp. Okay. Well, we can leave that as
The fact that their escort win rate is 25% is not boding well for this style, because that's like the Junkertown special,
surely.
right?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, like, total win rate overall for them was 60%, right? Whereas OWCS, like, they just they won every single match. So obviously the numbers are going to look better percentage-wise. So yeah, do with these what you want. I think Vision has to just come up with something more surprising to take Alcazia down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just such an impressive stage across the board from Katsuya. It's like you can't look at these stats and really take anything away. Like, oh no, they lost one push map because they only played 3 because the series like don't go long because they 3-0 everybody, you know. So, you know, these stats, if only, they really just set the stage for how favored Katsuya are. And honestly, this is the reward you get for a monster individual stage, right? That you just put down all challengers, all comers. Now you get a relatively comfortable choice of opponent here to qualify for Stockholm. And, you know, Vision, they're looking for the big upset, but also they're looking to just play a respectable game here and set themselves up for a lower bracket run if they're not able to get the win here today.
Yeah, they're definitely not considered the favorite, and I think that will be is that mirrored or displayed or shown in our predictions for this one. If you're not picking Alcazia, then you're either on a Vision Esports salary monthly, and you're just like, you know, really doing your job. No, I think this is just gonna be Alcazia. Like there is no world in which Vision should be considered to take this one.
Here we go. You got a little Alcazia logo there. Here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you take Alcad against anybody else in EMEA right now. Alcad is a team that wants to go to Stockholm and win it all, that wants to get those top places in the world. And so, of course, it's almost a necessity that they kind of obliterate their regional competition here. And that's been the case for a while. I just can't see anything but an Alcazia 3-0 right now.
Do you think this will go longer than an hour? I'm going to say no.
I hope not. I'm rather tired. I gotta be real with you. So
it's gonna be a quick one, Johnny. They're gonna make mincemeat of the opposition.
Here. If I'm betting channel points, anything like
I'm all in. I'm all in on 99. I'm all in at 99.
That's just not worth it. I'm not touching anything over 90.
But I respect those 8%.
I do
rooting for Vision Esports. No, honestly, but like the team, they have impressed us, right? Like they play good Overwatch. Like when they look good, they look good. Where they're comfortable. It's just Alcazia is a different kind of beast to take down. This is of course a rematch, as every match will be. Last time they faced off against each other was in week 1, day 2, I believe, and it was a 3-0 victory for Alcazia, and it was not close. It was not close. Now we're finding ourselves on Lijiang Tower as the map of choice for Alcazia. So coming in as the higher seed, and we have a Maga and a Faraban.
They're just gonna abuse them with Symmetra right now. They're about to put on a masterclass clinic, and like, what are Vision gonna do about it, man? Katsuya with like the Sim, Bastion, Zarya, the mid stuff. That is, I don't think there's a counter. I think there's only meta. I'm surprised other teams aren't already playing that. In my opinion, it's unbeatable.
There's only one thing that can save us right now, and it's Herbalife Guangzhou Charge Choice of 1 popping off. Like it's 2021 self, 2020 self.
Troy needs to go Super Saiyan. This is like a life game. Double his HP, double his damage. Give him the raid boss stats.
I mean, that could be enough to get them a control map. You know, you never know. We're about to find out though, as we're heading it over to our casters for this one. Of course, we've got Mitch and Matt on the mic for it.
Thank you very much. So we're going to be back, of course, here for the first of our playoff games. Matt,
it is good you're back. I mean, what? So he was saying that that Johnny's quarterly, you're bi-weekly. What's going on here?
I should just on the intros. What you mean in terms of my attendance? That was in Brazil, man.
Attendance.
I was trying to get the bag out there in South America.
And if this was a school, they'd hold you back a grade.
That's true. I know. I would be doing makeup classes, and it sucks because working with you makes me dumber by the second. So I'm not graduating.
That's true.
Anytime soon, bro. I mean, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
I think the desk are pretty reasonable in saying that this is not expected to be that kind of close game. Alcazia make the obvious choice of picking Vision here because they just want to secure that Stockholm berth. They get that sorted out first, then worry about the rest of the team. This Alcazia team last week lost the Saudi E-League final at LAN to Twisted Minds in a 4-2 game. Twisted Minds.
But you said it was the weather swung the game.
I heard it was very cold in Riyadh, and I don't know if Alcazia quite have a winter uniform yet.
A winter look. Okay.
Yeah. So I do think that was Landon seems to feel like that was an impact. You can go and find the interview on OWTV, but point is, there was some dirty stuff that Twisted Minds had prepared for Alcazia. They really tried to counter them. I don't know if Vision are really going to, move in that same direction because they've got such a defined style, Matt. It's the Violet style, double flex, DPS look. Tama's pool, which you never sort of know what they're going to come out with here. I do feel like Alcancia very favored in this matchup.
I mean, look, there's no way you wouldn't favor Alcacia in this matchup, right? Vision, we talked a little bit about it last week, where they do a great job of beating up on everybody underneath them. They just have not really been able to punch up into like that top 3. And look, I don't think we even expect them to beat like somebody in that top 3, right? But just to be able to give them some games, it's really been a lot of blowouts. So Vision, it looks like actually they'll do something a little bit different here. Mitch will actually be a Doomfist here to kick things off, and they'll play Chosuan on the Echo. So Echo Sojourn here against Alcacia, going with that good old sim look.
Yeah, I mean, Alcacia bread and butter is that sim play. Lucio Kiri for both sides here. Violet's still going to find a way to do the most damage in the lobby, though I'm quite sure of that. Here's a TP already being set up now. We'll see what later wants to drop back in. Yeah, Tama, if he can't get in and find that impact early, man, if there's a TP to dodge him, or if you just play off the point, Alcacia can always come back in and slap the Doom after those cooldowns get used.
And here's the rough part for Vision, right? If the Doom can't really go in, they're just kind of waiting for the Doom to get healed up and the cooldowns to come back and then to go in. Like, there's not really a great opportunity for them to pick offs, and at that point, it's a great sign for Alcacia to just use the sim and get on top of those players. So they really have to make these dives work with the Doom.
His TPs are allowing Lab to basically to always be in some sort of flanking position. Tama there's already made use of the power blocks. So Vision Esports are going to have to wait for a rotation in. They come. Seismic Slam already. Look how low Tama is. And Vision are really just tickling the point. How are they supposed to access this sim in the backline? How are they supposed to find their way toward the heavy hitters of Alcacia?
Yeah, I don't even know. It's really difficult to even kind of go into that Ramatra. I think it's a great read for Alcacia as Chosuan tries to put some damage down over the top, going a little bit of a flank, but you see that sim TP already set up to go to the back line.
Chosuan has to commit to a greater degree. I think it needs to find some form of elimination here. Cookie obviously can set up, but doesn't have good sightlines. Doom is not going to set you up with those sightlines you're looking for. Here's a Kitsune rush here for Landon, though, thrown down, and Violet's already been picked off. Not the start you're looking for, Lambda. Guess what? Yep, flanking angle, as per usual. Always in a position undetected. That disruptor shot is going to hold Vision at bay.
But like, look at how long it took for that to develop, Mitch, and we're already at 70% on the point, right? Like, it just takes so long for Vision, rotate, because there's so much mobility for Alcacia, right? Like, if you use some of the cooldowns for Vision, get on top of them, they TP away, then you got to use the speed boost to kind of go in, try and track some players down. Is Chosuan's going to be the one who looks here to get on an off angle. Just try and put some damage down here, maybe force them back to the point, but they are not scared whatsoever.
I mean, 90% is about to come up here, and Vision Esports have to start making use of some of these ultimates. They've banked them up, and so it's go time. Soundberry here in play, but the symbol definitely going to shut Cookie down to some degree. And yeah, Checkmate's happy to take that fight. He and Lab to both collapse on the enemy Sojourn. The one hero emanating most of the threat. Sile just lingering out in the open is easily picked off there. And it's a dupe of a Lucio here. Smacks of desperation for Choice here one. It's a 100-0 start here. Alcacia looking strong.
I mean, that's as good as you can look, right? To kick things off. And I'd love to touch on, like, Jake, me and him talked a little bit about it last week, where it's like, maybe this sim isn't as, I remember at the beginning of the stage, it was like, oh, sim is gone, like, you can't really play sim anymore. But you start to look at some of the patches and see how it impacts things, and it may not be as impactful as I think people had thought. And like, sim is still really good. I mean, the TP distance right on that perk was really like the biggest thing I think changed at the beginning of the season, and then some kind of like damage adjustments. But still, she is phenomenal, and you see the destruction here. I mean, nothing, literally no limbs on the Vision Esports side. A really brutal first round, and we're gonna get an almost repeat in terms of the comps. I'll say that Chosen One here, this is not a great echo point, so gonna go over to the Venture.
There's something to challenge this sim position. You really need to put some pressure on Checkmate here, otherwise he and Laptor are gonna do what they did earlier, just find opportunities to bully enemy DPS. Choice one, this is not really where you want to be as the Venture. This would surprise no one, I'm sure. No opportunity there to burrow back underground. Zia knows that there's a long cooldown on that ability, so just goes to town on Choice one.
I mean, once you know that Choice one doesn't have any of the abilities, right, on Venture, they're really vulnerable as a hero. So you just kind of run around the corner. You've seen the Nemesis for me. Choice one gets the health pack. That's the only reason why it extends a little bit longer. But that Vortex with the slow is so nasty as Choice1 not able to make it out. So you lose Kellex, but look at how low the health bars are for Vision. You can play a little bit faster here still if you're Alcatia. That's already the Suzu out from Silas, so you're going to have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's Tama getting poked down pretty low, trying to play around the corner, but getting hit by Ziad
This
constantly.
is nasty to work with. I mean, look at every time we're on with Tama, poor guy.
Yeah, this rematch comp honestly is really solid. Ziad just has to hold space and let Lacta go to work. It's kind of nice to be able to rely on your DPS to deliver so frequently like this. There's a Vortex thrown down, slows up Vision again. Tama needs to land and find instant impact. If there's like a delay or if the cooldown needs to be cycled again, that would be a problem. At least it'll be cycled faster now with the Ace buff. Kitsune Rush for Choice. One is going to be picked off first. Yet again, it's landed with surgical precision. Takes the Venturer out of the lineup. Ziad eventually falls, but there's a question as to whether his job has already been done. But Lambda was not able to be kept alive. Isolated and forced to play away from that Kitsune Rush. Checkmate's found himself one kill, and Alcatia probably haven't done enough this time.
No, it's a huge kill there on the Ziad. Ziad's really kind of like where everything, you know, emanates from Alcatia with this kind of composition, right? Like using those vortexes to slow, amping the pace with the Nemesis form, and then kind of going. You get rid of Ziad, and there's not really another hero or player that can like take purchase on objectives for Alcad, and they get up to the high ground. That's going to be the overclock, and Violet doesn't get the beat off. That is brutal there for Vision Esports.
It's just another Ajax. It's crazy. Violet is playing in the middle of the map, I think inside a Vortex, which is half the problem. And he gets picked off there just by a swing from the Ramatra. A little bit too close to the front line, and yet Tama's been able to do a lot of good work. Great seismic slam on a Kellex. Orbital Striker on there, be able to pick him off. Checkmate, yeah, definitely in a vulnerable position. This is some really nice Doomfist sequencing. The Annihilation here for Ziad is maybe a little bit ill-considered. It picks off Sile. There's still an entire third, or rather 3 players of this Vision Esports team lined up.
I mean, now you're starting to see like when the Doomfist can actually get in there and make impact. Like it actually does look pretty competent this comp against what Alcatia is running, and I like this change from Alcad. So Lavda's going to go over and play Cassidy. Can obviously still give some of the same impact as Sojourn is like just kind of like long range pressure, but going to be a little bit sturdier against some of those flankers and even the Doom.
You see that cookie poke? Pretty dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
Alex had to wall ride and tuck away after taking a big railgun hit. Here's Choice1. We've been looking for them to have an impact in this game so far, but instantly hit it out by the switch over towards the Cassidy by Lambda. It is the answer that really puts a spanner in the works here for Vision Esports. That Cassidy switch up, unexpected to run into that, and Choice1 has struggled to have impact over the course of this map entirely, Matt.
Well, he pops out of the ground with the burrow on Venture, and it is a Vortex and a mag grenade waiting for him. No way you're surviving on that. You see Ziad get so aggressive. They actually wanted that kill on a Violet. Maybe he pushed up a little bit too far. Here's going to be the rush.
80% and counting, and you see Alcatia more than happy to disengage away from it now with the rush of their own, but the tech shock's coming in off to the side, and Lambda's going to be picked off. Cookie at least has the range advantage against the Cassidy, even though they're effective against that Venture. It's a nice opener to the fight. Choice1 gets in there, finds Pick, but crucially it's Cookie opening the account with that headshot.
And they've looked much better with the Venture than the Echo, right? I think you just probably couldn't have wanted to play the Venture on the previous round, and I know if they're able to win this, I don't know if you can make it work in the final round. It's going to be Cookie with an overclock trying to seal the deal here, just pumping out damage down on the Alcatia players in the choke.
Cookie's doing the most right now. I don't even know if it's about the Venture doing more than the Echo. It's just that this Sojourn play has been so damn good. Lambda picked off though. Choice1 is able to get in and dispatch the Cassidy. And here you have it, folks. After a slow start, Vision Esports are making this Doomfist comp work.
I'm sure we've had it, but I can't really remember a time where we showed a stat screen where somebody got no limbs the entire first round and then taking the second round. It's like that big of a... Does that basically sum up Vision Esports as a team, that they can go absolutely, killless against the team and then just come out and kind of work them the next round as they kind of battle back through some really tough comps.
I mean, what? Cookie puts up 14 Elims in that second round.
Yeah. Right. We know those are all in the second round. So we'll see. And that's also with like an Ajax in the mix, right? So they're still able to come out on top. Let's see what they decide to run here. The Juno, okay, just for probably the speed ring here at the start and then kind of saving that Lucio speed. So they'll go back to the Echo. Yeah. This didn't really look great here at the start, but maybe into the Diva, it's a little bit better.
This is the classic Alcat comp that we're seeing, right? This is very much their signature look. Ziad on the Diva. Yeah, like you mentioned, you can carve the Diva out of mech a little bit easier, but Lambda is back on the Soj and already strikes gold. Cookie down straight away. Now Checkmate allowing for, once again, Lambda very similarly to the first round, always to be on a flanking angle, an off angle, one that's really hard to protect with Doom, who of course, who really only can make space if people are sort of grouped and he's able to knock them around and displace them.
Well, you saw there for a little bit as well, where Checkmate actually put some sticky bombs there. Or actually, just want to put some sticky bombs on a Checkmate, and they're not even really worried about it because it's not like the venture damage, which is big burst, like kind of like just take you out right away damage. They're able to just kind of heal on through and use Suzus and stuff to kind of like keep Checkmate alive. So never really worried about that. The Tracer switch is a little bit more interesting. I think I like this here better than kind of sticking to the Echo here for Vision.
So yeah, press up close, the most base skin in the entire game. No is no. And again, this defense matrix is getting a ton of value. There is incidental poke, especially the threat of the Kiriko randomly headshotting people. It allows Tama, though, to get in. Here's the dive coming out from Ziad, and Vita's been picked off. That's what they were looking for. Now the Kitsune Rush ready to go. And even a Symbol. This is going from bad to worse. If that Symbol comes down, Cookie does nothing in this fight. Lambda instead just picks them off. The fact that OWCS can roll both the Rush and the wall into the next fight is not good for Vision.
It's absolutely miserable there for Vision, because you're also going to have the overclock here for OWCS. You're going to have, I mean, you're literally everything to work with, and you're going to be about 60%. So a really good opportunity for them to close it out.
Tama here, of course, is trying to set up his foothold further forward. Allow at least for the Kitsune Rush to come out, but OWCS have room to disengage. Still sitting on that Sim ultimate as well. Here comes the ad, gets forward. Wall's going to come up right about now. There's also a remake opportunity for OWCS' tank now. Nice punch, but not enough fight picked up. What? Bro, I mean, he's got money, man. That's about it. Sure as hell doesn't have a sound barrier. That is devastating. OWCS now making mincemeat of Vision Esports, and I'm sorry, guys. The Vision aren't helping their own pace here.
No, this isn't good. You can see it from a mile away. We actually had like you can see Violet on the X-ray and like kind of the healing plus on his player avatar. Then all of a sudden, Ziad gets right in his face, melees him down as he goes for the beat. This Cookie with an overclock here from the spawn does get Lambda, so we'll see if he can kind of keep this one interesting. But without Tama and Ziad at full health, I mean, no.
I mean, without a sound barrier, it's not going to win Overwatch, like an Overwatch round, are you? Like this is.
Well, they did in the second round.
You have to actually win Control Center with that Ajax happening. Like, come on, man. Like, that's not reasonable. Like, you can't be doing this.
That is the most Vision Esports map, I feel like, though, right? Absolutely eliminate, like, killless in round 1. You win with an Ajax in round 2, and then you basically go killless again in round 3 with another Ajax.
I think that, like, once we get okay, look at this. I mean, I think my
Cookie
problem
was at 14 final blows in the second round. In the second round, he only finishes with 15.
The choice of one's not able to have impact in this game, right? On the Echo and on the venture, like he just doesn't. He just doesn't do anything.
I thought on the venture.
Bro, he got like 2 kills. It's literally Cookie.
Impactful.
It's literally Cookie that is owning in that second round.
Yeah,
like, it's hard for the venture to get in, right? Because you like the Cassidy hindrance is a bit of a problem. You are relying on Cookie to outrange Cassidy and get good damage on him to force him out of the game. But you can't guarantee that. And situations like this are tough, right? Like you don't have anywhere to go. Ziad very heads up here, knows he can actually hard commit onto the venture who's playing it off. Like a just running choice, everyone getting punched. So rough.
Just a highlight reel.
True though.
Well, I mean the Echo and the Tracer I thought were like a worse look than playing.
Sure.
Like the venture at least. Chosi1 was able to get space like in on the hero at moments and at least like kind of separate OWCS and make them kind of worry. There was no worry for the Echo or the Tracer play, right? They almost just kind of like ignored it, like it wasn't even really a factor, right? Which obviously puts a lot of pressure on the Cookie and Tama. So let's see this one. Oh, gets booped back a little bit by the mech and then finished off there with a melee.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is obviously a really volatile setup where you've got like burst damage from Lambda. Also, like you can be displaced as you're trying to touch down. I think like there was a beat inside a Vortex last round, which is not ideal. So like I do think that, you know, you do want to time these things to try and put yourself in a favorable spot. But OWCS are also very good at sort of punishing this kind of stuff. And they've really, you can't give them an opening. But I'm sorry, bro. Like, yeah, no, there's not really much using it.
Well, these are the things that Vision could be able to get away with against some of the lower teams in EMEA, right? But when you get into these games against OWCS and, you know, VP and Twisted Minds, like that's not going to cut it, right? Just a step above. Shocked with how much of a blowout that first round and even kind of the last round felt that the sets are even this close, where the Vision Esports kind of leads in terms of the healing done, but then they fall behind in terms of the damage. The damage dealt being a little bit lower. I think that's you didn't really get much of the Echo or the Tracer really at all.
Yeah, I do think that's a component of it, but it's got to do with comp, right? We don't expect Tracers to put out the raw amount of
that's true.
I think that's pretty acceptable still. Something surely for Vision to work on going forward. Now Cads here are getting to sort of play their own game here, so can't take too much away from them. Do you guys have aspirations of competing at this level or competing in Overwatch? Well, FACEIT season 7 is underway. You can, through the FACEIT League, make it into the OWCS, and even if your aspirations are not so high, you will be able to find yourself a league that suits your skill level with players. Of course, you can get alongside and compete with FACEIT League. See points on the line. FCE.gg/FACEIT League. You can make it OWCS. Definitely in some time. I think there's great competition we see in the promo relegation coming into OWCS map.
True.
Teams coming up from Masters, so there is a really defined pathway to do so, and honestly the FACEIT system's kind of awesome. It's all on rails. Get in there, play with your team, and climb the ranks.
And you could be the next Dildux.
Yeah,
you could be, well, hopefully perform a bit better than that, but in terms of entertainment value, maybe you're the next Dildux. Maybe you kind of a lot of these kind of players, right? You can kind of get up in OWCS. You look pretty good coming out of a FACEIT League. Maybe that's not the team you stay with forever, right? Maybe you kind of start climbing the ranks in terms of team, and then who knows where you end up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dildux are one example of a team that also came into OWCS and still maintained that core principle of wanting to have fun and play. I think at some point, you have to drill down if you want to make it a Stockholm, but we're talking about making OWCS map, not making Stockholm. Those are two.
Hey, hold on. Gibraltar in EMEA?
Dude,
what's going on?
Genuinely crazy.
What's in the water?
We don't see this map. We don't see New Queen Street or Hollywood in EMEA really at all, right? So
no, EMEA, obviously it's Lijiang Tower, permanent map number 1. Typically we see Junkertown, Rialto. We've seen some teams like Quick Esports go to Gibraltar and stuff at times, but none of the real top teams kind of go for it. So curious what Vision Esports has planned here. You can play some of that double flex support here. Are you trying to get Tama on Winston? Is this what you're trying to get a little bit more dive? An interesting selection here for Vision.
I don't think it's crazy to for Vision, right, to try and take teams onto this kind of map. If I remember, last time these two played back in week 1, and it was a 3-0, but I don't think there was a Gibraltar map there. I also wonder if at some point our Cads here are going to try and work Hazard comps back into their setups, because obviously they've realized that Hazard is really good against Sim. So any team that wants to play a bunch of Sim, Hazard can slash people through TP, can block the TP with the jagged walls, a ton of stuff you can really do. And that's what was done to them by Twisted Minds actually in Riyadh. So I'm curious if they take this opportunity to mix it up a bit. Freya's going to be banned out here. Okay.
So it's a Kiri ban here early for Vision. This probably says you want to play on a Winston, right? I was slightly surprised though that we don't see maybe a Winston ban for Alcatia. Although I was I wonder if there's a world in which you kind of get rid of Diva if you're Vision, right? But looks like they go in a little bit of a different direction, and then Labda doesn't really play the Freya as much as some of the other players in the hit scan role in EMEA. So getting rid of the Freya here pretty good, allowing him to kind of play whether it be the Sojourn or the Cassidy.
Freya is also good. I'm kind of coping here. I want to see them try Hazard, but Freya is very good against Hazard, right? You could also play Freya very effectively against the Winston and cause problems for Tama. I can't see just not about it. I don't want to go there. Landon, I don't hate this setup. Landon does not want to play BAP against the Sim comps, right? He's been very straightforward about that. He also doesn't want to play it against comps that can dive, so do keep an eye out for what Tama and maybe Choice One, or if there's a dive DPS are going to try and do. But I think he probably feels relatively comfortable against like longer range pokey style comps as this Baptiste. And Baptiste also just got, you know, some tweaks to one of his major perks that actually puts the healing back on regenerative burst while giving, I think, an attack speed increase. So
It does feel a little bit though after map number 1, Mitch. The kind of how vision goes in this series depends on, like, you know, can Chosuan get anything kind of going, right? Like whether it be on Tracer, Echo, Venture, whatever he wants to play, like they're going to need him to kind of come alive. As Lambda just rips Violet, as I guess Violet gets right around the corner there, maybe a little bit too low, but
yeah, it's tough. Like, like there is like a pretty decent poke core in this setup. Lambda is obviously, you know, more of a mid-range DPS, but from this position, right, like you get this oppressive high ground and Ziap plays corner. You buy a lot of time for Cass to get that good damage, checkmate to set up, and Landon honestly will just M1 a lot of this.
Yes, yeah, there's not really like a, yeah, I mean, sure, you're worried about the Tracer, right? But yeah, there's a really sick high angle spot here. You know, Lambda being kind of like escorted around there by Kellex. Gonna get back here as looks like the cart gonna make a little bit under the underpass.
The nice disruptor shot thrown up there by Cookie just denies the wraparound by the bridge and actually will let the cart get to the underpass. But this is the hard part, right? Now Akatsuki will sort of fall back, spread a bit, play server room, some of this high ground. Tama is going to be pretty stretched in terms of his bandwidth. Like, can't solo dive into that server room. You need to slowly get that cart inching forward. Choice One has got the right idea.
Well, they're also going to be like kind of bunkered up in that server room with like immortality fields, sim turrets, Cassidy. It's going to be like almost impossible to work your way in there and be able to live, as we see from Landon's POV. That's exactly the setup they got going.
Can you even dive this? Like, you have to, yeah, you're right. Like, diving into immortality fields feels so bad. And it's
then they can do this.
Out of nowhere, bro. That is classy stuff. Landon pulls up. Cookie gets absolutely gatted from the high ground.
But like,
and that's
what
the explosiveness the Simcom gives you, man.
But like, what is Tama even supposed to do, right? He's moving the cart, kind of sees some of those players in server. If he jumps, they just TP to that high ground. He's dead. I mean, it is a brutal setup there.
And like, what are you supposed to do?
For Tama to have to deal with.
In theory, you dive that as Winston and try and get behind the amp matrix, but you've already used your jump cooldown. Like, Alcatraz
right, exactly.
That, so he's just stuck out in the open against that Amp Baptiste. Bruh, that is dirty.
That is nasty.
But this is the kind of thing, right? Like, we know Vision like to try and make these like double flex support Winston-based comps work, right? I think it's kind of crazy. Like, Violet is not the Ana player here, but that's just how they got it set up. Another TP. Trying to go in, dive. Deadeye is active here. Pulse Bomb dropped on Lab. The Choice One going to make use of the lack of mobility Cassidy has during that window. Ziava, the self-destruct in server room. There's no way he's getting back in mech. That is crazy aggressive. He will be taken down before the fact. Tama eventually is going to be removed. That immortality field is not placed, so Checkmate can actually benefit from it at all. Little sloppy from Alcatsi, but it's a big investment from Vision in the Nano Winston.
Yeah, Alcatia may be able to keep this going though, Mitch, right? You have Lambda here on the Tracer. You still have, you know, Landon actually behind enemy lines, but now Zeon's back in the mix. And you still have Kellex here, so you still have some healing, and now you have the Simwall that cuts off the point.
More powerfully for Arcatsi, but they've lost Landon. They don't have him to make use of, and Ziad's going to be demeched yet again. This time, no chance to get back in either. Checkmate under a lot of pressure. Choice One running up on him on this Tracer. Much better look than we saw on Lijiang Tower, especially now that Arcatsi are forced to fight on the ground. And there's no, you know, verticality issue for the Tracer to overcome.
Yeah, no, it's a nice bio from Sile that actually connects on the right side of that sim wall, so it actually hits the odd, and no, not able to get any of the benefit of the healing there from Kellex. So we'll see now with this sound barrier coming up for Alcatsia. But let's go to a listening with Vision to see how they're going to take this high ground.
I'm down there. Simon.
Diva on me.
Yeah, Diva.
Diva one.
Kitty Tama. 3, 2, 1. I need to ult.
It's okay.
Lucio.
Lucio.
Cass.
Pass on point, Tama. Live Tama.
Farm nano.
I can take top again. No, they have window. Half window.
Okay, just play point.
They used to be.
Yeah, they might TP here. They might TP top right on
Bottom right.
Play for point.
Actually, right.
Force him TP. 3, 2, 1. Bubble now.
Shoot point.
Cast pop on top. Oh my god.
Cast sleeping.
I need to left.
10 to nano.
I'm dead.
Back.
Can go all the way out.
TP.
They have to cap point.
I have nano.
Point to the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just go for anonymous.
5 here.
Wait for me.
We are back here. Of course, high ground being abused by OWCS. It was a nice sleep from Sile onto Lapta, who would have really made use of that amp matrix. But OWCS have been able to avert the snowball map and fight back into the shuttle phase.
Yeah, it's going to be a nano here on the Tama up on the high ground. Going to save this jump as well, right? Because has to be nervous about whether it's a TP or people on the chase going to get out. And you're going to get rid of checkmate. It's going to be this Deadeye for Lapta, just trying to buy time, trying to back them up a little bit. It's going to get everybody on OWCS an opportunity to heal up.
I think OWCS are okay with this for sure. Slowing the game down. There's a symbol on the way as long as I look at like they'd abuse the Baptiste positioning here for Ziad. Make sure that the Diva is always going to be fully topped up. And Choicer once has had to burn a recall. So it's going to be a while before they threaten this setup on the high ground. Here's the symbol now playing into the shuttle. Our OWCS here. Ziad has a remake opportunity if he doesn't sort of waste it going over aggressive. And Vision respect this, man. They just sort of disengage, but they're now down to 45 seconds to get this second checkpoint.
Yeah, it feels like Cookie needed that kill, right? I had a railgun shot there for Labda, just kind of a little bit wide, doesn't connect with him. Ziad still with this self-destruct. Mitch, I mean, you're going to be able to have him just fight all over the cart and just play this high ground so easy as you see. I mean, Cookie just trying to find a way to get to safety and not able to do so.
But checkmate, TP'd on top of shuttle to avoid the Winston, ended up having to drop down. It doesn't matter because Cookie got picked up. Here's a rally and the Primal. This is definitely Vision Esports' last gasp at the map, and they're going for it. Violet gets picked up, but Landon is handled. Tama and Choice weren't able to combine onto the Baptiste, but now TP for checkmate. He gets out of trouble, and then Labda pulls up on him and brings him down. There's just not enough healing in the end there for Tama. Violet and Sile both went down. The latter went down a little too early in the fight, and there's no recovery for Vision Esports. OWCS find a way to slow the game down and slowly get back into the shuttle phase.
OWCS does a great job just kind of holding serve on top of the shuttle. I thought Vision's offense actually early on, right? Outside of like the first fight or so, where they tried to actually break that server room setup. I thought the second time they did it, they actually completed it and did it in a really nice way, where Tama doesn't kind of burn his jump and then able to kind of jump back up to the high ground with the nano. So I thought some positives there from Vision, but another map that is prime for OWCS to take.
And just honestly, a really good showing from Choice 1 over the course of
much better.
Round. Yeah, the trace play was excellent. I think like him being able to, spot the Deadeye and Lambda, drop a pulse bomber onto him, punish him for making use of that. They tried to play defensively inside the shuttle, but it ends up being a Baptiste matrix like out on the cart, off to the side, in a place that checkmate can't make use of it. So Vision forcing the errors out of OWCS, right? With a good burst of speed, that's what this dive comp can do. But now they've got to do so on defense. Very much still dialed into this Winston defensive dive. It means that Tama has to be pretty proactive, and Sile needs good line of sight without getting just randomly picked off by like Landon or even Labda TPing up into the back line.
And we've talked about it in the past where the Brig is actually pretty good against the Diva, right? An easy whip shot target, being able to just kind of swing freely, providing healing to everybody around. It's just OWCS. I mean, they've dealt with this before, right? Ziad is like such a pro about playing into comps just like this. They've done it so many different times. So it'll be a swap there from Labda. Gonna go from the Reaper back to the Cassidy, and a bit of a rematch of what we saw in the last round.
The Reaper's fine, right? I think to be a threat to Tama, but Cassidy hindrance might just be the way you want to go. Choice 1 though has already picked off Labda, so not the start OWCS we're looking for. It might have been a TP accompanying that. We might have seen OWCS make a grab for some real estate here and get punished for it, but you're gonna have to reset and try that again.
No, there's no way you could go here without any type of long-range hit scan type potential, right? You can never play like a Reaper sim here, especially on like the first part of Gibraltar, and allow Cookie to just gain so much range. That's going to be Immortality Field used, but by time you actually kind of see this next fight kick off, you're going to have it back. See, where is Sile trying to play from? I mean, this is a sick spot to get a bio.
It gets awkward now. He doesn't have good line of sight though. If Tama's going to contest the cart, so Tama can't really fully commit to that great bio though. OWCS have been trying to TP up onto the high ground and just fight Vision Esports, and have to do it here again, right, to really get the cart through. They made good progress, but it will be shut down once more. As Vision do have a good sense, I think, of how to use Tama without overcommitting to contesting the cart.
Absolutely, and I think Sile putting himself in that position up on the high ground has Violet there. Tama comes in, drops that bubble right on top of him, but it's a nice bio. Like you mentioned, they're able to keep that Ana alive, so it seems like that potentially is the target for OWCS, but Vision, at least through 2 fights here on defense, doing a good job. Oh, that's a pulse one that gets eaten. That is a nice use of the defense matrix there from Ziad.
One shows himself, though, takes a quick salvo with the pulse pistol, so Ziad kind of knows the Tracer is there, gives himself away. Maybe could have just opened with the pulse and a bit harder to predict. Either way, Ziad's in trouble.
Server again.
Shit, there's the same play, bro. Deja vu or what? Sile's popped here. So now Tama really only has this brick killing to rely on, and rallying will be huge in that regard, but require Tama to play a little bit closer to the ground. Landon, aggressive positioning here. Has to drop back up to that higher ground or the jump back up. Checkmate is taken down, but there it is. The lack of Ana turns up on the kill feed as Tama's brought down.
Yeah, but you might be able to hold this here for Vision, right? The card is in such a weird position. You're going to get players back off the spawn. You still have Violet here, right? He's pretty safe inside. Sile with a nice sleep on Ziad, not going to wake him up. It'd be great if he could get actually around the corner and get that nano off, and they do get the nano on a Chosewan.
He's looking very good. Chosewan in the mix, hard to bring down. Gets a very close quarter fight in that room with Ziad slapped, so not initially able to mitigate damage to the defense matrix or create any further space. Nicely done. I mean, the Ana play for Sile's been very, very solid so far this round.
And we know that Violet is a tremendous Brig player, right? But Chosewan really, starting to come alive. It's going to be a primal here used by Tama. Just down on the low ground. It's going to be the Deadeye here just trying to clear this out. Self-destruct here as well for Ziad, so he's going to get a mech back.
Okay, well, we get a grenade there onto Tama, but he struck that off pretty quickly. Drops down in Primal Rage. Self-destruct was used there by Ziad. Simwall is up, so this is Alcancia throwing everything at the wall, hoping something sticks. Eventually, Vision have to contest this.
Dude, I was like, if they just kite this and just get one player to contest, this Simwall's going to go away.
Yeah, I think
maybe have a chance.
They just made a miscalculation, Matt. I think they really wanted to take that straight to the very limit and not have to play into a sim wall. In fairness, Alcancia commit like a fair bit there, but they don't have to use beat or amp matrix. Now they can TP amp matrix play, throw something in Vision. They could snowball this shuttle phase really heavily. Oh, Tama, no.
Alcancia getting set up. Tama in a really bad spot. Let's go to a listening with Alcancia to see if they can close out the map.
Help me point, guys. I'm on point. Brick. I'm hunting backline. Keep shooting the base up. One speed trace and a recall. Yeah, he's bottom right. Still okay. I'm dead. I'll take speed on point, guys. I'll do speed. Here's the one.
C9.
Nice.
Jag toss actually. But
Oh, that is brutal. That is one C9 into another. That is
we're getting
devastating, bro. I mean, yeah, Alcancia know what's happening there, but for me, it's the fight outside that first checkpoint. Such a solid job with this defensive Winston comp from Vision Esports map, but that's Gibraltar for you. Their margin of error is already pretty slim anyway after having pretty limited progress on the attack side, but that's going to sting. That feels like one of the best looks, the best chance for Vision to use their, what I think is their signature comp.
Yeah.
And it's just not enough.
I mean, we're getting the Vision Esports greatest hits here, right? I mean, they look really good on defense, right? And essentially, like a double C9 to lose is like how they kind of end up squandering. Gibraltar, look, I mean, they didn't get a great push on their offense. I thought Alcacia did a great job, kind of controlling the shuttle phase. But the defense from Vision was very respectable, right? Like, if you're able to get a touch here, towards the end where they were kind of kiting and waiting out that sim wall, the sim wall would have been gone. Maybe you get on top of it. No idea really kind of in terms of ultimates what they were tracking at that moment. But still, you would have burned some type of clock. The issue is they don't touch, so they give up the point. And then they all start just kind of like funneling out and dying, and then they never actually get a fight on the second checkpoint. They just get bullied all the way back out to the spawn door and then just don't even get a chance to touch there.
I mean, and this is the problem though. Alcacia's composition is one that really, they just need one opening, right? There's a couple of things you can do, like Simwall goes up, you can be really oppressive, but the TP here into the amp matrix play we mentioned, of course, that shuttle phase was at pretty serious risk of snowballing because you already have very favorable position. You actually don't have to sim TP into a weird angle to amp matrix. You just get on the shuttle, you just aim at the door. There's not really anywhere for Vision to contest the cart and also stay out of line of sight of that Baptiste ultimate. So very, very difficult. And Alcacia are the team in this region that are going to play this comp against you and punish you with those very quick sim TP moments. So very good look here. And again, it was Alcacia confident enough to play Baptiste into a dive comp, right? Which for me, I think is pretty telling. I don't think that, let's say that VP or TM are going to try and play the same comp, that you can necessarily get away with that.
I will say this is much closer than Vision's other games against like some top 4 type of opponents. So if you are a fan of them, which you know, I've been kind of on the Vision bandwagon early on. I was an adopter. I had Violet on my fantasy team. He was probably my standout player.
What's the negative modifier for Ajaxes, by the way, in fantasy?
Oh, that's probably nasty. I mean, it's a good thing I can't lose any more points.
I mean, you can't lose any more than you have, bro. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you were second last, right? So not last. So
I mean, I basically won if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, but if you beat, I think your hidden objective was to beat Jack, and I think you achieved that. So
well, did Johnny win the whole thing?
No, Jake won by 6 points because Johnny had a player with minus 6 points.
So my mission is accomplished. That I didn't finish last, and then Johnny didn't win. Well, that's actually like a championship moment for me.
Take your victory lap.
You know, I'll have to prepare my speech in between series here. But if you look like Alcatia, if you are going to give like Alcatia those type of blunders, I mean, they're going to beat everybody, right? Where Vision, look, you come back, you play against, I believe the loser of this would play against Peps. So like, that's a winnable game for Vision. You know, they probably don't make some of these type of mistakes or forced into making some of these mistakes against an opponent like that. And then who knows, right? That's kind of what you're working with here for Vision Esports, where a reverse sweep here would be very difficult to pull off. They'll have to obviously get Saravasa first, even you know, make it a reality.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Saravasa is the kind of map where if you're Alcatia, you don't have to really shift around too much. I think there should be a sim ban aimed at Alcatia here by Vision. That's obviously pretty critical to their strategy. Force them into, you know, playing like a Tracer Sojourn kind of look. And here it comes out. Vision said, okay, well, this is our last chance. We may as well get our secret weapon at them here. The Zarya ban is, well, doesn't mean anything. It's a protect or anything, but you're...
Well, no, I like the Zarya ban because it's like if they wanted to kind of play some Zarya, which we've seen in the past, or starting to creep up in some other regions, you can play that Zarya and be pretty effective against like Ziad's D.Va type of play, right? So and then Ziad wouldn't be the type of tank that would fall back and try and play like, I mean, he can play Hazard, right? But you'd much rather him be on like D.Va. So I do actually think there is like meaning behind that one.
Yeah, and we have seen the Zarya creeping a lot more. I mean, I think Twisted Mind's playing a ton of it, right? Tama, you know, with the potential to make that switch over there, just, you know, have something that, you know, does less to keep your D.Va in check. But if you're playing against Alcatia, you can't take the D.Va and the Symmetra out of rotation at the same time is kind of the issue. Those are the two signature factors of Alcatia's strategy that will cause you problems. So if you can ban the Sim, you know, that's fine. You ban the D.Va on some maps, it's also reasonable, but we've seen them quite happy to play Ramatra, right? Where we saw plenty of that on Lijiang Tower, so it is difficult to target a tank player of this caliber of Ziad. So I'm happy to see this. You play Tracer Sojourn or Cassidy, you throw that in here. Lapter, of course, you know, if there's concern about the more mobile enemy DPS, you want to try and hinder them to some degree. You can also try and run the Doomfist back here, at least on first point, I think.
If you're Vision?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they could try and run it early on. I think that'll probably be one of the bigger things to look at here early is like, okay, is Tama on Doom? Like, what is Alcatia rolling out on, right? There's an opportunity for Vision to maybe kind of catch them off guard a little bit with like a tank's pick here, at least for first point, but Alcatia is going to be fast to adjust.
Yeah. I think they're be able to throw a bunch of different looks at you. And so here we are, folks. This is Vision Esports at, well, great risk of dropping down to this lower bracket in the playoffs. A result that they themselves probably anticipated to some degree. They can certainly find success there, though. Obviously, Team Peps and Gen G having, you know, being fifth seeds respectively, will be waiting for them down there. And those are matches that Vision would definitely like to take advantage of. And every reason to expect this team still to be part of that top four. But a matchup against Alcatia, it's a tough ask, I think, straight out of the gates here in this playoff.
This wouldn't be a bad loss, though, for Vision, right? You had you go to the distance on Lijiang Tower and you have multiple Ajaxes and Chosuan. Can't really get anything going, whether it be like on you know, the Echo or Tracer. And then, you know, map number 2, right? You kind of have like 2 instances where you can't actually make it back to the objective, and that's how you kind of end up losing, but you didn't even give up second checkpoint to Alcatia, right? So some positives here for Vision to kind of take on throughout this, but Now you're playing up against a team who has been dominant in the region now for 2 stages, right? So you can't have those mistakes in a series like this, unfortunately.
I think also for Vision, so much of their success rides on their non-hit scan DPS player, right? And honestly, in this meta, it's kind of important, right? Whether like your Tracer player or your Sim player, your Reaper player, whatever. It feels like those are those specialist sort of roles that are being picked up that really can make or break your team's success. Like you expect at this level, most Sojourn players going to be really, really solid, right? And if they're given space, if they're given good sight lines, they'll make use of them. Cookie's done that a lot on Lijiang Tower. There's some great pickoffs against Labdo switching into Cassidy, kind of disadvantaging himself as against the Sojourn, but trying to give himself more of an edge against the Venture, for example. So that's, for me, a given on Vision's side that Cookie's going to deliver. Choice 1 had a great map previously. It ends up not being quite enough. I think playing the defensive Winston comp, you've got to be a top tier team to be able to really, chain fights together and snowball, especially against a building ultimate bank of your opponents. So speaking of which, Tama, we have a pause here. Tama, DC. So we need to wait for them to get back in the server before we can be underway here on Suravasa. And in a first to 3, this would be the last chance, the last opportunity for Vision to choose a map, let alone stay alive in the series.
Yeah, I mean, you win here, right? You still have to see Alcatia on push and hybrid, right?
No, like they're just picking things right, bro. Like, they're just picking that.
Yeah, so I mean, the chance of coming back, obviously, for Vision, the road is, you know exactly kind of the road you have to go down. It's going to be very difficult, though, like we talked about. So, we can take a look at the world map pool. So this dropped the other day on X. Had a chance to kind of check this out. So the control maps play so well for like dive teams, right? You look, it'll be awesome to see Shambali and then Route 66 back in the play, Dorado as well. Like those even play well. Who knows? Maybe somebody picks New Queen Street. I mean, that could be something that could happen.
Right? We've seen that.
We've seen it creep up a little bit more, and then even in Asia. So New Junk City back in the pool. I love the map pool.
It's Dorado and Route 66 for Escort, bro. Like very Shambali Monastery in there as well. I mean, gosh, it's been a while, hot minute since we've seen Dorado. Also, the NA Wrecking Ball might be heavily favored by some of these maps, just quite.
Well, we've also done EMEA heavy for 2 stages in a row now, so like we never really see some of those. Like if there are dive maps in the pool, we just don't see them here typically, right?
That's true.
So to see some of those for Worlds,
I feel.
We should. I bet if you got the EMEA teams together, they could all agree on 5 maps they would play in a single series.
We did get to moonlight as NA casters for that 1 week, and I feel like we saw a lot of Wrecking Ball in those games,
This is Zarya Reaper as well. Very strong comp. So now that we get everybody back in game, we will see what Vision decides to do. So they most certainly could come out and play something like this. I think Sile plays the Kiri. And then same with Landon. So this time though, Labda actually will play the Freya. So quite interesting.
Okay, we'll see how. Again, I think against the Winston, it's a good shot, right? You can do a heck of a lot to disrupt there. So see how it goes in just a moment. Obviously, we'll have your game's audio sorted momentarily as well. Into the action already. Labda will face some scrutiny. And it's about trying to limit Tama's ability to dive deep, to pressure this backline. Checkmate, though, we talked about it. It's a non-hit scan player that you're really going to be looking to make the difference in this kind of matchup. And Checkmate, opening up the account onto someone like Violet is a very good start.
Yes. I mean, now you end up losing Sile, so you just get bullied back. So I mean, look, the Winston into the D.Va is typically like a losing battle, right? Where the D.Va is so good at, dueling with that Winston, even when the Winston kind of puts in the bubble, right? Being able to just kind of like fly in, knock him out, and then also just kind of put down lots of damage with the missiles. So we'll see if Tama adjusts or if we will continue to run this Winston, but that it seems like Vision Esports really likes.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it's really a core part of their composition. It's just pretty exploitable, I think. And this is even without, a Reaper on Alcacia's side. They can probably get enough done here with Labda, who, by the way, has already built that bowler shot up. We're at 49%. He and Checkmate having ultimates in hand is pretty terrifying if you Vision Esports. Choice 1, though, has had impact, right? You can see, making that old charge, he's been getting work done. But Alcacia are advantaged in basically every metric, and now Tama is getting stuck with a few of these bolts. The precious Winston bubble gets thrown down, and only buys Tama a couple of seconds out there on the point as Choice 1 just straight up loses the Tracer battle.
Yeah, and I know Kitsune rush down here for Sile thrown in late, so you actually get rid of Ziad and you get rid of Checkmate. So maybe there's an opportunity to battle back into this where Tama's still alive, gonna take purchase up on the point.
Nice little pickoffs at the backside of that fight, but Cookie is... Oh, what is going on? Half of Vision is still fighting pretty deep, and actually they trade favorably. So not only do they win a fight, I'd say with air quotes, they also get a cap behind that. That is huge. And now Violet, of course, can taxi reinforcements back into the fight.
Yeah, so will be a flip here for Vision Esports as Alcatia will be able to come back here. You're going to have probably matching sound barriers to end up working with, and we'll see if this bola shot ends up becoming impactful from Lambda as Tama going to get into that pulse bomb right away, not going to end up using the primal.
Yeah, I think that's maybe what Checkmate was hoping to force out at the start of the fight, but Tracer was bomb on Checkmate, by the way. Clearly, no recall available for the Tracer. Quite a statement to make, of course, in any Tracer 1 versus 1, and Alcatia, without Checkmate, have to wait. They've probably got only one more chance to make a proper fight of this, and it's going to orbit around Calix's sound barrier, I imagine. But Left is down already, and this is great from Vision Esports. Yep, it's not just Violet that hits the Ajax, I suppose. Kellex unable to ultimate, and this is Alcatia just falling in a screaming heap on this first flashpoint.
Man, and Ziad actually going to get DMAC'd here. They're going to let him stagger out. So this is a huge comeback there for Vision Esports, right? 99, they're going back and forth. Sile really kind of changed that previous fight that ends up resulting in the Vision Esports point flip. When he drops that rush a little bit later, they get 2 straight kills, they even it up, and then they're able to kind of hold on from there.
This is great calling from Vision Esports. Like, they're taking some unconventional windows for fights, right? Diving deep there, and catching out stragglers from Alcatia. Some really good punishes. I think Alcat have to tighten up in a big way. Now Violet gets his beat down. Hey, everybody benefits from it. So far, winning in the sound barrier sweepstakes on Suravasa. Tama with a bit of a rap pitch up into the high ground and has that primal rage still ready to go. Will of course take some damage from the Freya, but can cover most of that over now with the use of that primal. A lot of disruption, hoping just to allow for a first point cap up. Ziad being as low as he is, I think Alcatia might have to play off this. No, it's going to be a Kitsune rush. They want to commit for the first flip, but Vision do get some percentage on the board to start with. Now Alcatia can't afford to waste time. They've got to go. Tama no primal and quite low, stuck within another pulse bomb dropped.
Nice,
extremely low numbers, but you're right, the cleanse here from Sile keeps Tama in the game, but this is getting to be too much to heal through, man.
Yeah, with the Kitsune rush, it's very difficult to kind of heal through, but they end up losing Ziad's mech, so at least Tama, you're able to still kind of keep alive. But I think as you lose the DPS here for Vision Esports, then you're just going to whittle down under the pressure there from Alcatia. So Alcatia will end up getting the flip and taking the lead here on this point, but both teams kind of playing around that rush overlaid over the point.
Generally, I feel like it's like a matter of 5-10% in terms of output between these teams that can have Vision with maps in this entire series. These fights have looked really good with this Winston composition. 2 teams throwing their signature styles at one another. So far, Vision have been able to hang. Now the Wildcats here up to 63%. Vision coming without any big ultimates except another sound barrier would be unbelievable to be able to get another one so quickly, but he needs to stay alive in order to do so. Cookies is a very tight angle. Can't really see too much with this. It's a very safe approach. Now, as he'll probably take up this little off angle as they rotate the point.
Yeah, Calix to the beat as well. That's going to be the bola shot. It looks like it actually gets cleansed. It's going to be the sound barrier here from Violet. Pretty good. And actually, Calix's sound barrier only connects with 3 Mitch. It's just Calix, Landon, and Ziad who get the benefits of it.
Ziad Mac doesn't have a way to get back in quickly, and Lapta's already out of the fight. Landon very low and no chance to use Kitsune here. Alcatia won't be able to take this flashpoint away uncontested, but will come back in with a chance to retake.
It looks like it's going to be pretty similar to that first fight, right? Kitsune rushes on both sides. Maybe the overclock here gets invested from Cookie, right? I know they try and move in with that Kitsune rush, the overclock. I know you can easily find a collab or, a kill or two, some serious damage from Cookie that could come down.
Choice one nipping at the heels with a pulse bomb in his hands. It's going to be a Kitsune rush now from Alcatia. They want to make this a quick affair, and Violet does get bowled over. Sile with a rush of his own tries to set it up on the point to at least set favorable conditions for Vision Esports, but losing their entire backline at the start of the fight is not where they want to find themselves. Ziad this time has to self-destruct to get back in mech, and it's a primal rage for Tama in theory to stall. Vision can't afford to give this up entirely with Alcat at 99%, so they'll commit with what they have. Make some lemonade here as Cookie's going to be stuck by a bolt. There was a pulse bomb dropped by him, and Ziad's able to clean up that elimination. This now leaves Checkmate free to pressure Sile down. desperately trying to stay in the fight, but there they fall, and Alcancia have done enough to take their first flashpoint of the map.
Yeah, you lose both support for Vision Esports pretty early on. Tama ends up dropping the rush, but I know Violet obviously gone, Sile gone as well, and then Tama ends up using the Primal, just trying to stay alive there on the point. So does a nice job contesting it, allowing for Violet and Sile to get back into the fight, but still not enough to kind of keep it going. And look at this, Alcacia, they'll take purchase on the point first. You see, Tama playing off to the side there, maybe trying to coordinate a play with Chosuan, but he takes a lot of damage. Gonna have to back out to the supports.
Lab here doing a lot of damage to the masonry, not so much Vision Esports. And again, wanting to catch them out, and a bowler shot would be fantastic in the choke here for Alcacia. Tama trying to find his way through. Ziad happy just to attract some attention for the time being, and there's that bowler shot. Cookie, Violet and Sile all caught inside of it before Violet can beat. He's dropped down. Perfect position here for Labda, peering over the top and getting a nasty bowler shot onto 3.
You wonder why they would like ban the Frey, as we talked a little bit about where Labda maybe doesn't want to play it at times, compared to like a Cassidy or a Sojourn, but playing it here on Suravasa and looking awesome. I mean, able to build up these bowler shots quite quickly. There, gets a Cookie, and then both supports, they all get quite low, and then you're just going to have Checkmate go in, finish them off as Chosuan with a pulse bomb. Let's see if he can kind of find anything here. Double support ult here available for Alcacia. Pretty sizable advantage.
Right, you went sick of the Checkmate again. Herbalife Nutrition Quadra charge and Choice Air 1.
Yeah.
Give me something to chew on, buddy. Here's Landon now. Look at this. Alcacia, the ones that push off the point and take the fight. There's going to be a sound barrier instantly stopping them. Telex is holding, patient, onto his sound barrier. Will allow Landon to Kitsune rush first for the healing throughput, and then Ziad, just as he would have been D-Mech, is going to get beaten. Great timing from Kellex until the last possible second, optimizing his deployment of that key support ultimate. And Alcacia should have this flashpoint now. Going to be tough for Vision to properly fight for this.
And when Sile ends up dropping his Kitsune rush, they still have Cookie alive, but he basically drops at the same time, where you might have been better holding up on your rush, maybe not even kind of contest this point, but potentially to kick off the fight in the next one. Chosuan looks like he's going to try and wrap around here. They know exactly where he's coming from. He will get a touch, so he will trigger OT. Thomas got Primal to use here as well.
Yeah, that's important because he has to give up a lot of his health to even contest, and Kellex gets a little bit too close to the Winston. Oh, Tama, a second with this Primal. Labda juggled effortlessly. Just as we call Vision maybe not being in a position to retake the last second. They get the choice at one stall. Tama's Primal turns that situation for Kellex into a very dangerous one. He finds a second.
Yes, but I mean, they have nothing to work with now, right? I mean, you're going to have this overclock, and then maybe Chosuan can connect with a pulse bomb, but Ziad is going to play so aggressive with this self-destruct, right? Essentially looking at it as an extra life. So expect him to go in, put a lot of pressure on like Violet, and then we'll see if he can kind of come up with that kill. It's Pulse Bomb actually on Ziad, takes a large chunk of his damage, so maybe trying to get that self-destruct down before you can even get close.
Another good ball shot into a choke. That could be nasty. Yes, big damage on Cookie. Sile also caught up, and Labda's able to finish the job. Tama is low, and there's no backup for him whatsoever. Nice little angle there for Labda to find. However, he landed half fallen. Choice to one of Violet, able to be the last vestiges of Vision Esports fighting force, and they will be able to stall here. Choice in one got to be knocked away. That's the recall being used. There's not really enough time to get a full cohort of players into the point. If he gets killed, Choice in one may have given his team the opportunity, but Checkmate just stays alive. Comes away, but Tama is back. There's a pulse bomb available for Checkmate, though, to make use of here. It's Violet's beat. It's going to be crucial. Vision have another legitimate contest opportunity now, and in they go. Kitsune rush for Sile. Everything being committed for Vision Esports. 4 players get the barrier. That might be enough. Checkmate throws a bomb somewhere into the Maelstrom. Unclear what it was supposed to connect with. The Cookie and Ziad are traded, favoring Vision. It's the Diva down for Alcacia now. The space creation's going to be harder, but Landon has the damage, and Cookie is plucked out by a kunite connection. Choice of one with a pulse bomb. What's the option? Looking maybe for Ziad. Kellex, almost. That could have been bad, but Landon doesn't benefit from the sound barrier because he's knocked aside Kellex while he tries to get it down. Violet, though, has fallen. It's only Sile left here for Vision Esports. Tama is dripping out too low. Sile can't keep him topped up as Ziad gets back into the fight in a big way. Armored up and ready to rumble. It's going to be Cookie forced out of the fight. And Alcacia throw everything at Vision Esports as they attempt to contest a second time. A second flashpoint for Alcad. What a fight.
I mean, dude, the ability for Alcatzia to come back into this one there was insane because Vision, they use both support ults. They kind of like overlay them on top of each other, which isn't ideal, but it looks like it's good enough to end up kind of flipping the point. And then Kellex uses that beat. It's supposed to be for Kellex, Landon, and Labda. Landon actually falls during it, but guess what? It's enough to keep the two of them alive. Checkmate gets back, Zion gets back, and they're able to clutch up there in the final moments.
Actually, a sick fight. So much happens. Great we have at least a chance to sort of break it down. It's just some really good Overwatch. Flashpoint going to open up in just a second. Tama drops down and has a primal raise. He's got to use it now. He really wants to give his team that first point control. Jumping in the direction of the backline or so it looked. Tama now returns to the point and has an opportunity to knock Checkmate off course. Landing close to another Kitsune rush that we just used it in the prior fight. That's how long it went for. Checkmate's pulse bomb lands outside the Winston bubble and now a self-destruct from the high ground for Ziad. This is complicated. And a 3K for Ziad. It's Violet and Sile getting picked up and Tama is a bonus.
Dude.
You're not coming back from that.
So you can actually see that coming from a little bit of like as soon as he launched the self-destruct, if you just follow that trajectory, you were like, ooh, that's gonna land like right in front of Tama. And unfortunately, both supports are there with him. At 3K there from Ziad. I mean, that is just silly stuff. He throws it over the top, and then Tama had already dove in, so the self-destruct from Ziad is almost launched back towards his own supports and the players. That Vision is diving. There's no way for them to get out.
That is heads-up stuff, man. Not gonna lie. It's Kasuna rush now, but Landon was holding onto it. It's gonna be layered with a sound barrier of Kellex. It's Alcatzia. Only with support ultimates to commit to this fight, and they've got to fight against the same from Vision Esports. Cookie low, though, in a desperate situation, and eventually run down by the micro rockets of Ziad. Sile picked up. Here's Alcatzia now finally showing us just how much better they are. Tama inside his own bubble will fall, and now the chase is on for Violet, who'll try and get away. Nice stick, though, on Ziad. That is the mini diva taken out of the game, but Division have enough firepower to contest this. Violet at least heals up as he runs away, but Choice here one is pursued to his demise. And now all Vision can do is try and keep this stalled. Violet's living dangerously, but Tama has returned.
Yeah, they're gonna have that Tama get on and get a touch. Violet just kind of lurking around the corner, right? Doesn't want to kind of play with Chosuan, end up losing both of them. Vision's gonna have nothing to work with here. It's gonna be a bubble shot that's gonna come in here from Lambda. Checkmate with a pulse bomb as well, looking to close it out.
Tama's picked off, but yet again, not ideal. That primal would have been big if he was able to get through it. It's a bubble shot from Lambda. That's been part of the theme here for Alcatzia, setting up with these nasty Freya ultimates, and Vision Esports have no choice but to walk headlong into it. Alcatzia get the job done at 3-0.
An unsurprising result, but I will give credit, I think, where it's due, where Vision, that was the best they've looked against like a top 4 caliber team all year long. Checkmate 33-3. I mean, kind of dominating, right? He's played Sim for so long, you're just kind of like, oh, like, let's see what happens when the Sim gets taken away. Like, doesn't even matter. He just goes to town on the Tracer, where
33, what the?
Yeah, just a crazy game there from Checkmate. But look, Alcatzia, they take care of business. Nothing too surprising there. Just a really decent performance against Vision that probably gives you some kind of like confidence moving forward here as they go into the lowers.
I'm telling you, man, it's like a 5% difference in execution. Vision Esports mechanically looks sick, and honestly, their calling on this map was really good. I loved how they were able to take opportunities to get a bit greedy on that first checkpoint and realize that Alcatzia were a little bit out of position, a little bit vulnerable to like a second wave of dive that came through. Choice one played really well. I mean, it's not just the pulse bombs getting stuck on Checkmate, which is obviously an amazing flex factor, but also really staying in a lot of these fights. I think like Violet is much less volatile. The sound barriers are great. Doesn't help the Kellex. Also has a bit of an Ajax to start things off. If this is what Vision are capable of, like they are easily number 4 in this region. Like, I don't see these lower bracket teams putting too much pressure on them.
Well, okay, so Gen G's definitely been better over the previous, few weeks, right? But I would tend to agree. If you're Vision, so you see this just kind of goes right over the top. I mean, that is a nasty placement there from Ziad. But I think if you're Vision, you probably go back to the drawing board on some of those like Echo Venture type of looks that we saw from them early on. The Tracer, obviously very good for Chosit1, and I would try and like kind of keep on with that. I mean, I think you'd be in a much better spot running that route where this was a really, obviously a dominant 3-0 win there for Alcatia, not surprising, but some glimpses of hope there for Vision going into the lower bracket.
It's really interesting, right? Really similar damage dealt, really similar healing done. It's the massive difference in eliminations, though, that I feel like tells so much of this story. Alcatia, for me, that's a number differential that indicates a bit more coordination from Alcatia. The ability to convert that damage into guaranteed eliminations, whereas Vision maybe not always able to capitalize on moments like that. I think that's something that you're going to have to bear in mind going forward if you're Vision, and that's what I mean about being like a 5 to 10% difference.
Yeah, no, totally. And look, I know Alcatia, they qualify for Worlds. I think them just qualifying is not their kind of end goal, right? This team believes they can actually kind of take on the teams coming from Asia and be #1 in the world, be our world champion. So this is just the first step for them in terms of doing that.
And honestly, from what we saw at the mid-season championship, it's all on the table for this team, playing some fantastic Overwatch. They knew they wanted to pick the easier opponent, Matt, and just to lock that Stockholm place in, and now they're thinking about seeding. Now they're thinking about getting off to the best start possible. We're going to head to, of course, to our desk, our panel of experts to break down, honestly, a pretty exciting 3-0, and also start to build some anticipation for our next first to 3 following.
Thank you both so much. Zoe here, back with Jake and Johnny, and we got a match to break down. Yes, the inevitable happened. Alcatia is taking the 3-0 victory. However, not without Vision putting up a fight. And this was much more of a fight that we saw from them against VP just a week ago, right? I was really, really concerned after that beatdown that they suffered just, 6 days ago. Now, they are pushing back. They're coming in with different ideas. Perhaps the recent patch has helped them here a little bit as well. Let's talk about it. Let's break it down.
I mean, I came into this thinking, okay, Vision have to cheese. They've been sort of cheesing all stage long, trying to run these double flex sports, and like that's the only way they're going to win. But we all knew, okay, Alcatia, they're going to break that down, right? They're going to, whether it's the sim comps or just the dive, like they've prepared for that opponent. And I think Vision have actually kind of doubled down with confidence, which is to say they've stepped away from going for any kind of crazy cheese. Like they're playing a heads up dive style, and they made Alcatia work for it at points. This is a 3-0, but like winning a control round, not nothing. Even with this Doomfist comp, I think there's something to be said with that. Like, I don't know if it's fully there yet, but remember that Doomfist slow buffed on the major perk? When Doom was introduced in Overwatch 2, that buffed slow was the reason he was kind of meta for a little bit there. So I think there's something to be said with that. I think the execution was pretty solid on a lot of these dives. A lot of it came down to Ziad's Winston, or Ziad's D.Va rather, making it so hard for Tama to make the Winston work. But give some credit to Vision, man. They're a threat now for playoffs.
Yeah, it's not only the D.Va, of course, which plays pretty well into the Winston, but also just like the Frey as well, come out from Lab, the Demonstrator of also. Like, it's just super hard to play this Winston at like a really high level. Probably a record-setting amount of Ajaxes in a single series, especially like 3 maps. But that aside, like again, I think like everyone's kind of said at this point, like really impressed by Vision, and I'm curious to see how they would match against something like a Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. This is what we wanted to see from Vision. At the start of the stage, it was kind of like, oh, can Vision battle with like for the 3rd spot in EMEA? And I think with the compositions they've been playing today, they really set themselves up for success these next couple of weeks to have a great chance actually qualifying for Stockholm.
I mean, honestly though, like them going up against Peps, I pick Vision over Peps any day of the year for this one. Like they have been looking so good in this match against Alcatia, and that is a tough thing to do, to look good, because usually Alcatia just makes every team look like a bit of a clown show, right?
I mean, and in fairness to Alcatia, in the end, like we're always looking for teams to have a decent performance against them, to make maps close. This is just a team on a different standard, right? Like we know they're gonna win. I super favor them. They're such an insanely strong team. Like they're a team with the global ambition. So in the end, like they clean it up 3-0. And for this team, they're not gonna be sweating, oh yeah, okay, Vision had some good moments at points. Also, they got beat down 3-0, and the strats were good. The picks, playing with total confidence. Like some of those TP moves from Katsuya, it's just so sharp, like so hard to play against that. Your Winston goes in for a move, they just flip the map on you and insta-kill your backline with a TP and an amp matrix. Like those plays, like if you're playing at that level of precision, that's what they need to do to make this sim work on the global standard. And I think they've also shown that here today, that like they're coming to play. They look amazing on the dives, which is going to be crucial coming into Stockholm. You're going to need to be able to tango when, you know, sim is banned or the map is unfavorable. But when the sim works, man, it works beautifully. The execution really sharp today for Katsia.
Yeah, and even if they're not playing the sim, I mean, like literally every single position on that OWCS roster is a threat. If your checkmate goes 33-3 on a map that looked very competitive, good luck. And one of the teams will be going up in the upper, exactly. One of the teams will be going up against them in the upper bracket semi-final. For now, they can rest up and enjoy the show. We're also going into a quick break, and then we will be back with our second upper bracket match, so you don't want to miss it.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down. My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
No, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Broken pieces on the floor.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're going to learn how to speak English. And once that's done, we're going to set the stage for our second upper bracket final. No, we're not doing how to speak English. In fact, we're not doing that today. Now, how about we're going to set the stage for our second upper bracket match. Thank you, Zoe. Good job. Teamwork makes the dream work. Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. I'm just so excited for this match that I can't even find the right words to, actually set it up. This is a rematch, guys, from an absolute banger of a series that we got to see in, what was that, week 4? And if I remember correctly, it was the two of you casting it.
Yeah.
So surely this series is still vividly living in your guys' mind.
Yeah, that's
right?
core memory for me. I got to cast this one. It was a
Love
treat.
that.
It was just something I'll remember from 2025. But it was a giga banger. But I feel like the meta has developed so interestingly throughout stage 3. It started with like the dive compositions and Virtus Pro looked really good. And then we kind of shifted a bit more into like there's Roadhog, Wrecking Ball, Saryas being played. And so I think we've landed in a pretty weird spot here in the playoffs now where if I'm someone like Twisted Minds, maybe I want to try to play a little bit more sim where Psycho can. And if I'm Virtus Pro, maybe I want to favor a little bit more dive. I think this one could just go like 5 maps again and we'll see all kinds of different compositions throughout.
Yeah, and there's so much stakes riding on it, right? For both teams that want to lock in their spot. Also teams that are, really thinking about seeding. Like VP and TM, their image of themselves is as teams that are global elite, that are going to go to Stockholm, that are going to compete with the best in the world. And there's a lot riding on, climbing up those seeds and maybe even having a chance to take on OWCS to maybe snag that first place seed. For Virtus Pro, Kevster, man, he's back and he's better than ever. 6.8 KD. That is freakish, dude. That is absurd.
Initially, we didn't get to see much of him. Obviously, he's been added for stage 3 after the implosion of the Ultimates. Lucky Virtus Pro, wealth of riches, obviously being able to add a Kevster to your roster. And then midway through the stage, we started to see that Shockwave and Kevster pairing. Now, Jwoo riding that bench, but man, it is hard to make an argument to field anyone but Kevster.
Yeah, I think Kevster is like probably the best damage player on this out of this trio. And that feels kind of like awkward to say because I don't want to discredit Jwoo and Shockwave, but I thought it was interesting how they played Kevster and Jwoo at the start of the stage, and then they had Kevster kind of like fill in hit scan where needed. But I think you're seeing now with Shockwave in the lineup and Kevster more on that tracer role. I think you're seeing what Shockwave is bringing to the table too, because we know Shockwave is a fantastic hit scan player, but also like the shot calling has been so consistent from him in the past too. And this just feels like the fully like flourished, developed Virtus Pro at this stage. And maybe we'll see Jwoo here and there because Jwoo is truly such an exceptional player. But this feels like Virtus Pro, they've locked in the lineup, but Stola's running the bench most of the time too, because Ice Gnome has really started to flourish as this 19-year-old tank player as well. So Virtus Pro feel like they've settled on something really great going to the playoffs here. And now they just gotta execute. Like Twisted Minds, really tough opponent. You lose this one and then you maybe have to play Vision later on in the lower bracket. This EMEA bracket kind of sucks to play. It's really difficult. So Virtus Pro, they'll have to execute.
It really does. Now, Twisted Minds, of course, another team that has been trying things out the last 1 or 2 weeks, right? So they made some changes, having TVNT and KSA switching in and out. We saw Yubi back in the mix, which we haven't seen in what feels like literally just last stage. So yeah, they've been trying to diversify their looks, but they are a top contender. They're a tough opponent.
Yeah, this is a team that, they've been up and down this stage. We can't forget, this is a team that has competed on the world stage and has been competitive against some of the best teams in the world, right? This is a team that upset Crazy Raccoon on a world final stage. There's a very, very small number of teams that have that particular accolade. Quartz, I feel like this guy has got to be such a hero in today's match, and he's going to have a tough ask, right? It's going to be Kevster, Icenom hunting you down all game long. They know Quartz is public enemy #1, but Quartz has taken that kind of focus before, and it doesn't seem to really limit what he can do. So the Cassidy, the Sojourn, expect to see big things from the hit scan and Twisted Minds. And Yubi and TVNT are in, which is interesting, right? We've seen this team. That's been the challenge for them, where I think VP and OWCS have like a much cleaner grasp of how they want to make the most out of the roster. The choice to bring Yubi in and out is a challenging one. With Yubi in, it feels like they're kind of committed on the sim, though maybe not exclusively. And this opening map is pretty interesting because if VP are gonna have first ban, they can open sim ban on this map, and I don't see why they wouldn't with Yubi in the starting lineup.
I think this is crazy. This team, like, I know they don't have a coach and maybe they're a little bit less structured and they're like taking it easy some weeks. But
this is not the week to take it easy. That is not the excuse in the playoffs.
From Yubi in Esports World Cup, and then you go to Psycho in stage 3, and then Yubi is back into the mix. I like the constant swapping. It kills me. I'm like, okay, you played with Psycho for most of the stage, and now you're gonna start playing with Yubi again, come the playoffs. And look, I think the Yubi version pounds. I think that's sick when they play Symmetra. One of the best teams in the world. We saw that at EWC. But they've been committed to Psycho for so long now, and now they're going to reintroduce Yubi into this mix. This team is just kind of all over the place, and it makes me anxious.
Okay, well, fair. It's not like they weren't winning with Yubi in the mix, But that said, when we saw UB back in the official WCS games, at least, that was in week 6, and that was against Quick Esports. So not too much you can take away from that match, like in terms of learnings. Then again, we also don't know what they are up to in their scrims, except from Johnny. Johnny apparently has the inside information at all times. Hence his fantasy team did so well.
Yeah.
That's my narrative.
I got the download.
Johnny, like,
Not well enough.
My spies are out there, my ravens. Gathering it.
Your Ravens. He's going full little fingers on us. You know what? Why not? Predictions for that one. Not gonna lie, I had a tough time. I had a really tough time. I gave it to Virtus Pro because I just felt like they've really kind of solidified what they want to play and who they want to play, and they've looked good, and they don't have a reason to like change things up unless the meta shifts so drastically at them that they have to. But for now, they've leveled up as the stage went on, and they look really, really strong. So I give this one to VP.
I had to go VP as well. I think the stage has really convinced me. I feel like Kevster, it's just a player you can't take out because his impact in the comms is so high, and that's just insane on the Tracer role. Like, to do that, I honestly don't think there's a single other player in the world who's like that comm heavy on Tracer, who's that much of an asset to their teammates outside of the role they play. And so I just think the Kevster factor is going to be massive in this series. The question is, can they keep up with TM on the sim cheeses? And there's a very real argument for TM being able to like kind of grab this one. But you win 1 or 2 maps on a dive setup, the sim is going to carry the day here. So you got to be very careful on VP. They need to be really winning on the maps where they have these impactful bans to deploy.
Johnny was smirking. Is that because you picked TM?
No, I didn't actually. I picked VP,
okay.
but
your face misled me.
I have so much anxiety about this matchup because Twisted Minds could win, and then Psycho finds himself in a winner interview, and it's just like, you guys suck. Like, how you guys are always wrong. Like, it's so winnable for Twisted Minds. Like, this tells the story. The channel points 56 to 44. This tells the story. This is so awfully close again between two realistic teams. I do want to shout out Ice Gnome once again here because obviously should talk about Kevster, Shockwave, 2 amazing stand-up players for VP, but it really feels like Ice Gnome is starting to shine and starting to build like a great career here now. Another young player, similar to Siyad in that regard. And so this could be Ice Gnome's first real big impact kind of stage here in stage 3, and maybe build some momentum towards the World Finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a good match. Regardless of who is going to come out on top, I'm sure this one is going the distance again. VP going to Samoa. I like that. I'm here for this. Thank you.
Almost assuredly a sim ban, right? Like, I think sim is actually pretty good on this map. I mean, maybe they think they can beat without it, but yeah, I mean, with UB in the starting lineup, you just have to. It's like, I think TM honestly are like knowing they're going to get sim banned against them here, and they just kind of want to get it out of the way on control, and maybe they can utilize it elsewhere in the series. Because the thing is, if you don't put UB in the starting lineup, VP are just going to hold the sim ban for the time that you do. So in a way, this is like the long con. TM, if they can win this map, that would be a huge upset and would really flip the series on its head. So I mean, VP, I'd give them like 90% chance to win the first map. TM are going to try to like play this series, I think, to go to 5, and maybe that always was the more realistic path. I don't see either of these teams blowing the other out, or frankly, VP maybe has a chance to blow out TM. I don't think it's ever going the other way. I think if TM win this, it's going to be drawn out to map 5.
It might be one of those games where it's a blowout on the individual maps that the teams are winning, but overall the series will just go like back and forth and back and forth. We've been there, we've seen that. Either way, this is going to be a treat. So of course we need something sweet on the ears for that. So let's send it over to our favorite M&Ms.
I think that's us.
I'd say that's like a top 3 segue, honestly, from Zoe.
That's true. Yeah,
and not just because
definitely
it
up there.
involves a compliment, but it's just that's buttery smooth. Love to hear that. I mean, this game is going to be anything but straightforward, anything but smooth. I think. The desk points out the potential for a drag out, no holds barred brawl to be very, very high. The last time these two teams played, though, I don't know if we saw VP being able to pick that first map. It ended up being Lijiang Tower. I think that the bans we got between these two back in late September will sort of still be relevant. And these two bans did surface up in that series, right? And I like this idea. I think Jake brings it up that you've just got to play into the sim ban, get it out of the way in the first map. Maybe you can get Kings for map 2, right? Try and just take a battlefield where you feel really advantaged. And I think the idea of just taking this Zarya out of the mix early, also reasonable.
And it's not like you play UB and Tracers, his Tracers like the worst thing in the world, right? It's most certainly a winnable situation here for Twisted Minds. And like, sure, we hadn't seen him for most of the stage, but as Sim becomes good again, like, yeah, Yubi's going to find himself more into this roster. So not all too surprising. I think the biggest thing is like them going back and forth between TVNT and KSA. We'll see kind of like how that plays out for the rest of the series. And then over the last few weeks, it feels like this is kind of the core almost of VP, where it's becoming a lot of Ice Gnome, a lot of Shockwave and Kev in combination. So we'll see. This is most likely going to be the hazard here of Ice Gnome against the diva here of TVNT.
I always feel like Twisted Mind's strategy in being able to beat OWCS here in that Saudi Elite Cup kind of came from VP. They feel like they were the earlier team in terms of really trying to put this hazard into the comps, and TVNT's a great hazard player as well. We keep an eye out for that. The Freighter is a decent measure against the hazard. Can obviously disrupt him back a little bit. But this is definitely a classic, a bit of a signature style look here from berths Pro when they're off to the races, of course, already. TM will have the Diva, which does mean that the Brick has a great home against this Diva comp.
And I really like VP in this series overall. Ice Gnome takes a little bit of damage here. Got to use Jagged Wall to heal himself up, but I think VP has just been on an absolute tear as of late. So for me, they come in, you know, obviously a very minor favorite.
All right, they definitely win out from the dissolution of the Ultimates, right? Getting that catch to the lineup, and he's found his way in a little bit more. Here's TVNT now getting pressured down. There's a dirty leaping slash there from Ice Gnome. Got good coverage and forced the entirety of Twisted Minds back. This made enough room for Shockwave to comfortably pick Funny Astro off.
And here's it's obviously going to be VP taking this first point here, and then getting control. Here's another thing you kind of have to think about. Like, okay, let's say you would have played Psycho, right? They don't have to end up using the Sim ban. Like, do you feel that much better? I mean, look, I think Psycho's probably a better tracer than UB, and I think he is, but like, is he that much better that you start to feel better about that tracer head-to-head with Kevster? Like, you probably sit and think like, well, we don't really like our tracer head-to-head in any of the matchups. Yeah, in any of the matchups. So if you can at least free the Sim up for the rest of the time, then have a tracer ban, have some other stuff. You're almost playing the long game here for TM.
I do think that winning control is really important though, right? Because you get to choose the last map of the series if it goes all the way. It's like a little edge that can really, you know, blow people out towards the end of the series. So I don't mind trying to throw it all out there and all in a little bit in terms of trying to secure this first map. So far, Twisted Minds is not getting in. UB hasn't really found purchase. Kevster has really been able to work the fringes and deny any sort of flanking routes. And Shockwave is doing a ton with this space that Ice Gnome is creating. Hazard is so good at just forcing people back. Jumping into an area,
right.
You know, denying that space with Jagged Wall. It sets Shockwave up to kind of have his pick of any angle.
Now you're basically, I mean, look at this. With Twisted Minds, you're down to like maybe one really good fight, but VP's got so much to work with here. We'll see Twisted Minds going to take a little bit of an off angle here. Nice shots there on the Shockwave. That's going to be enough to finish him off. But look at Ice Gnome get right on top of Quartz.
It's being topped up now. Katrina Rush comes in a little bit later from Gala. Well, Uni and Quartz both being taken down. Twisted Minds don't really have any bloody damage. It's Simple and TVNT, the last two standing. And the best TVNT can do is self-destruct on the point, get taken down by a whip shot before he can remake. Man, this is over in a blink of an eye. berths Pro, a dominant opening on Samoa.
Oh, and with the block, the rally, the Kitsune Rush, somehow Ice Gnome able to live all throughout that. Funny Astro doesn't even get a chance to use his sound barrier at the end there, and it is quickly a 1-0 advantage here for VP on Samoa. So we'll see as we move on to the next point. Take a look at some of the stats, as they are quite ugly here. It's really just it's 4 players combining for the LA Mountain Shockwave. That is it. So just one death. One death for VP.
Don't love that. Not a great start, and also it can tell you that in the engine room things aren't going all that well for Twisted Minds. They were able to pick off one player, but I don't know, man. This hazard, it's found its way back into the meta, and it's honestly designed more so to sort of punish the sim comps. But here, it still works very, very well. And with Quartz, Quartz has to step up. I think being able to really punish Ice Gnome for trying to take this space is going to be up to him and TVNT. So let's see what they can do now. And what's a bit more of an open map with some more verticality to consider.
Yeah, but do you feel better about not playing? Like I think the hazard actually plays really well here, especially like if you're gonna have to let's say TVNT is gonna have to dive in on the collapse. I think plays pretty well with the Freya as well. Here is Shockwave has so much space to operate. As we're on board with Quartz, as you see, just kind of looking here for an area to find a little bit of advantage. Just put some damage down on Ice Gnome, but he's out of the way right away.
Courts here, yeah, he's got a bit of room to work, but it's really, what are the targets? Icenom could throw up a jagged wall here and have some space to heal up. Garter and Fixer a little bit low. Remember this, Kiriko Lucio comp doesn't deal well at covering over instances of burst damage where there's follow-up involved. Yeah, Suzu committed there to keep Icenom alive, and eventually you just allowed too much time for Quartz and Hubie to keep him low, take him low and keep him there. Even with the Suzu committed, Virtus Pro don't use it to pivot into an offense push. They just kind of linger around and stall, and they never ended up capturing the point.
So it's Twisted Minds who gets control first here, and they're also going to have a big advantage in terms of support ultimates. A few players from VP back in the mix, not a lot of damage now on the TVNT, and has some defense matrix left, so they're in a great spot.
Yeah, here's that Katsuna Rush now coming down. Support ultimate advantage being felt, and over the top goes Quartz off to safety as Kepster was looking to accost him. Shockwave is down already, so TVNT's absolutely made use of that Kiriko ultimate to close the gap, and out VP are in disarray. Icenom very low, essentially isolated here to be picked off, you would expect, and it's not great from VP.
I mean, it's brutal for VP. Is they just getting bullied all the way back to the spawn here, so TVNT doing a much better job controlling some of that space. Now giving Quartz some really nice sightlines to operate from, and look, UV is making an impact on the Tracer. Not really kind of like falling way short. Against Kepster in that duel, at least in the second round.
Twisted Minds won that fight so cheaply, Matt. Just the Kitsune Rush committed. Here's the bottle shot now to open things up. Icenom very low, requires a sound barrier to keep in the fight. There might not even be enough. They're trying to keep their Hazard alive, but both support ultimates were not enough to keep him in the game. Twisted Minds vomit damage into the choke, and Virtus Pro get completely smashed. We talked about it on the desk. Maybe these two teams are going to blow each other out on their map choices. No, they're going to do it to each other within the same map. Round to round, it's looked like a different team. Twisted Minds have surely woken up.
And we've talked about Twisted Minds with this, playing UB and the Simban, and if you give up map number 1, well, what if they win map number 1, right? And then Sim is allowed the rest of the way. I mean, that would be a rough spot here for VP as Icenom's going to go over to the ball here, try and get into OT, which he will, getting pressured out heavily though by Quartz.
Simple knocked around a little bit though. No issues as quickly Funny Asper comes to the rescue. Oops, Icenom off course. This is obviously a fallback option for Icenom. The Wrecking Ball can certainly find some value, but it's tough to pin this backline of Twisted Minds down at the best of times. There's a palm drive. It looks like a swift step away from Simple, though, to avoid the ball, but TVNT is getting crushed out there in the open.
As self-destruct.
Yeah. Can he remake? Yes. He tries to get to the high ground. Simple's able to pursue him there, and now Kitsune Rush to set a landing path here for TVNT to drop back down. Dive on in. Gala picked off. This is fantastic from Twisted Minds. We're moments away from them taking this round away comfortably. It's 2 100-0 shutouts consecutively.
And that one was dominant from TM, right? They were not allowing VP to really kind of make any purchase on the point, where it's really just as soon as TM got it, they pushed up, they took control of the choke, they were bullying VP back to the spawn, and then Icenom's got to go ball, try and get a touch here at the end. This objective, though, with how close quarters it is, might play a little bit better for the Hazard here coming up. So we'll see as this one goes down to the wire. But what a huge map win this would be for Twisted Minds.
I mean, Quartz's kill contribution has been pretty absurd in this second round. 12 eliminations after.
Is it ever not absurd from him? I feel like he's always
round one is not absurd, I guess. Is the real
but in the course of an entire map, though, he's always pretty.
I actually went on record and said I think he's the best hit scan player in the world, which is a very controversial take to have.
Well, I mean, you could probably find a bunch of records from you where you say that about a lot of players.
Guy can take over games though.
No, he is sick.
Not so much in the previous round. I thought TVNT was set up for great success there. But it was tough for Icenom to play in the open because of this Freya damage. We talked about how that can be really disruptive. Just hard to fight through such high amounts of burst damage, right? Quartz has to stick 2 bolts on Icenom, and he basically has to turn around and give up any hope of taking space to set Shockwave in turn up. Not good for Fixer. Very dangerous. 3 whip shots on the Deeper, but when she closes on you and your shield is gone, it gets a little bit tougher. They are going to have a DMEC on TVNT, though, and I think our Shockwave needs to do just a little bit more in this fight as VP are trailing now by a whole player. And that's allowed for Twisted Minds to take an early flip.
Well, especially because you lose 2 players, one at the hands of Quartz, one at the hands of UB. So now the hard part is, though, can you get this mech back before the next fight kicks off, right? Icenom is going to be back in the mix, but that was a nice job by TVNT getting rid of Fixa. I mean, it kind of gives up his mech to do it, but at that point you were at a little bit of an advantage. So you can afford that risk. Is TVNT will get a mech back. It'll be UB who gets a touch.
I don't know how TVNT doesn't die there, man. Like, that's the window to exploit, I think, if you're Virtus Pro. Go after the D.Va. And it does appear, though, that even though there's a remake for TVNT, I mean, UB, of course, just lose out their fights. There's a lot of 1v1s that occur with the way the game is right now, and sort of don't win those. That's tough. You're up against Shockwave and Kevster. You can't afford to give them an inch.
And this is kind of an opportunity for VP to rattle off a few fights in a row, right? You're going to have like all 5 ultimates here coming up. So Funny Astro hasn't really built up towards that sound barrier just yet, right? So you can kind of attack this with a downpour maybe in the choke, right? I know you have some other... you use rally and kind of get aggressive. So some options here for VP is they'll be looking to take the lead here shortly.
Okay, here's that Kitsune rush from Simple to try and start the fight. It's from the low ground the team are trying to play. It's dangerous. Bowler shot, though, kind of misses. It looks like Quartz was able to dodge sideward away from it. So FACEIT commits a rally. Tough to get value off of it. Aware of a pulse bomb off towards the side. He's hit with the bowler shot straight away. But this is what you want to see if you're a VP fan. Ice Nom dives on Quartz. That sound barrier comes out a little too late to save the Freya, but it's going to be traded back. Twisted Minds, a clutch ultimate from Funny Astro gives him that durability to get a bit more aggressive in the mid-fight. Gala's out of the open, caught inside the defense matrix, and a flip back for Twisted Minds.
Well, you had lost the player, but then you end up using the beat TVNT as a self-destruct, so gets a new mech back, and you are back at full strength. There's no way, without VP invested some of those ultimates really early on, Mitch, that you are going to be able to fight back throughout that, and that is a brutal fight loss for VP. I mean, both support ultimates, your downpour, I believe there's a bowler shot from both sides during that. It's just that you can build it up so fast here for Shockwave, and you lose. I mean, that is a horrible situation. Now TM might be able to pull away.
See how annoying D.Va is for Freya to deal with, right? It's kind of a pain for Shockwave to get consistent damage. I mean, that's... Dude, he's just going for it. It's a bit of a risk to take there, right? But that's a second bowler shot from Shockwave that actually gets no value. This time, just gobbled up so easily by TVNT. An insane D.Va play here from Twisted Mind. And without Spectra, with UB on the Tracer, they're finding success here on Samoa. In a comfortable spot with the Kitsune Rush just around the corner, they're favored by every possible metric in this next fight.
Yes, Ice Nom goes over to the ball. This is like primarily just to get a touch here, working with Ketzer, but gonna have to take a beeline for this health pack, and he's just taking damage from every direction. You see the D.Va on one side, everybody else on the other. It'll be Kev who gets a touch, triggers OT.
Simple with the Kitsune Rush, still holding on to it. TVNT with a remake opportunity as well. VP in a trough of ultimates, and, well, they've got Shockwave already. They've shut him down so well. TVNT's D.Va is the answer to the Freya, but Kevster with a double pulse has kept VP's hopes alive for this map. Ice Nom is down. Kevster has to do it himself. With Kitsune Rush in play, it's so hard to get that Tracer damage to stick. Eventually, with the heroics of Kevster becoming a footnote, Virtus Pro give the map up to Twisted Minds.
And that is a huge map win there for TM. That is the sim ban there that's out from VP in map number 1 when they see UB in. And it doesn't matter. Twisted Minds still able to come out on top. And I mean, look, UB goes 17-4, right? You look at, obviously Kev with a bit more damage, right? But kill contribution still really good from UB, not high in deaths or anything, right? So can still pilot that Tracer at a very high level. It's not just a sim, and kind of proves it there in map number 1. And then, Quartz really coming out on top, right? A little bit, less than 1,000 damage on top, but just the contribution there from the Freya, and a little bit more freedom as the game went on, right, where they were a little bit more comfortable playing around that hazard.
Also, you can see where the hazard works so well, but this first map is one where the sight lines for Quartz are much harder to navigate. It's really hard to get that early damage on, on the hazard before he gets in your face. When we get, though, to our second map, it's obviously way more open. You can perch up pretty happily on the Freya, and Ice Nom, you see that hazard coming a lot longer. The same for Beach. I think TVNT really got to show his elite level caliber on this map.
Yeah.
Not only, I do think as Freya, you'd rather play into the hazard than the D.Va. Twisted Minds give Quartz an edge based on their tank selection. And even though, the Brig is nice against the D.Va, right? Again, you get free whip shots, you can get a lot of healing off her. I mean, just, you don't have a sound barrier to work with, which, Funny Astro finding some clutch moments to deploy that and give his team the edge. I think, here, what a big difference maker this is.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, Funny Astro came through with a few massive sound barriers, obviously the speed with the kill contribution teaming up with UB there towards the end. And that is such a massive map win for Twisted Minds. And it's like, look, where eventually you're gonna have to take this Tracer head to head with like one of your players, right? And Yubi actually puts up a really strong performance, right? So I think it's something you look at now. It's like, all right, you have like a free Tracer band to play with if you're Twisted Minds. You know that they can't get rid of Sim. Now you can be a little bit more free in terms of playing Yubi throughout this if you want to play some of the Sim and then rotate the tanks around however you feel like you want. Maybe you want TBNT and to kind of end up playing some more of that D.Va, bring in KSA to play like a Ramatra or something along those lines. Is that TM? I mean, look, I would have said if you asked me to predict, I would have predicted probably VP, but I mean but this is about as coin flip as a series could be, it feels like.
Why? Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of maps that are just pretty good for VP, right? There's a reason why the last time these two teams played, it went all the way, because VP ended up picking Eichenwald and I think it's Esperanza or something like that in the series. Rialto gets picked up here. Now, I think if I'm VP, I might want to ban the Quartz Bastion on this kind of map. Like, if you do end up playing like that kind of comp, like, you know, when his shields are getting involved here. But do VP think that they can run like a ball on this kind of map? I don't know if matching D.Va is the option. We're not seeing a sub here, so we gotta be mindful of what Icenom's hero pool is. It's been Hazard and Ball primarily. Obviously, there was a Zarya ban in map 1, so we can wonder how that plays in now that is open. But I don't know. I feel like it's pretty good here for an attacking team, Matt. You can get yourself that higher ground access, you know, pretty frequently.
What if you banned the D.Va if you're VP? You know, take the D.Va away from TBNT. You can play Hazard.
Yeah.
You can play Ball, right? But then if you wanted to play Zarya, right, you could, like a potential option, or you would probably want it in. Yeah, it's hard.
It's like, is just not limited like in that regard.
No, it's really not. When you start to kind of think about it, it's not as much.
The reason why I say Quartz Bastion is they did this to you know, Twisted Minds when they picked Eichenwald last time they played, right? Just to, like, that's the one strategy that they were most concerned about, right? Some kind of like Simbastian setup. No, so the Brig ban for Twisted Minds, not super surprising, and they are trying to keep Quartz off the Sojourn. I feel like she's been less prolific, but still a great option. And it could be VP saying, we want to keep taking this Freya matchup, or we don't want to go Sojourn for Sojourn here. So they're thinking more about Quartz, trying to keep him quiet. But I don't even know if Quartz really took over that last map. I just think the fact that there was a D.Va unlocked Quartz against the Hazard to be quite potent.
Right. Which then I think you would be scared if, like, okay, if that's not Quartz, like, you know, having like a real pop-off map, like it feels like you're due for one throughout the series, right? If you're Twisted Minds. So we will see, you know, kind of what that turns into here. So okay, so yeah, I mean, you know, that's Jake with a good point here that the DPS ban, it also protects like Freya and the Pharah.
Yeah,
which
Pharah
like
against the Sim is really good.
Yeah, against the Sim. So but also it's Twisted Minds, so I don't think they're going to care, right? They're going to play the Sim regardless. It's obviously gives them a little bit more tools to deal with it, but this team, I mean, they'll play Sim even when it's you know, not very good. And then they played it even with Psycho in the mix. With Yubi staying in, you are most certainly, regardless of what would have happened, going to see the Sim here.
So the Zarya strat with no Sim against the D.Va Sim setup, you definitely lack maneuverability as this Virtus Pro comp. I guess you're hoping that the game comes to you. You want to pull Twisted Minds down off the high ground, but it doesn't seem easy to secure that kind of favorable setup.
Well, this also is a setup here, but like the D.Va can't be like as aggressive, right? Like, you know, the D.Va taking the TPs and kind of going on in, right? Like, it's going to face heavy uncontested damage from the Zarya, so.
My God. They're really worried about Kevster wrapping around on the map. You can see, like, there's a TP used to chase him. Kevster gets a bubble here. So that TP now at least accesses, or gives Twisted Minds access to switching to the low ground to shut down that flank angle. But this card's moving. At some point, Twisted Minds have to commit. They can contest with the D.Va here and there, but they need to find eliminations. And it's only Icenom and Gala that's suffering any degree of pressure. But there's the Cassidy difference. Quartz are able to find Kevster into the Tracer, presumably, and pick them off. There's still some game, though, to be had. Freya definitely strong against the Cassidy at optimal range. Quartz needs to be hitting heads.
Yes, I mean, Quartz kind of like taking out or neutralizing Kevster would be like worst case scenario here for VP, right? They need Kevster to like get those flanks, right? Put some pressure, force those players down from that high ground in combination with Shockwave, and like you kind of talked about a little bit earlier, kind of like funnel them into Ice Dome, who would be very difficult to take out. But you see from Kevster's POV here, he doesn't know it, but there's a lot of sim turrets around the corner, has to kind of play through this front choke.
Okay, that Ice Bomb got no value at all. Ice Storm was not doing any damage, and he gets popped straight away. Kitsune rush, and they run straight into him. Yubi says, okay, well, me attacking your bubble is going to give you more damage, but it's also going to give me more damage, and I can ramp up in that fight. Another successful hold here for Twisted Minds with this comp that, frankly, is hard for VP to pin down.
Yeah, this is I mean, how does VP, I mean, like, look, so VP, I mean, you're going to have some ultimates here to work with. It's going to be a Deadeye here. VP.
Knock someone out in the open?
No.
Doesn't quite work.
It looked like they thought about going for it there, TVNT, but not going to chase that Zarya around the corner. So, gonna get that go. This does allow Kevster to get behind them, right? So look at this position that Kevster's in court, taking a lot of damage here on the front.
Yeah, I mean, but again, you are behind them and then you're not behind them because they're just sort of TP into some other area of the map. TVNT a little bit low here, Simple under some pressure. Don't know if the cooldown's quite there. Grab, use sound barrier, the response, and it's not enough. They're blown up by the pulse bomb. Berths Pro almost have a deterministic fight win behind the Zarya and Tracer ultimates. They combine them to great effect.
Yes, I think it becomes very difficult, right, to kind of battle through some of those massive ultimates. We'll see if Twisted Minds has to make any changes here to their comp. It looks like they're actually going to get a touch here and get past.
Yeah, there's something here. Simwall going to get thrown up, so Twisted Minds can safely hold this. This is going to provoke a straight-up disengage now for Virtus Pro, who have used all of their big ultimates already. Simple's getting close to a rush, and that's going to be crucial if they want to try and hold him, because Ice Storm is getting a 1v1 against TVNT, which of course the Zarya is going to be favored in, especially at 100 charge. Someone's going to do something about Ice Storm, and quick. It's a mecha that goes down. TVNT with a remake, also positioning to get some damage from that remake effect. He doesn't find it. Fixer, though, is out of the game. Now Shockwave falling. Simple did get to that Kitsune rush, and that's enough for Twisted Minds to hold off VP once more.
Yes, I mean, VP, they're going to have to kind of get on the horse here as they're going to have one more chance. Let's listen into VP to see if they can make something happen on their last offense, potentially on Rialto.
That's what I said. Okay. You want? Okay, farm beat. Let's go. We have Kitsune. I'll go back. They will have Kitsune. Tracer. Take it off. Use one more. Beat 20. Swing Zarya. Pocket me, I kill everyone. Be in 10. Lucio.
Overtime, getting very close to ticking down here. Pocket me, I kill everyone, says Cords. Bro was not kidding. Beautifully done. That pick on Shockwave mid-fight is the difference maker. And VP are held at bay in front of the first checkpoint.
Yes, that is a rough spot for VP to kind of give up, where, you know, now for Twisted Minds, Mitch, like you have this sim, you're kind of like teleporting all around, right? You can get directly behind them. Like it just puts you in such a horrible spot here if you're Virtus Pro going into the defensive side of things as TM. I mean, this could be quickly a 2-0 map lead in the series. Very different from how it went the last time.
It's giving Shock Titan Stage 1 Finals, that's all I'm saying. It was exactly this part of the map, man. We had the fuller hold come out from the team that defended second. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but Twisted Minds, I think we talked about the way these comps match up, and even if Zarya is pretty scary for Diva to deal with, TVNT has so much more ability, and with the Sim TP, Twisted Minds can turn up wherever they want on the map. It's hard for Kevster to flank it. Constantly is repositioning, right? He's always trying to get into the back and sort of being counted out. And this Cassidy against that flank potential and just his raw damage output it's hard to overcome.
And with the repositioning and everything, you don't exactly have to kind of stand toe-to-toe against the Zarya, right? You never have to kind of like end up in that type of position. Yeah. So also one thing we may have just kind of skirted over it a little bit at the start, but Twisted Minds getting rid of the brig, right? The brig is like huge and very instrumental in kind of protecting against some of that Diva play, right? Like when TVNT gets in, it's like obviously much different than like a Lucio Boop coming through. The kind of like displacement and the knockback there from the Brig would actually just provide healing to the entire team, right? So it's like a
Tracer. Like you pick the perk that gives you the higher inspire duration after a whip shot is hit. And Tracer can take that heal and go elsewhere and have like more back. I just think it's a really good combo. So
yeah, no, it's something that is huge to take away from VP.
Cart's on the move here, but look at this high ground already being assailed. TVNT not able to knock anyone up by the looks of things. Ice Storm though opts to drop down. Eventually we'll have to. This leaves the window open for TVNT to go upstairs now and punish the remainder of the team, and he's going to do so right now. Kevster down and get the Zarya onto the low ground, then go over her head, play around her, and finally gobble her up when she is alone.
They kind of just ignore the Zarya, right? As they deal with Kev, and then he sees Shockwave directly behind him, and guess what? TVNT just makes a beeline, flies directly at Shockwave, knocks him up a little bit, and he is in a terrible spot, like almost in the choke. Nothing he can do there. Is it's going to be a desperation swap here to venture for VP as Kev will get a touch.
Loki finally gets some good venture skins in the game. Just a side note, no, it's looking great for Kevster. In they go. Continue rush here for Simple though. Might have found an opportunity to bring Yubi down, but the healing is very, very good. And without Fixer and Ice Storm, you really lack your anchor in this scenario. Quartz has been just a little too good on the Cassidy, I'm not gonna lie. Pocket me and I kill them all. Well, he delivered on that promise. Twisted Minds go up 2-0 in this series. And I've got to point out, this was the one outcome that was not really considered by our experts on the desk. It was supposed to be a 5. It was supposed to be a blowout for VP, but I don't think we expected Twisted Minds to come in and look this terrifying.
We were like, Quartz didn't even really kind of have that one map, a series where he dominated map number 1. Well, that's because he had it in map number 2. 21-1 with almost 6k damage. Now you see actually that Shockwave wins out in terms of the damage battle, right? But just like not able to finish off any of those kills.
Like we talked about in the previous series, right? How Vision had such similar damage and healing numbers, but had half the eliminations. It's about converting. Cassidy obviously lets you do that with it's a good source of burst damage that healing can't really interact with.
Also, a huge healing advantage as well from Simple and Funny Astro. Also worth shouting out that I think it was Simple ahead of Gala by almost 4,000 healing. I mean, massive advantage.
Who's cycling aggro, right? And just sort of dropping down, coming back up. So you are pumping heals into that diva, but it also means that this, you're building your Katsuna run. Look at Gala. He's at 43%.
Yeah.
Well, Simple has ult. That is so massive when you are trying to win in that one fight, or just slow roll the map, build up big ult. And this is just sick. This is so fundamental. Ice Storm there drops down to contest. Does not have the ability to go up and down like the Diva does, so you're kind of fully committing, but the rest of VP stay up there because they don't want to give all the high ground away to Twisted Minds. The TVNT just goes back upstairs as soon as his cooldowns are off and then gets to dive on the Freya. There's no safe spot for VP to play there against the Diva.
Now you see the stats, right? So this is what I was talking about. The VP, they kind of end up winning in terms of the damage, right? Just not able to convert anything, and it results in just a massive healing advantage here for TM. And Mitch, where do you go to for maps if you're VP, right? Maybe you go to Atlas, right, where you can play some ball, but you could ban it if you're Twisted Minds, right? Suravasa, you don't have a sim ban, so you can most certainly going to see that there. Kings Row, possibly? Question mark.
You want to pick Kings Row against Twisted Minds, buddy? Be my guest.
Or do you want to go Esperanza? There's not a lot of great. There's not a lot of maps you're oh man, that feels like a huge win for us.
I can Valdo. Let's go. I just say that they did this against them last time. They played. I thought the eye kick ended up being pretty good.
Okay,
we're going back there, bro.
But what do you get rid of here, right? The sim is obviously not available to get rid of, right? The Freya ban comes in, also kind of protects some of the other damage dealers that are pretty good against the sim, but it really didn't kind of turn anything in your favor. It feels like this first ban's got to be so impactful here for Virtus Pro. So Virtus Pro's gotten rid of they've gotten rid of the Soj, and they've gotten rid of the sim thus far.
Okay, yeah. So you have to play against TM on this map while they have access to sim, which is pretty scary, right? I think you can play ball, I suppose, on some stages of this map. The hazard also gets unlocked. I think Ice Icenom's pool is still completely...
But then are you banning a tank to protect ball? Is that what you're trying to do here? So just to remind you guys that VP, the last time this series went down, it was pretty epic 5-gamer that like VP ended up winning Icon Ball.
Yeah.
They ended up doing a full map completion. So well, we'll see if that kind of holds true. But like, what if you want to play ball? Like, are you protecting that here? Like, then there's like
have you been banned yet?
No.
So you could
get rid of
all by taking the diva out, right? You get first,
yeah.
First ban here, so that might be one option. Obviously, Sim's going to be in the game. You're going to have to deal with that. Like I did mention, it was like kind of jokingly, you can ban the Bastion, like if Quartz is going to play that way. But the diva is okay. I like it. Okay, so Hazard going to be taken away. This kind of hedges VP into the Wrecking Ball zone.
Also, it's VP getting that first ban, right? So they get rid of the Kiri here, so taking away from Simple. So maybe some other options that they feel like are kind of viable for themselves. Like we'll see the Wuyong come into the mix here.
I think.
Yeah, possibly.
Could be
and then Hazard gone. So this is like, okay, you still have the ball available, but it's a fairly easy read, right? Like you could play the Zarya here, I guess, as well. But even then, like both are pretty. TM's not going to be shocked at what's coming at him.
And for those like wondering, we haven't seen much of Wuyong today. Still really good is I think the consensus from a lot of players. The splash damage is less egregious, but everything at Wuyong, I think the only impactful thing is a reduction of max HP from 250 to 225, but still an option. However, tough to dive the Baptiste position sometimes on this map, especially because Twisted Minds have taken away, the Hazard, and Icenom might just have the rollout on the Zarya here. The Twisted Minds have in store for us. Now, last time we got this map, TM did ban the Zarya. That's not an option, obviously, to them. They've already got rid of that. So curious to see how this plays out with Lucio Baptiste backlines.
Yeah, and we'll see the interactions between like the Sim with the BAP, right? The BAP doesn't love getting like jumped on, right? But you have kind of Kempster playing the Tracer, then UV getting everybody the opportunity to kind of get onto Gala on the backline. A 3-0 here would be a massive statement from TM.
Quartz Cass ready to pop off? I think
he just dominated Rialto.
But he has to do so against the Diva. Like, bro has to keep playing into this Diva. It must be so annoying. VP is saving the Diva ban also for later in the series. Here's VP, though, getting aggressive, coming forward now. And Matrix's exchange in Icenom. Well, he's fallen to the goat himself. Quartz opens up the account and then headshots Kevster. I'm sorry, but if this guy is playing at his best, you are not winning.
It's true. I mean, he has the ability to take over games at the highest level. In EMEA, internationally, like, does not matter. Like, one of the more impressive hit scan players we have in the world in Overwatch. And we talked about how Kevsters has been this massive kind of pickup here for VP with all these different types of things he can do, and this massive revelation for this team, coming in, making them look like they're the top in EMEA yet again. And Quartz just kind of like neutralized them all the cast. Just able to come up with that every single time. Icenom very low.
I mean, that's an early immortality kill that had to be used there, I assume. Icenom gets healed back up, backs away, but that's a regen burst likely drawn out of Gala in order to do so. The poke is supremely good here for Twisted Minds. And as Quartz again deals with Kevster. Okay, I am fearing for any drywall installation within 5 miles of Smash if this goes to a 3-0, bro. This is going to be such a crushing loss after, being able to show you had the caliber to match up against Twisted Minds prior in the stage. Now, though, you feel like you're not in the same tier.
I know, right? And then you're like, okay, like, I mean, VP, I mean, you have to be like, all right, is there a road to Stockholm going to be a little harder than expected? Would be a massive surprise here if, VP, losing 3-0 here is a huge statement by TM, but then it also raises a lot of questions about VP.
Okay, well, there was a bowl of shots. Stick on Quartz, so he couldn't get back into the immortality field. In fact, it wouldn't have been there anyway. It got taken out by Shockwave. Icenom under some pressure. Gala trying to double back. Immortality field. Ruby, though, trying to burn through them. Found Gala. Self-destruct here for a remake for TVNT. It's too late, though. Kempster has been able to find two, and the cap is already underway. Virtus Pro breakthrough, but it costs them a lot of time.
Yeah, TVNT is going to have to jump off the site, so it's going to be a bit before you get the Diva back in the mix, where that also feels like probably the best opportunity. Like, well, the end of the map would be great for Diva. For Zarya, right? But like here, when you have to kind of contest this high ground, let's see if Ice and Co decide to play against this. It's going to be very challenging because you also don't have like a Genji here to challenge high ground, so they may end up kind of giving up a lot of this and trying to move it a little bit more methodically through the choke.
So this
the ram pick is
Ramatra,
nice.
Yeah, this is a better, I think, sort of recipient of Simple's healing, but you've got to now worry about Shockwave and his poke damage, right? Really makes use of these wider open spaces. And Matrix here thrown down by Gala. It's a tighter angle, but it's designed to punish TVNT for coming forward. A TP should be able to get him out of there, but as a grab to the high ground, it has to be a sound barrier for Twisted Minds. That is not where they want to be using that Lucio ultimate. It's earlier than they would otherwise have liked. Icestorm is fully charged and ready to throw down, and TVNT cannot hold up in a front line against this. Simple and Matrices, but look at this tight angle. He can only really heal. It's tough to see anything, but Shockwave has been picked off. The rally committed though by Fixer allows him to take Yubi down, and there's Kevster free to run and take the 1v1s. Stunning Pulse Bomb almost ended up in a second kill as Simple barely gets away in time, and this immortality field is just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, it was the early immortality field that Simple was like forced to use, and then also the sound barrier that they have to kind of safely use to kind of keep everybody alive through that grab that gets thrown up to the high ground. But now if you're Twisted Minds, Mitch, I think you can come out, you can actually still kind of contest this high ground with the ram, which looks is exactly how they're playing, and play from this opposite side of the bridge. You have that TP to be able to kind of collapse on the VP, not scared, they're just going to kind of walk it home.
Courts here hoping to use this TP, but that card's starting to get away from Twisted Minds quickly. They're going to have to sort of commit to fighting in that vicinity. And Quartz can obviously reposition closer should he need to, but that card is slipping away now. Virtus Pro low on players. Shockwave still spawning back into the fight, but Yubi's been taken down at Gala. Oh, funny Astro. That is a big, big elimination. Immortality field, though, denies him the opportunity to pick Gala off, but now it's a pretty dangerous position for the Baptiste to be in there up on that high ground. But time was bought with that drone. Icenom's able to take Quartz out of the game, and now TVNT doesn't have Nemesis form and doesn't have the defensive stats to hold Icenom at bay. Zaya is charged up, and a Simple desperately thrown in the back corner. Kevster down to his own pulse bomb, and the bowler shot only finds one. Look at this little corner Twisted Minds can contest from.
Yeah, and you have Quartz who kind of like takes a TP up to that high ground and gets back on to the objective, so they hold there at the final moment. Shockwave's still alive here, just pumping out damage there through that choke, but this is going to be difficult to break, Mitch. I mean, sound barrier plus annihilation, Deadeye here as well to buy some clock. Icestone's going to have to land a massive grab, but you don't have like a pulse bomb to combo with it.
Kev needs a pick, a follow-up on some of Shockwave's damage. That feels like the win condition. I mean, like, yeah, the pulse bomb is what you really want to make this grab combo lethal. But Icenom knows he can't rely on it. Maybe use it just to catch an individual out. Could be worth it.
You've lost Fixer.
Taken down. Yeah, look at the positioning for TM. They've taken an opportunity to go up and over the top of the castle, go aggressive and catch Virtus Pro out as they're trying to set up. This is the hardest part of the map to play as the attack side, right? Because you can get disrupted as you're moving through the castle. And Virtus Pro don't group up adequately.
And we're also on board with Icenom during that. There's no opportunity for him to kind of like give a bubble over to one of his teammates, kind of try and protect them, kind of like battle it back a little bit. It's all forced to kind of like keep himself up as Kev behind enemy lines. We'll see if he can kind of like muster up a pick, but not even close to a pulse bomb, and they know exactly where he's coming from.
There's no pulse to get here. The Kevster has to do this the hard way. Needs some damage to start with, some like long-range ice or something. A kill to finish off. That's an early immortality field partner. That is a pretty good opener. Now Quartz though, this is dangerous. Kevster very clever, realizes there's an attempt at a Cassidy flank underway. Here's the sound barrier. TVNT able to shrug off that grab exactly as it played out, exactly as we drew it up in fact. Quartz here will make a lot of space with his zoning Deadeyes. That's the main use of it right now, and that has to be a recall forced by Kevster. He's out of the fight for a bit, but look dangerous now. In comes the Quartz with the fan to hammer. Fixer thought he had him dead to rights, but Funny Aster's going to be shredded out now. The annihilation throws down on the cover. Quartz has his off angle. He'll have his revenge. Dirty stuff. Shockwave's picked off, and in overtime, Virtus Pro are simply out of gas. Kevster's trying to make something happen, but having his recall forced early in the fight meant he was a non-factor, and VP are stopped in front of the castle.
I mean, play Yubi, play Psycho, play me. I mean, who cares? As long as you got Quartz there, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, he's just dominating there towards the enemy. That is a sick play that he makes, just going over the top. He knows that Fix is going to chase him there with the rally and look for like a bash, maybe a kill, and he just jumps right over a mag grenade, finishes him off as we take a look at some of the stats. As yeah, it is, I mean, it is a pretty big rally. As look, you get stopped right before that second checkpoint. Got off to a little bit of a slow start for VP, but then you know, now how do you hold on defense though, right? I mean, it feels like now on offense with TM being able to set the pace and tempo, it's always going to be VP on the back foot. So they will go with the Zarya, Brig, and the BAP yet again. I mean, look, if you can't stop the D.Va comp with something like this, you're most likely not doing it really at all, right? I mean, you got the Brig and the Zarya in the mix.
I hate the BAP against the Sim. Like,
but what are you playing? Kiri's gone. You've gotten rid of the Kiri.
Sure, totally get it. But if Twisted Mind's TP up on Gala's position, where the hell is he supposed to go? They force an early immortality field.
Right. It's and then especially because they've been split so often. Like, it's not like Icestone's been able to use some of his bubbles or anything to like kind of even like over to Gala to keep him up. It's been a really rough one here for VP. Is TM, we'll see, not even going to try a little bit of a jump shot, just going to kind of go around this outside here, playing around that Sim.
All right, let's see what the plan is for Yubi. There's a TP across the point that could be quite effective. Yeah, straight into the face of the Zarya. Look at the wasting 0 time. Defense matrix being used here, and Icenom has to use that second bubble. Now he's in trouble. Getting taken low. Fixer also in that front line, getting battered down a little bit. TVNT needs to cycle aggro now. Ducks into the immortality field, but the damage crackback is good enough for VP to slow Twisted Minds up. Now the immortality fields are gone. Now the damage is going to stick, and Icenom falls in the front line. Just does not have the bubbles for the second wave of offense from Twisted Minds, and they roll VP on this first point.
I love the way that TM played that. They TP right in front of Icenom, and then you just see Yubi just pumping damage into him. Then it's like Icenom's basically like, all right, if I bubble, then they're just gonna break it and just run me down. Or if I just kind of stand here and just take some damage, like we're gonna be forced to use immortality field, it just puts them in like a no-win situation. And then guess what? They use both bubbles. TM just kites it, uses their own immortality field. Yubi's still very charged up. They come back, they just go right around the corner and kill Icenom. I mean, there's nothing you can really do about it.
I mean, they're trying to finish the map now. Of course, 5 minutes 18. Let's listen in and see what the game plan is supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm fine, nice.
Yeah, just slow. Sorry, Castle.
I'm in the side.
Lift. He's dead. It's fine. Back. What did they use? I saw Freya. Only Freya.
No, I got him. Okay. Oh, yeah, fine.
What they gonna have? Pull no Freya. Grab Freya window.
They use bullets. They have only support. Yeah. Beat the grab.
Yeah, beat the grab. Sorry, super close. You're fine. Fair one to point. Group on point. Okay. Go, hold the door. They already have Freya.
Ball.
Yeah, they only have Freya.
Control the high ground. Yeah. We went to the left. Swing to the left. Yes. I drop high ground. We need to control the high ground. I'm gonna spin enemy free. Ready to TP. Okay, chill.
Desperation wrecking ball for Icenom as VP really need to extend themselves now in order to contest this card. They can't fall back too far. They need to get the ball on point. They've got bridge control at least, but there's a TP around the corner surely for Yubi to try and re-establish that position for Twisted Minds. Simple as an ant matrix. That up on the high ground could be devastating. And look at this, throwing him behind them. Okay, looks like there was a pulse bomb there, so immortality field has to be used, but Quartz is being kept popped up, and the card is moving yet again. Nice shooting from Shockwave. Simple pops himself back up, and Twisted Minds have overexposed themselves a little bit. They've gotten good card progress, but it's just gonna have to be a reset.
Yeah, it goes down to the wire there as the ball swap comes in. I thought for sure, like, look, if you could have gotten that TP and then maybe like if Quartz gets one, then you end up having, he has the Deadeye obviously a little bit earlier. You use it with the Ant Matrix up there on the high ground. I mean, where it's like GG is. We'll see if Icenom can kind of just with a big slam down, it's actually going to TP the whole team across and not going to be able to use that as an advantage.
Gala's pretty exposed. Look,
this is weird to play into for VP.
Okay, get idea. This is Still a contested little lap, though. Oh, Kempton did want to keep it going, but Quartz is too good. He's so bloody good. Now the pressure on Ice Storm. How's he supposed to get away from this? Hindrance grenade catches on, and Ice Storm is barely alive. That means it's going to be longer before he can get back into the fight at all, and Kempster cannot keep it up on his own. How about that? Twisted Minds drag VP out into the town square and beat the daylights out of him in a 3-0 to advance in this upper bracket.
I mean, that is a statement win there from Twisted Minds. The last time these two teams played, it was down to the wire. Everybody talking about, how VP looks like it's going to be, them and Alcatia. Like, maybe that VP is going to pass TM for that, top 2. And if this match is any indication, TM versus Alcatia is going to be a bloodbath. I mean, that is going to be a sick game as Quartz just dominant yet again. I mean, we even hear with the listening with them, just tremendous comms, everything kind of coming in, knowing exactly, Funny Ash doing a great job of, keeping the pace, telling them to
slow down, which was really
slow down, chill, and then kind of go with the TP. I mean, they are just so well coordinated with this roster. And look, everyone's like, oh, they're gonna have UB in. How is that gonna go? It didn't really matter with him versus Kempster on the Tracer. More than certainly held his own in map number 1. And then guess what? They're able to use his sim and everything that it provides to kind of get awesome results from there on out. Even into comps that are a little weird, Mitch, right? Playing the Diva into Zarya Brig, and they're able to win numerous fights with it. I mean, that's something you usually don't see.
And what's brilliant about Twisted Minds is that they don't have
that was filthy. I mean,
this symmetry. I mean, FACEIT, that burst damage is unbelievable. Twisted Minds do not have to play this sim comp, right? They can mirror the sim comp. They can also counter it, as we saw in the Saudi E-League. This matchup between them and Alcatia in the upper bracket is going to be sick. There's so much bloody rivalry between these two. They play each other in important games a heck of a lot, and right now the ledger is stacked in Twisted Minds' favor after they're showing in Riyadh at LAN. That is going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like, how Korea, everything eventually comes down to Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. It's starting to feel like that for EMEA, but with Twisted Minds and Alcatia, where, look, VP is a very competitive team. I personally was like, hey, this team looks like they're, over the last few weeks, in position to kind of to take back the #1 slot in EMEA. And man, they got ran through here by TM. I mean, this one was a fantastic showing from Twisted Minds, and has to feel like a little bit of a gut punch to VP, because they've been looking really good as of late, but just knocked down yet again by one of those top 2.
None of the plans worked for them, right? They tried to take Sim out in that first map. I mean, you've got to win. You've got to win the Kevster v UB Tracer head-to-head, and not just win it. You've got to win it in such a way that it makes the game lopsided. But Shockwave still have to play against Diva. They still there's no Diva ban here from VP. I guess they're saving it for a different part of the series, but TVNT is so strong, and there are so many maps where that positioning is crucial. Rialto, Eichenwalde, both maps with a ton of verticality, and you're playing Zarya on both of those maps, which is fine, but then you're not taking the Diva away. That is crazy. Twisted Minds, as a result of this series, win, of course, have qualified for our World Finals late in November. It wouldn't be a World Finals without them, and it's good to see EMEA continuing to put very strong candidates forward, because if the mid-season championship is anything to go by, the gap between our regions has never been slimmer.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you look at Alcatia, Twisted Minds. We'll see who kind of comes out of that lower bracket, right? Vision is a little spicy, down there. Jane G. I mean, if you just kind of use that Men in Black device and just delete the first 3 weeks, you'd be like, yeah, okay, Jane G looks like a real player. So I still think VP will kind of make it, but still some scary opponents down there now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's now take the opportunity to wrap up EMEA, to look ahead as well at what the rest of the bracket will look like, and also take a moment to acknowledge what we just saw in this absolute dominating series in Twisted Minds. Let's bring Zoe and our experts back in.
Thank you both so much. Zoe back here with my beloved desk, Jake and Johnny. Well, okay. All three of us had VP coming out on top of this one, and quite frankly, Johnny, as we were looking at the starting 5 for Twisted Minds, your anxiety levels were peaking. Alas, turns out we worried about nothing here. Twisted Minds just had such a good response to everything Virtus Pro were throwing their way.
Yeah, it was a 5-map banger when Psycho was in the mix and Twisted Minds tried to match them, but when the UB Symmetra came in, it was a sweep. It was a stomp. And I think I was really impressed by Twisted Minds, how they dealt with Virtus.pro composition here. You saw Virtus.pro throughout, just committing to the Freya Tracer, trying to play these flanks, trying to get these pickoffs. And Ice Gnome was just kind of like left it on an island. Just like there was no, 5-man on the side of Virtus.pro. That was what the Twisted Minds were doing. They were just teleporting around, playing the 5-man, and just pushing all these individual players from Virtus.pro, right? So, yeah, Virtus.pro, they really struggled with this one. They came in with a composition, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, let's take a look at our VHL daily highlights as we're wrapping up this series, the second semifinals that we got to watch in the upper bracket. Jake, what's your take on this one? How much of this was Virtus.pro being underwhelming, perhaps having the wrong read here on the meta, and how much of that was just Twisted Minds playing out of their minds?
I think they underrated the threat of the Symmetra. I think too many of these teams have maybe strayed away from it for too long, and I think Katsuya and Twisted Minds have shown, especially with the global results, that this comp is very, very good. Yes, it's been nerfed somewhat, but trying to just never match it, right here, I just feel like if you mirror Sim, Zarya, it should be a favored comp here. This should look good for VP, and I don't think they should be scared of taking this Sim to head-to-head. Still, I think this is the kind of reckoning that forces you to reevaluate and might pressure VP into using a little bit more Sim themselves. When they're not going to ban it out, I think this is very relevant right now in EMEA, and Twisted Minds just goated, man. Quartz, this guy just puts up ridiculous performances in the high-pressure games, and I mean, this is brutal, right? The beatdown he just delivered them, you really need to pick yourself off and pick yourself up and dust yourself off right now, because VP are not used to this kind of match, right? VP have either won or had pretty competitive games all stage long, and now TM comes to the playoffs and makes you look like kind of a joke right here. This is a mental devastation for a team that, I mean, I think VP, arguably, I had them I had the favorite to win. I thought they would win, but for them to get obliterated like this, that's a mental boom. And we talked about, is Smash gonna be told to the players gonna be told, this is one of those losses that forces you to really reevaluate. You're going up against Genji next, which is not as free as it would have been at the start of the stage, right? I still heavily favor VP there, but you're starting to ask questions now, and I think it's a very good point, Johnny. Genji also play the Sim. It's a different beast than the Twisted Minds monster Sim is the way how good they are with the sports.
No shade there.
Sports on the Cassidy enabled by Symmetra, but nonetheless, I think there's serious questions for VP, and I think they can find the answers. I just think they really have to do that soul search right now and maybe make changes. It sucks to be doing that after playoffs, but I mean, man, this is a victory that if you don't reevaluate, you're not paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be kept on your toes, right? The teams have made so many different changes from week to week. Genji from week 3, where VP defeated him quite handily in a 3-1. That's not the same Genji that we'll be facing off against tomorrow in order to keep themselves alive in the playoffs. Now, of course, a team that is more than alive and kicking, that's Twisted Minds. We have Yubi joining us for a voice-only interview real quick. Yubi, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Hello.
Perfect. Hello. Welcome to the show, and a huge congratulations. You and the team have officially qualified for Worlds, and you did so in a dominant fashion. Of course, the journey is not over yet. Talk to us a little bit about the changes the team has made, because we haven't seen a lot of you in stage 3, and now really just the last week you were thrown back into the mix. How have you felt? How ready do you feel taking on the other teams in the playoffs?
First of all, my English is not perfect, okay? But I will try my best. I wasn't planning to play this game, but Psycho asked me 3 days or 4 days to play. And he said, if you play, we're going to win easily, So I just show up in the game, then we win. But I wasn't planning to play, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, I thought the Symmetra looks amazing. I mean, you guys are amazing with the Symmetra as a team, but also the execution was really, really clean today. Is this kind of the look you guys want to run with going into Stockholm, right? Playing against the Korean teams, Chinese teams, North American teams, taking on those sort of different regions. Do you guys want to continue being that Symmetra team? I know this stage you guys spent a lot of time playing Psycho and maybe playing more standard flanker tracer comps, but it's hard to argue with the result like this. Are you guys going to keep running the sim through the rest of playoffs and on to Stockholm?
Yeah. I really think if you want to win against Koreans, you need to deal with their dive. So I have really good experience to play against dive with sim. But other teams, it's normal teams. Maybe Psycho is good enough to win against them, But we will see. Depends on the meta, depends on the map.
Well, once again, we're treated to an amazing match with Twisted Minds going up against OWCS. Obviously, it was an amazing match at the Esports World Cup too. So, you know, how do you win this one? How do you feel like going up against OWCS in the next matchup?
I think OWCS game, it's always hard, but we will try our best. And also, like last week, we won against him in other tourney. So with Psycho, so I'm pretty sure he will go crazy against him.
That sounds promising. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Also, your English is perfect. You're way too humble. Thank you so much for chatting with us here really quick. And best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
That was Yubi from Twisted Minds after a very convincing victory against VP, a match that we certainly hoped or thought would be a much closer affair.
Yeah, I think like no one had it like this, I think, on their bingo card. Like, you know, TM eking out a win, I wouldn't have been surprised, but I mean, there wasn't really a close match here. I guess Control pretty close, but the next two are obliterations with VP not even really coming into contention. And I mean, that's a gut punch for VP, man. Like, this hurts after such a strong stage. Everything looks so good, you know, on the up and up, trending really positively. And then to just get sat down like that by Twisted Minds, man. Like, whew, I would not envy being VP right now and trying to think about, okay, like, just thinking, how do we qualify to Stockholm now? Because a top two, that seems out of the realm of possibility, given what we just saw from TM. Like, I don't think you're beating TM in the next few days. I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, and the two teams, for good reason, once again qualified themselves for the international competition. Well done, OWCS and Twisted Minds. Wouldn't be an international LAN without the two teams at this point, really. So I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us for the rest of the players. We're wrapping EMEA for now, though, and we'll be moving on to all things NA, where two exciting upper bracket matches are waiting for us. All of that and so much more after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing, I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car, we're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
No, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Hello, my name is Howard Wong, and I voice Wu Yang in Overwatch. Today I'm reading Against the Tide. Let's dive in. Centuries ago, a wise family dedicated themselves to understanding the Wuxing philosophy. After studying the 5 phases, Fire, water, metal, wood, and earth, the building blocks of our world. They founded Wuxing University, where traditional wisdom would pioneer new science. The school is divided into 5 colleges, each with a unique curriculum. Fire College, martial arts, defensive strategy. Metal College, robotics, technology. Water College, traditional medicine, medical advancements. Earth College, agriculture, sustainability. Wood College, civil and environmental engineering. During the Omnic crisis, a task force of Fire College alumni beat back Anubis' forces. Since then, the college's prestige has skyrocketed. Only the best of the best are admitted. Fire College is where my parents met. They were top fighters during the crisis. And my older sister, Anran, she's been Fire's star student since her first year. I was so inspired to follow in their footsteps. But when I applied... Then regrade his exam! This is clearly a mistake! I only scored high enough to attend Water College. When word got out, I could tell. Water College? But that breaks the family streak! It was... unexpected for us, too. Thank goodness our Ming got into metal. I disappointed everyone. My family was... trying to be supportive of my studies. You'll need to work extra hard. We won't be able to help you. But I think they saw me as a waste of potential. If I wanted to give them something to be proud of... Then you were like blam! And the fire went whoosh! That's when I knew we aced the project. Ming, you're going to set the courtyard on fire again. Maybe I just have to be more like her. So it's like that fire staff you made. But imagine this section condenses water instead. It'd give water at least some combat capabilities. I wonder why you'd want that. You know, I still get crap for not getting into fire. But at least I'm not her younger sibling. Gee, thanks, man. So, on top of my normal studies, I started studying Fire College lectures. Something to share with the class, Wu Yang. No, Shifu. I knew I couldn't be exactly like Anran, but I felt trapped in her shadow. What would it take to stand with her in the light?
Attention students. Null sector attack reported in Chengdu. Please report to the transport bay for further instructions. This is an emergency situation. Wuxing University students are asked to support evacuation efforts until official forces arrive.
Anran, I'm coming with you. No, don't leave the med bay. You'll be safe if you just keep away from the front lines. But you'll need help, and I said no. I can't protect you if you get in my way. Get in your way? How could you say that? After all this time we've trained together. You don't trust me? I didn't mean it like, if I needed someone to tell me I'll mess everything up, I'd just call Mom and Dad. I didn't need to hear it from you.
All colleges to your posts.
Wu Yang.
Fire students, prepare to deploy.
But while I stewed in the med bay, there you go, all better. Help! The tide turned against us in Chengdu. Null sector overwhelmed us during the evac. Anran's still out there. You left her there? She made us run. We didn't know what to do. Hey, my sister. Where is she? What was I thinking, picking a fight at a time like this? Her family. Anran! We're supposed to protect each other. Wu Yang, you shouldn't be here. Hey, tin heads! Get away from my sister! Reverse the tide! You okay, sis? You idiot! What are you doing here? I had everything under control! Oh, yeah, clearly. Wu Yang, I'm so sorry. I never should have said... Make it up to me later. Let's just get out of here. Don't get in my way, though. Oh, shut up. 3 weeks later. After Anran and I returned to the evac zone, official forces arrived. The following Monday, it was business as usual. Guess even Null Sector couldn't change our exam dates. I was nervous about what my parents would say, so I didn't tell them about what happened with Anrad.
Why aren't you studying, Wuyang? Here, I peeled you some oranges. I'm just taking a break. What are you guys doing here? Dad bought us all matching hats. This one's yours.
Somehow they found out anyway. I think I know who's to blame. When I came to Water College, I thought I'd never find my place.
Keep working hard, son.
But after everything, I'm starting to realize maybe it was here all along.
Wow, the medal the headmaster gave you is so heavy. Ugh. Too bad this doesn't count towards your GPA, huh? Hey, leave my grades out of this.
What a ride. I hope you'll join us in Overwatch 2 when Wuyang officially joins the roster. See you there.
Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Talk to me, come on, talk to me.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! GK have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny to break it all down here on our desk. We are now getting into the nitty-gritty of all things NA, day one of the Stage 3 playoffs. They had a good run, but now everything is on the line. 3 tickets also available for our NA teams to punch their way to DreamHack in Stockholm for the World Finals. Now, I'm super excited about the teams that we get to see in the playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings to see where each of our NA teams ended up at. Johnny, once again, I give you the first words here, since we haven't heard from you in a hot second. I just make it sound like you're not working, which is a little mean, I'm not gonna lie, but you know, also I just like hearing you talk.
I appreciate that.
You.
No, you welcome me back into the family. I appreciate it.
That's right,
I think nothing too out of the ordinary here. I think kind of like what we expected going into this stage for the most part. I'd say GK is the big question mark right now because they have been so dominant so far this year, but you know, they struggled a little bit these past couple of matches here, you know, ending 5-2. It's not really what they wanted, right? So now we get into a weekend here, the next 2 weekends, where you need to be top 3, and Nightmare, I think, are like from the outside looking in, thinking maybe this is our time to upset GK and qualify for an event again, which Nightmare always does.
Honestly, Nightmare is a bigger question mark for me and I'm sure we're going to get into that as we're introducing their first match here. It's just their schedule was so front-loaded that they ended up playing against the bottom teams at the very end, and there wasn't so much to take away from that. So I'm not entirely sure how to gauge their strength based off of that. How do you feel about these teams and where they ended up in the bracket, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opposition selection here of Nightmare is like no surprise, considering your other choice is GK for Team Liquid. So it's, you know, it's that top 4. You know, I think it's fair to say that the top 3 are a little bit emergent in North America, and Nightmare needs to have a big performance to qualify. Obviously, win against Team Liquid would be huge, but that's probably the least likely chance that they have to make it. I think a run through the lower bracket, and as you said, taking on at some point, you know, one of the loser of SSG versus GK and Sakura Team Z. Like, there's no easy games here. That being said, I do think, you know, teams like Team Liquid and you know, SSG and GK, there's a gap between them and Nightmare right now, at least. Nightmare, though, historically has been a squad, or an organization really, that has been able to close those gaps and been able to outperform when it matters most. But this might be one of the toughest opportunities to do that yet with how solid NA has become here at the top.
Yeah, of course, there was a patch this very week, so some tweaks perhaps to their approach to the game, to the compositions, and they might find themselves on top in some scenarios. We'll find out very soon, but first things first, before our professional players are taken to our imaginary stage, we are gonna play a game of our own. It's the grid game. We kicked things off already in EMEA. I think we've done pretty well. We're now gonna focus on the top row. So Team Liquid it is. 250k healing from Liquid. Is it UV? Although he will be damaged, right?
Well, Liquid, I got Vega.
UV, like RuPaul and Vega. Yeah. There's GK. So RuPaul and Vega.
It's getting late over there.
It is. Honestly, it is. This is way past my bedtime.
I mean, it's either Vega or RuPaul.
That's what I just said.
Probably RuPaul, but
I got Vega.
Just because it's flex support.
Oh, do I have to?
I still go RuPaul. I think flex support generally is going to heal more, but it's hard.
Since I have the final say.
You got a tie-breaker. You got a tie-breaker.
Yeah, I got a RuPaul. Okay.
This time, Johnny was wrong. This time, Johnny was wrong.
Boy. Well, I am European, so this is your region. Enjoy.
Oh, yeah. You cast this region more than me this day, Johnny.
You got baited by the Vega face card.
Twice or something.
I get it.
Sorry. Yeah.
I mean, RuPaul's a guy on this team, I think, with a lot of expectation, and it's been difficult for Liquid to be able to meet that, considering how stacked this roster is. But RuPaul has been having some really solid games. He's kind of that key force, I think, adding a lot of stability to these comps, especially when it's going to be like Vega on the Wu Yang, and you know, they're going to get a little bit spicy with the double flex. A lot of pressure on RuPaul to like make these sustained plays, to keep people up, to let Zira and Tree really push their limits on DPS. But he's been doing that, and that's, you know, the result of that is a 7-0 stage. And right now, a win over Nightmare just qualifies you to Stockholm. It just feels like everything is set up for some of these players who have been world champions in the past to go back and do it again here in Stockholm and at least get that best chance with an NA first seed.
All right, who do we think has below 3.8 KD?
Is this going to be I think the main support beatdown? Did Tree jumping off the map 50 times in the last series do enough to bring us? Surely not, right?
No shot.
No, I'm going to actually go Tree. I'm going to go Tree. Did Danny play this stage?
Yeah, he played once.
Yeah, he played against the Ducks. Come on.
Yeah.
I missed that one.
You missed the map of all time. And then they banned Torb. It was cinema.
Let's hate it.
But yeah, I feel like this is a bait.
I want to believe in my theory that Hitscan has low KD, but I don't know. Tree is such a beast. Like,
I'm with you. Let's go for it. I'm with you.
I don't think that's correct.
It's probably just
not Tree.
But Vega has such low deaths. No, like, I don't know. Maybe he just is still main support, so you don't get as many elims.
Tree.
3.8 is also not a bad KD. Like 3.8 is pretty good.
Actually, let's go Vega here.
Yeah,
okay, it's not Tree. We've been told it's not Tree, so we got one wrong.
Let's go Vega here because it would be hilarious if production just gave us flex support, main support, and tank.
Okay.
So we'll go Vega and then we'll pick Infected for the next one.
I mean, someone's
so we just got flex,
Right.
main, and tank. I got the answer. I figured it out. We can go Space Station.
There's
Space Station. Like, CJ, come on, let's go.
All right. I mean, I do think Vega, another key player on this team, 3.78. So we're reaching to get him under 3.8, just basically optimizing the stats that he's below that. I mean, the Lucio performances have been immaculate, which is really, I think, the key for Vega, because we know on like a lot of these like high aim skill flex supports, Vega's just a beast. One of the best in the quote-unquote main support role when it comes to that flexibility. And so to have big Lucio games is, I think, really the only, I mean, question mark is not even fair to Vega, but like, we know he has incredible strength on flexibility, that he can take anyone in the world on that metric. But to be really solid on the core main sports, also, I think, a key factor for Liquid success and allowing players like Infected to really show off that flexibility.
Speaking of which, I was just gonna preemptively lock Infected for the next.
All right, I mean, I just want to like, genuinely, is it even possible? It's like Brig with Shield does submit. Like, I think BAP does it if you damage people in the drone.
There it is.
I mean,
Infected.
it's like, it's almost impossible.
Johnny cracked the formula.
Yeah, I'm ready to run through Space Station right now. No, but I mean,
let's just finish it up. We can.
Yeah,
some point
it's
gonna be a hit scan.
No, but I mean, it's been so impressive to see Liquid with the amounts of versatility from them this stage. And I mean, it starts kind of like with Infected, right? Obviously, having Vega being able to play Wu Yang, big boon for this team. But Infected's versatility, where it's Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Hazard, they can play so many different compositions, right? And they do it at a very high level. So Infected has been the go-to tank in North America and been a key part of Liquid's 7-0 run here in Stage 3.
And also just a really fun guy to virtually hang out with. So it's great to see them on top all stage long. Team Liquid has been an absolute force in the region. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what we have in store for you today. 2 matches for NA as well. And Team Liquid will be one of the first ones we get to see in action. They will be going up against Nightmare No Space. That's how close they are. And SSG and GK will be our last match for today, the second upper semi-final pairing. Man, we got bangers after bangers. I think the SSG and GK one is definitely going to deliver.
I think Hawk's the big dog, man. I think Hawk's about to take this region by storm. I think SSG's looking for the rematch against Liquid, and I think they might put a little bit of work in on GK today.
Stepping on my corner, Jake. I'm on the same side.
All right.
Okay, but we're all on a side.
I do want to see Nightmare. I always want to see Nightmare punch above. You know, I want to see them put up a strong performance, even though Liquid is as good as they are.
Another thing we always want to see is, of course, Rack Attack in action, and you can do just that if you head on over to Rack Attack's Twitch. As you can see on your screens right now, will be our feature co-streamer today, and then tomorrow you can share all the love with August as well.
Have we got a vibe check on Rack Attack with the Gen G this stage? I just wanna know how Rack Attack is doing.
Look, Rack's living his own life.
Mental health.
Like, give some respect to the man. He's been through worse. All right, that's all I'll say about Rack Attack. He's been through worse.
That was unnecessary, Jake. That was unnecessary.
He didn't even say Vegas Eternal.
Wait, listen, we had Rack Attack on the show. We had Rack Attack on the show when Gen G was really deep in Struggle Town, and Rack Attack seemed to do just fine. And you know what would make Rack Attack feel even better? If you were to purchase your tickets to join us at the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm, Sweden. Johnny, sell us on Sweden, quick.
Meatballs. They're pretty nice. Good nature.
Meatballs are crazy.
Yeah. Fresh air. You know, that's something I miss because I live in Los Angeles. I miss the fresh air.
Fresh air, especially the fresh air at the LAN event with thousands of people. That's
go to. That's really everything I got, besides the fact that they were literally the Overwatch World Finals. So
perhaps we can sell them if we just take a look at the already qualified teams. If you want to see any of these teams and players from those teams in action, live in the flesh, in person, you can just grab your tickets for the World Finals and join us there and cheer them on. It's gonna be a good time.
It is peak, actually, like Overwatch with a crowd. We've been saying this for years now. So we only get it like a few times per year. Like, do you remember Champions Clash earlier on in the year? Just like the crowd was amazing, the stadium set up, and then we had EWC obviously, and like the crowd just goes bananas. I can't promise that Swedes get that loud, but it will be an amazing atmosphere anyway.
Listen, they were popping off last year. In fact, they
respect on
stayed
it, Johnny.
entertained. They stayed entertained, even though we had some delays and pauses. Like, the crowd was hyped. They had a good time, which made us have a great time as well. And I'm going to have an even better time whenever I get to see Team Liquid in action. And that game is just a few minutes away. So let's chat about it. Team Liquid, as I already said, they've been the team in NA. They kind of won the, I guess, meta lottery here for this very stage, because everyone just got to play their conference zone. It was really difficult. What?
I feel like they forced the meta, right? Like, other teams were like, oh man, I guess we got to do what Liquid's doing because it's moving so hard to bring this insane level of pace.
You make it sound like they had to, like, bend any which way to, like, conform to something. Like, every single player got to play in their comfort zone. That was my entire point. So, like, they...
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing, but I'm trying to make
Are we though?
I'm trying to make it sound like you're wrong, but you're actually right. So
yeah, that's... Thanks.
Yeah, so that's the kind of point that, like, Liquid, they are such a versatile team, like this roster is, and now they find themselves in a position where they can just play the meta flawlessly, and all the other teams are not designed to really do that, right? And that's why they were successful in Stage 3, so...
I think you gotta give a lot of credit to Tree as well, because, like, flexibility wise, I think Tree maybe is the most flexible player on, like, quote unquote hit scan role, because we saw those highlights. He's playing Genji like half the time in those highlights. You know, the ability to go to a double flex, like, super high pace comp. There's very few teams in the world that even try this, because generally you just don't have a hit scan player that is him on Genji the way Tree is, and that option means it's so scary. Even if your Tree's on hit scan, like, you're scared to go to some greedy, like, double poke, you know, double flex or backline. You're scared because he can just, you know, flip the switch, go to a Genji Tracer ball comp, and then you just have to, like, circle the wagons, man, because they're coming for you. And Infected, I think, another key element of that, best wrecking ball player right now in North America, just has been kind of taking over on the ball in a lot of these matches. And I mean, you have players like RuPaul and Vega in the backline, so we haven't even thought about, like, the threat coming from the support line. I think this is the Team Liquid we were promised. We talk about, you know, from with Gasoras about building, like, having so much faith in this team that they could grow and become something better and better. And we're starting to see the fruits of that, right? It took a couple stages, I think, for them to reach their potential. But the trust, the faith that the organization put in these guys, it seems to be paying off big time. And I think all eyes are on them come Stockholm, right? To be maybe the standard bearers for North America.
Yeah, and the best thing about this team is also that they just seemingly also have a lot of fun with it. They're great to talk to. They're always bringing the vibes, no matter who they're facing off against. So I am very excited to see how far they can take it here in the playoffs, with a few meta changes, of course, as of this week. Now, they are going up against Nightmare. Previously, they've beat them already handedly. It was not a big deal. I really don't know what to make of Nightmare right now, because they faced all the strong teams in the first 3 weeks or so, and then afterwards they won the matches that they needed to win. Everything else didn't look very competitive, though.
Yeah, I think this is an uphill battle, right? Like, I mean, Nightmare, you know, like, you look at the roster, though, like, these are some strong players. I think Seeker and Rocket, like, if they're able to make this game more of, like, a conventional Tracer hit scan battle, and stabilize things in the front line, they would love that. The scary thing is that Liquid, I don't know that they're going to get that, right? And the challenge is for Seeker, can he keep up if they're forced into this kind of double flex DPS pace that we've seen a bit of here in North America? And maybe the patch can, you know, slow things down a little bit, but I don't get that sense from these notes. And I think this one, you're going to have to be able to match Liquid's pace. You're not just going to be able to slow the game down and let Seeker work. I think Liquid are very aware of that threat. But Rocket can be a bright spot. I mean, Rocket's Tracer, he's tangled with some of the best players in the world on that hero in the 1v1s. And so as good as Zera is, I don't think this is going to be like an easy, dominant flank fight for him.
I also don't want to sleep on the backline of the Camino Squid as well. True. Because I think that like provides some... I couldn't come up with the word right now. It provides some versatility in the backline as well, because they're not only playing like the Lucio comps, right, which a lot of teams in North America do. So do want to shout out Lucamino Squid. And I will give a crumb of hopium, a point that has been discussed this past week. And there you see as well Seeker as well. Redemption time. Obviously wants to make a name for himself after being dropped by Stage Station earlier this summer. But Nightmare, they're in the same spot. They're boot camping. Renanthara brought this up this week. They've been posting about it on Twitter. They are boot camping. So can the boot camp buff be enough for Nightmare as as it always is in every single stage playoffs, can that be enough to just elevate their level by like 10%? You know, you get a little bit of a like team spirit buff. You know, you feel a little bit better. You're vibing with your teammates. You're in the same place. It does provide a small buff, and can that be enough to maybe not beat Liquid in this series, but grab the third and final slot to World Finals? I think Nightmare, they could set themselves up for success here.
Well, it is a double elimination bracket as well, right? So there still hope to make a run through the lower bracket, even if the first opponent you have to go up against is, in fact, the best team of the region. So not all is lost and done and dusted after a potential loss against Team Liquid. Here you see the mode win rate from this last stage.
I mean, it's got to start on control, right? 83% win percentage for Nightmare, and it's just if you're off to a hot start, and we saw that well with Twisted Minds against Virtus Pro, if you're just able to take it to the higher seed on the first control map, it's just so much easier for you to win, because you can just go to loser's pick and then you'll win out that way, right? Set yourself up for success. So Nightmare, Rhino is in the mix. You're playing double flex support with
so let's see the map pick. I mean, Liquid has picked a lot of Ilios this stage, right? They love to play those mobile dive cons, and that will, I think, be a little bit scary for Seeker, because I think hit scan on Ruins is really good, but then Liquid play this like Sigma comp sometimes on Ruins, and it makes it really awkward to play against. So this is a scary one, because I think Liquid have such a download on how to execute, and you know, I think to punish Liquid, you need to be able to keep up with their flexibility. So I want to see from Seeker what he's been cooking up with here on the boot camp. What can we see from the hitscan player to kind of go beyond, and maybe does he play the Sombra? Does he play the Genji? I don't think I've really seen Seeker play those things, but maybe he can have that adaptation to take him to the next level in this match.
Well, perhaps we're about to find out, but first I want to find out what our predictions look like. I think we can make this one pretty quick. It's obviously that it's obvious that Team Liquid are the favorite heading into that. If you're voting for Nightmare, I'd be very interested to hear the reasonings.
Look, Nightmare are a fan favorite team, and I think there's a puncher's chance for them to make it to Stockholm. But winning here would be a ridiculous upset, right? That would be probably one of the biggest performances easily of their stage and maybe of the organizational history, considering how much of a favorite Team Liquid are right now. I mean, they're 7-0. They didn't take any else in the regular season, and it's hard. You'd be hard pressed to tell us why that's going to change. Maybe that boot camp factor can have them play well. And honestly, I do think it matters if they're able to make this a competitive series. That's really important for them if they want to be able to go into the rest of playoffs with confidence, whether they take a win or a loss here.
Yeah, I mean, I got Liquid as well. You know, it's like essentially going to be a 3-0. If this turns into a 5-mapper, that's a good sign for Nightmare. But, you know, come the viewer preds, I think this is like a 96-4. Oh, 90-10? Okay. There's some faith for the viewers. I would personally bet on Liquid at 90%. I would throw my channel
points. Take those odds. Take those odds at the channel points. You bet the channel points house on Liquid right now?
I don't know how many. I have like 4,000, but I'd throw them in there.
I'm rich after getting a good guys win.
I was about to say, y'all were farming last week. A good time. Now, Ilios is the map picked by Team Liquid, so we're heading into our ban section very shortly. If you're going up against Team Liquid, what's your ban strategy, though?
Oh my God, like seriously, what do you do against this team ban-wise? It's brutal. Like, I honestly don't know. I feel like this team is almost immune to bans. It's a team that was built for the ban phase. Okay, I like the Genji. I actually like the Genji ban, because this is something that I don't think Nightmare have any intention of using. And so by taking this away, where TL, I think they love to play a lot of Tracer Genji on Ilios to just like triple up the pace. This is like we talked about, hey, Seeker wants this to be a straight up hit scan brawl, and he's gonna get that, right? I think taking away Genji, I'm not sure TL are gonna force like Sombra or Venture and these other flankers to deal with hit scan. I think it may actually just bring hit scan back into the fore, which is very good for Nightmare in terms of giving them a more of an even match. That said, it's Tree, so it's like, yeah, you force him off Genji, but what did that really accomplish? Like this has brought you, where has that brought you? Except a Tree on like Sojourn or Freya or another hero.
Yeah, it's like pick your poison, right? Like you're not winning because you got the Genji out of the mix. So uphill battle for Nightmare, regardless of what heroes they will be going up against. Team Liquid, the heavy favorite, and to cover all the action and so much more, we now got Necra and Jack on the mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Johnny and Jake, it's good to have you back, of course. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into this one. The audience seems to think it's going to be a liquid sweep. I mean, so did the desk. It was like a 90 to 10%. New patches rolled around as well, Rose. Like, there's a lot going into this week.
I'm so excited to see which teams are going to be able to make it to Stockholm today. The fact that we already sent 2 teams over from EMEA, and now we get to do the same thing for North America. I'm excited to be back here alongside you, Jack. Let's get into this one. Team Liquid Nightmare is going to be an amazing preamble to what we've got later on as well.
Yeah, that SSG GK game is going to be a banger too. Obviously, we're going to Ilios. The desk kind of broke it down already. Yeah, kind of like that Genji ban too. Obviously, Wu Yang eventually is going to get banned away, of course, and why not start us off with that? And Team Liquid, look, I spoke to a few of the players, and a lot of the players in different interviews have said like how they feel about the new patch, and a lot of them saying, it's kind of it's okay. It's nothing too crazy. Like, it's not going to change all too much. And then RuPaul's the only one that's like, actually, well, it's really good. Like, Ana's actually kind of insane now because the headshot perk, the major perk, goes from a 1.5x headshot multiplier to a 2x. So you're like headshotting traces, headshotting DPS. That's so much extra pressure. So we'll see if Team Liquid lean on that in this series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, even the last time that we saw Nightmare and Team Liquid play up against each other, RuPaul and Ilios was more than happy to run the Ana, and that was even without that additional modifier you're now going to get from that major perk. So if RuPaul decides to lean into this again, I think that would be really exciting to see whether or not he's able to make even better use of that major perk, see if he can actually get a jump onto any of those backline supports from Nightmare. But I'm also excited to see where Tree decides to land. The Genji being banned out, he's also played Pharah on Ilios, and I think that could have also been kind of a nice answer to what we're seeing from this backline. But I also respect this Freya. Tree's looked really good on this hero, and I think that'll be a nice pick to be able to play on the Lighthouse.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Liquid, this is a nice map to go to as well if they want to lean into this Ana comp. I mean, RuPaul's playing it, Lucamino as well. Clearly, the headshot perk doing a little bit of Summit. Have to see how effective that is when RuPaul and Lucamino get that on. Oh, he gets bought off the map by Rhino. He tried to go for the slam back onto the mini, but what an amazing move by Rhino. That's going to be first Captain Nightmare.
Of course. I mean, that's just not a mistake that you expect to see super often. And the fact that Rhino was able to get that boop and then unfortunately Infected stomped himself off the map, that opens it up for Nightmare to be able to beat Team Liquid to the punch. And I think what's really impactful about this is that Rhino gets to set up on this high ground. Has to eat the sleep right here, but that's why you've got the Suzu to also help keep you alive, and you're able to go ahead and get out of dodge to go back over to the Lighthouse. This is giving a lot of healing over to Lucamino as well, and so it wouldn't really surprise me to see Lucamino or RuPaul actually let these nanos go as soon as they get them, especially when Team Liquid are coming back in already.
Dancing with death there, Infected almost got run off the map again. Vega goes down to Seeker though, cross map. Couple of take aim shots, 1v1 battle with the Wrecking Balls now as Rhino goes pretty low, but backup has arrived. Rocket chasing Infected away. They're gonna have to go for a reset after that first kill on the support.
And Vega's gonna switch. Was on that Brig, but I think it's not applying as much pressure as you would like to be able to have with the Kiriko. You've got the Suzu that's just been so helpful to be able to deal with cleansing over those antis as both nanos are out.
Yeah, Nanos on the phrase as well. They're trying to take tools from the sky, but Seeker is winning this one out. A good slam, and eventually Tree does end up getting a kill. The point gets flipped, 50%, 55 make that for Nightmare. They should be able to get cleaned up here. Yes, Era's in the perfect spot. The double kill for the Tracer. Vega ends up dying, though, fairly late. Is a Kiriko, so shouldn't have too much of an issue to get back into the point. But that late swap that you mentioned, Rose, over to Kiriko means Squid is way ahead in terms of rush.
And that's going to give Nightmare a pretty big advantage heading into this next fight. Nightmare can use this to actually close the distance with that rush, get them over to the point, and then see if they can actually apply a little bit more pressure with the DPS ultimates that they have as well. You can get Seeker into a good position, or even just take out Tree. Now you don't even need the ults.
I mean, Jake kind of painted the perfect picture on the desk, right? Seeker wants this like a head-to-head hit-scan matchup, and he is winning it versus Tree right now. Vega ends up dying to mines, and slam from Infected to clear a couple of mines off, but nope, that's going to be Nightmare. Capping again.
Rhino is asleep for a little bit of that trouble, but I think those mines were perfect just to be able to make sure that you had total control of that point. And the fact that you were able to keep the Kitsune Rush is a big deal. But the problem with that is that Vega's now started to catch up. So he's going to be able to match that Kitsune Rush for Kitsune Rush once he gets that online. Biggest thing here is now we're looking at Team Liquid with the mines of their own that they can actually try to use to approach this open space.
Hello. Oh, and a bowl is straight on top as well. Okay, that's one way to kill a wrecking ball, I suppose. Wow, Rhino instantly dead. Rush on the point there for Squid, but unfortunately, that lead, that support lead that he had is basically gone by the wayside now. Nice little tag team there by Team Liquid. They recap as Nightmare get 90.
Yeah, that rush is a little unfortunate because I think you would really like to have that for this next fight. 90% is still a lot to be able to take away, and you have the nano boost that you can also utilize here, but your advantage with those ultimates is gone. You're just going to have to make the most out of this next fight, and you can't take too long to come back to this point. Nightmare have done a great job being able to carve out a lead for themselves, but now capitalize. This nano boost is going to be big from Lucamino and RuPaul. RuPaul uses it first.
Oh, and he's already tagged the Ana. There's almost no way Lucamino survives that. Tree now looking for Seeker in the 1v1. Seeker is going to get hounded down though by Zera, but Tree still extremely low. Rhino ends up cleaning up the kills as Squid kicks out RuPaul across the map. Nightmare kind of dominating Team Liquid right now. RuPaul switching to Lucio to try and get a final touch here. Maybe just actually to speed people out. Looks like it, but Nightmare, they still get the cap. They are hunting for backliners right now as Squid ends up spotting out Zera, who's not currently in the fight. Maybe he has to get a touch. He does, and eventually, but now recalled and instantly taken care of by Seeker.
Seeker with that pick is going to make it really difficult for Team Liquid to extend their time on this point. It's going to be up to Infected to keep rotating through that.
Squid ends up getting traded there. Infected still keeping the point alive for Team Liquid. Mines deployed though, so Infected is trapped in a one-by-one grid there in the corner. Nowhere to run or hide as Rhino just guns him down, and that is Nightmare with a round win.
Look at how close that was, Jack, and that's something we were kind of hoping to see out of this series, even if the predictions are still in favor of Team Liquid. It all goes back to that very first play where Rhino boops Infected off the map, and then all of a sudden there's just no tank to be able to have that point presence. And Nightmare took that, ran with it. They get that first round win, and now they've got a little bit of house money to play with. Just having that one round win gives them a little bit of breathing room heading into this next one where you don't want to see them experiment too much, but maybe they have a little bit more confidence behind them as well to keep executing on this Freya and that Wrecking Ball combo.
Hey there.
Yeah, Seeker doing extremely well. Look at the stats. 6 and 4 for Tree. Seeker 10 and 3. A little bit of extra damage on top of that as well. Going over to Well. Quick teleports out from both sides. And yes, same kind of comps here. No Brigitte to start us off though for Team Liquid. They're just going for Vega on the Kiriko. Double flex support. Kind of what was expected at the very start of this stage as well, actually. But with Wu Yang instead of the Ana. See if Rhino can create the same pair.
Yeah, so with it banned, may as well go ahead and bring out the Ana and the Kiriko, and I think Vega really smart to go ahead and use this right away. Calls back to a lot of those anti-nades that Lucamino was applying to the team that Vega can now cleanse with smart uses of that Suzu. And it'll also help to make sure that you can actually capitalize on some of these dives if you want to throw over the Suzu for invulnerability. Effective is getting absolutely pressured.
Yes, indeed, and Vega a little bit more so as well. Rocket ends up chasing him down. Two giant marbles kind of running into each other. Looking like a Newton's cradle on the point right now. There's a Nightmare. They do end up losing Squid, so both Kirikos have been taken care of, but look at the health bars from Team Liquid right now. Losing Vega that early, yeah, Infected's like 1 HP. They have to back off, so it's going to give Nightmare the point.
Oh, Rocket's gonna be really careful. Nice that he has the recall there, but he goes right into Zero's full clip and melee. Another big pick for this team.
Yeah, there's the instant flip. Wow, 15% only. Look at the healing Lucamino's done already, by the way. Almost got the nano boost. Zera's trying to go for the 1v1 there against the Kiriko as Suzu on a swift step away. Lucamino now not able to charge any more ult charge. Tree with a nice take aim shot, I'd imagine that was. And now they're going to try and chase this Kiriko away and this Tracer. Already forced the recall. Rocket is 1 HP. Should be able to get away. He does. And Zera now waiting with a pulse bomb.
Nightmare regrouped at this point, and they also do have that nano boost, so they can apply that, make sure that maybe Rhino can even make it to the point a little bit faster. But Team Liquid are gonna have a lot they can throw with this next fight. They can respond to that, but Vega being down, I think they have to use ults here to keep this point.
Well, there's the nano boost again applied to the Freyas, going straight on top of Seeker. Seeker, unfortunately, no nano boost for you, my friend. And now, Tree just kind of dominating. Squid, Lucamino already dead. The nano boost on the Freya is dirty stuff from Team Liquid. Infected does end up getting chased down, but remember, Team Liquid still in control of the point, and Rocket's so low. And Zera is permanently in Rocket's postcode right now. Just every single time Rocket's recalling, Zera is right behind him with a blink smack.
Sarah just really understands Tracer and does not want to give up that 1v1 versus Rocket. And I think that's something else that we'll have to keep our eyes on, is how this Tracer versus Tracer develops over the course of this series. For now, Zera is really on it, making sure that there's not going to be any flanks that can go disrupt his own backline. Vega's still kind of playing bait a little bit in terms of the first one going down in some of these fights, but you're trading backlines in these dives. I think Vega trading, and then you're still getting work out of this nano boost and that bola shot or the Freya has been really impactful here for Team Liquid. They're one fight away, Jack, and they've already taken down Lucamino.
Infected, clearing some of the mines there that Rhino put down on the point. The tree down already. Infected's going to be able to maintain control here. You can see the positioning of Vega, ready to kind of teleport away if necessary. Just trying to kill Seeker, just desperately, literally 1 HP is that Freya. Manages to get away though somehow. They force the recall once again on Rocket as Infected bowls into Rhino, who's now in the back line. Rocket ended up getting taken down by Zera again. Zera is just playing counter Tracer right now, just looking at Rocket, making sure to force the recall and then follow up with a couple of blinks and a kill. Overtime is here for Team Liquid. They have control currently as Nightmare struggling to get a grasp hold of this one. And Seeker chased out again as Zera takes him down. Has 2 DPS kills already under Zera's belt and has earned himself a pulse bomb for this fight. Rhino's going to be able to come back in with another roll through, but it's 1 HP. A good sleep from RuPaul and a bowler shot on top. Rocket, he's sent into Overwatch 3 there. He's not going to be back for a little while as Nightmare end up going down as they bring us to a round 3.
What's up? Score.
Well looked way more decisive than what we saw on Lighthouse, and I think that just shows you how much territorial control Team Liquid were able to get. And does go back to your point about Zera just constantly hunting down Rocket. When you shut off those avenues for the Tracer to be able to get those flanks, you're also getting rid of a huge source of damage for your team. The nuisance that would be dealing with your backline supports, and it just leaves so much more room for the rest of your team to operate with. RuPaul and Vega a lot more comfortable without having that threat of that Tracer around them all the time. And I mean, Zera's putting up the numbers to back that up. Eliminations are much higher on that second round, starting to match that of how Nightmare have done. And as we enter onto Ruins, I think this is where the Freyas can really shine again. You're a little bit more vulnerable because you don't have as much housing or like rooftops to actually help support you, but that's where your wrecking balls can also come in and make sure that they're going to be following up on the damage that you apply from high ground.
It's on the overlay there, of course. RuPaul going with that headshot perk. 1.5x headshot multiplier changed to 2x for this patch. RuPaul very much thinking that is kind of what is tipped the balance of power in at least their favor. Obviously not so much of a Wu Yang team. Quick pause though. See what that is about, but hopefully it won't be too long there as we jump on to Ruins. The Ana's great here though. Like, there's so many long sight lines. You are chilling, like, and there's a lot of corners you can play around as well, away from the Tracer, away from the Wrecking Ball as well. Like, you're feasting basically if you're playing Ana on this map.
That's true. And I guess that's also something that RuPaul doesn't really have to, like the Tracer, one, it's nice that he doesn't have to deal with it because you do have Zera that's going to be hounding down Rocket. But the other thing is, RuPaul's also that type of player that even if you have the Tracer after you, he's probably hitting sleep darts anyway. Like, there's ways that you can get away, or you know that you also have your other support to have your back with a Suzu if you are going to be that target for Rocket. So I think RuPaul really, I'm excited to see what this perk will do for him. Already the damage numbers look even higher than we saw in that first round, and I know a lot of that has to do with them winning the second round, but now heading into Ruins with all of these beautiful sight lines, like, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if you're scoping in, hard to hit a Tracer in the head, but if you do, forces her to go get a pack, forces her to recall, etc. So, yeah, really tough time for the Tracer. If you're against a crack shot like RuPaul is, that's for sure. Don't forget as well to link your Battle.net account to your Twitch account in order to receive the drops that are currently going on right now throughout the playoffs. Or I guess through the playoffs, like 10th to the 19th, that's until tomorrow. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of you have got them already, but if you haven't, there is the lowdown on your screen. You pick up the Doomfist colorways for OWCS there at 5 and 7 hours. So yeah, make sure you link those and you should be good to go.
I'm about that weapon charm. I like the weapon charm for their very close after this EMEA run, but that was a little short on the timer, so I just got a little
2 3-0s in the EMEA. What is this?
I know.
What is this, man? Just getting the entirety of the VPTM read wrong though, so yeah, all good. So it's good for me. Now look, I think if you look at Team Liquid here, you kind of move on. You ban the Wu Yang now, so maybe that's a kind of a pivot point for Nightmare throughout the series. But let's get back into the game at hand. Lucamino on a lovely angle here as well on the Ana. You spoke about these kind of long sight lines in Ana. Fairly susceptible to the dives of the Tracer and the ball, but you're expending a lot, man, if you're getting up there. It's real tough. Team Liquid do end up capping first, though, as Infected almost goes down, but a nice fire nade from Ruval keeps him up.
Yeah, those mobility cooldowns are necessary to actually get access to the Ana from that position. But if you can kind of push back those pieces, wow. I mean, even just take a look at how well RuPaul is even just able to pressure Rhino away from you. I think that's such a big deal to make sure that your Ana is up this whole time.
Man, RuPaul even hitting the flourish as you shoot in the Tracer with that Ana mythic. Feels pretty confident, can't lie. All right, Rhino dead, Squid gone, reset time. Just trying to get back to spawn as quick as you can. RuPaul with the nano boost as well. And ideally on this map too, you are using that early. Slam them as soon as they go for a cross. You can see where Infected's already playing on top of this pavilion.
I don't even know if you want to give it over to Infected or maybe you just give it over to Tree again. Just make sure that Tree can actually two-tap people before they even make it to the point. Nightmare is ready with their own. They have nano boost though, so they can both go out.
There it is. Yeah, both on the phrase again. A direct shot, though, from Tree. A bolus ends up missing there from Tree. It looks like Rocket ended up recoiling away from that one. Seeker's a little bit more accurate, killing a RuPaul. However, they have been traded, but Rocket looking at Vega. No support left. Just a 180 blink smack there from Rocket. Does net him a double kill. Mine's on the point, though. It's going to stall out for a little bit here for Team Liquid. But a mine slam, actually. And there, okay, there's basically no mines left. Both Wrecking Balls slamming into them. And there's the flip eventually. But Team Liquid with a humongous lead, 73% after they let go of Cap.
Yeah, they did expend a lot there. It was pulse bomb, nano. It's gonna be their rush immediately to get back to point, so they see the opening just to come back in and try to get that one more team fight to win the map.
Yeah, I think that's Infected calling that. He's got two people looking at him right now. Later rush, though, on the point, and this rush from Team Liquid has not let them any kills. Rocket now looking for somebody, and now Team Liquid can't fight on the point at all. Their rush has worn away. Infected almost gets knocked off the map again. A pulse bomb from Rocket goes wide, but Lucamino's actually the first casualty of this fight. Looks like RuPaul was in a little bit of trouble there, but a quick nade to the ground at his own feet. Make sure he stays alive. And look at this pocket as well coming through from Vega. This duo is just absolutely nasty. Almost hit that sleep too, but that trace is 1 HP. Zera ends up finishing him off the kill, and Team Liquid end up routing Nightmare, and that's another cap.
Another cap and possibly a map win here as they have Zera ready with this pulse bomb. He's able to land that onto anybody that can actually go in and get the touch. Even if you land it onto Rhino, that's a significant amount of HP that you're getting out of this Wrecking Ball before you have to go in for the sustain and the contest. So Zera really looking for a good target there. See if they can actually end the map now.
Well, Rhino just getting chased by two people, but Rocket, I mean, Seeker, sorry, from across the map, two-tapping RuPaul. That's not a good start. We'll see how much Team Liquid actually end up investing here. Zera trying to go for a pulse bomb kill, but a one clip will suffice. Maybe even a double on the backline. Right, Zera has done it. He's just killed the backline solo. Nightmare. I mean, they got 3 alive, but they have to play safe now. They have to play around these mega health packs. Team Liquid are going to roll back into this fight. Any kill now onto Nightmare is a disaster. And speaking of which, it has struck the front line of Nightmare.
No, and Seeker goes too, so it's really just Rocket now that's going to have to try to come in and contest with that pulse bomb if you're able to even something out, but he can't even make it back to trigger the overtime.
Oh, he's trying to get back to Lucio. Not quite. Team Liquid, and off the back of Zera in that last fight, end up securing Ilios.
Wow, I mean, it's just on to the Tracers. That's really where we're going to see fireworks from this match. Why we saw Zera focus on Rocket so much, because the Tracer impact, whether it's going to be a pulse bomb that actually picks somebody up or you just go in, get a full clip and then a melee, that was easily enough to take out one of the supports. And you can see how well all of these Tracers were also trying to play around those Ana cooldowns. The fact that unfortunately RuPaul did miss that sleep for a little bit, striping away, but yeah, I'm excited to see what happens for the rest of this. But Zera popped off 2 deaths, and that's it for this entire map.
Yeah, 25-2 is nasty stuff. I mean, he is the best Tracer player in North America, I say currently. I like the
I would agree with
phrase. it's pretty delightful to see. This, I mean, look, if the Wrecking Ball's slamming in like this and you have all your CDs, like, bringing a bolus there's not a problem. A bolus is definitely an ult you just kind of, in a way, it's like pulse bomb where you can just throw it in kind of willy-nilly because you have the passive, the bounty hunter passive, so you're getting a lot of free ult charge throughout the course of the map, so you're going to have a lot more of those ults to kind of throw out. You don't want to hold on for it for too long. And that was just a little bit of BM there. But yeah, I think this is what we're going to kind of see from Team Liquid Heroes as we move on, because RuPaul's Ana is filthy. And with that buff, it's looking good.
It's actually so funny to me that we ended up seeing a 3-rounder again on Ilios when the last time we actually saw these two teams face off against each other, this was the one map that Team Liquid lost. This series was a 3-1 victory for Team Liquid. Nightmare winning that first map of Ilios, and so I think Team Liquid definitely coming in, looking very dominant in the final 2 rounds of this map, but Nightmare putting up a really great fight, and this is where I have a lot of questions, Jack. Are we going to see more of Rhino in this roster to try to match the dive v dive, or are we going to continue to see Nightmare kind of switch it up a little bit? They still have Painkiller in their roster. We did see Painkiller and Rhino trade in and out in that very first series of the stage, but now that the stage is developed and we have seen Nightmare lean a little bit more heavily on Painkiller in the last couple of series, I wonder how much playtime realistically Rhino will get, and if it is just a very team-dependent thing where Infected's going to be playing Winston and Wrecking Ball, so we can match that, and we have a player to do so.
Honestly, if they're also kind of vibing the Ana pick, like, we might see Rhino in, but as soon as I say that, okay, we're having Painkiller come back in. Much more. But again, it's kind of a map-dependent thing too, where, okay, we're confident on our dive. On an Ilios, of course, we're going to have Rhino in. If you're playing a static tank like Painkiller likes to play, or like a rush-style tank, like, you're going to get run over because the Ana's also kind of sitting there just pumping shots into your head with that major perk. So, yeah, not too much of a surprise. Nemwai also subbed in for Squid.
And so we've seen these substitutions come in before. Nightmare love to be able to bring Nenwai in so that they have the Lucio to help speed around this more brawl-style comp. And then what Painkiller decides to play, last couple of times it's been Zarya. Of course, Painkiller has an amazing Ramatra, can also play a Diva, but it is usually those off-tank looks from Painkiller that really help to just kind of glue this Nightmare squad together with that Lucio in tow. But I think that it can also work against them. We've seen Team Liquid ban out the Lucio when seeing Nenwai swapped into the roster. And so if it is going to be a Lucio ban, and on King's Row, does that mean we see more Brig? Has Nenwai really worked on the Wuyong to be able to bring that into the roster instead? That it cannot be banned out on this map by Liquid side at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. We're going to King's Rush. Like, we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Ram. We're going to be seeing a whole lot of any kind of Painkiller hero pool. We're having you in. We don't want dive anymore. And I think that's fine for Team Liquid. Again, I think the Desperate hit on it perfectly. This team is very hard to ban out. Like, okay, are we going to ban a tank away from Infected? I mean, maybe his Zarya isn't as good as his other heroes, but like we also, like you said, we want to be able to play Lucio ideally, so having that be played, having that be protected might be a good idea, but it looks like Nightmare are going to ban Winston instead, and Team Liquid banning the Freya. Seeker did look pretty clean on the Freya, especially that opening round, so yeah, not too shocked to see that one go.
Oh no, I mean, Seeker's Freya has been amazing, and he's been one of those players that maybe even despite Freya feeling a little bit hit or miss in some of the earlier phases of her actually being introduced into Overwatch, Seeker was still very steadfast that Freya can be good. Look at how good I am individually on this Freya, and in the last couple of series, Seeker really has popped off on that pick. So I think you have to take that away, especially when there's so much high ground for the Freya to play around in King's Row. All of those windows that Freya gets really nice access to, you want to limit some of the options that Nightmare do have. And now the Winston ban though, Jack, I wonder then, do we actually see Infected, pick this Ram? Is that something that Nightmare is happy with? Since I kind of always expected that Team Liquid might not want to play dive on this map anyway with Painkiller in the roster.
Tell you what isn't a surprise, this tree on the Hanzo.
True.
That should be certain. No more Wu Yang being either, which means double flex. I'm a little shocked if RuPaul hasn't gone the Ana here, especially on first point. If you're expecting this rush, you're like, okay, well, that's fine. We can play Ana, play on the high ground. Maybe you won't get the major perk up in time, but still extremely strong.
I think the reason why you don't play it is because you know that Nightmare on the attacking side have access to just swap heroes. So I was gonna say, like, Painkiller could just come out on Evo or swap to it, but Seeker doesn't need the Freya to pop off like that.
Okay, we've seen some incredible things from Trig on this map, but yeah, okay, Seeker might have outdone him with that shot there. Mid-air headshot past that little ram shield too. Okay. Nightmare, they do end up switching over to Lucio now, and they're all cowering in the hotel. They're trying to find a split onto Nightmare, but they're not able to do that. Everybody's on high ground already.
Now how do you bully them off? You have to send Zera up there, and so Zera can go up the stairs or try to at least pressure off this Hanzo, but I mean, Seeker's gonna be out of the spawn in no time, and Nightmare is still finding angles to just kind of deal with Tree on Hanzo. You've got this Painkiller Diva that can really help out with that, but now things are starting to fall apart for that attack push.
Yeah, Tree's back, don't worry. He's still got a crack shot. And with Lucamino dead, like, that's literally the perfect pick for the Hanzo. It's chill. Now you're just waiting. They can take statue control. That's fine. We can't really fight it anyway. Painkiller is unfortunately going to have a little bit of a rough time getting up to high ground, but it's all about the Hanzos at this point. Seeker finds one on Vega as a Sonic of all things, and Zero goes down as well. Okay, well, yeah, again, just Hanzo things. Looks like Tree is going to get chased away as Rocket and Painkiller are up on the high ground, and that is first point. Let's get a quick listen in as well to see how they set up this next fight.
20 off my ult.
Sick, I'm gonna fade top right there. Force to like clear me. If they clear me, you can look Dragon, okay?
I'm playing top left right now. I get someone on the here. Okay, man. They might all with you. I'm looking for Dragons here.
Okay. We're finding Kiro.
Right, it's a pulse. It's easy kite though. Just I can take four.
Just form early. Okay. Try bottom right, careful.
Okay, bottom right.
Setting up. Shoot the right soon.
Ram right.
Maybe Dragon right. We can push. Nice.
How's it top? Hold on. Shoot right.
I'm booked it.
Big Dragon.
I'm bomb. Don't push the shot. It's okay. Just take right.
Oh, you took it?
Yeah, back there. Just like that. Get slip, we need to get him back before he can win stealth.
I can taxi. Fuck my angle.
Yeah.
I could see pulse there, faster beat.
It's literally just the Hunters finding picks. Like, that's the whole of this first point, and second point maybe as well. Taking a nice shot again on the back line. Like, it's ridiculous. There's the rush, though, on the streets. Gonna get mashed. Fortunately, Infected has got that ultimate in a couple of moments, so second power here is going to be incredible. Zera with a stick on Nemwai of all people, too. Okay. All right, well, that's the fight over with for Nightmare. Can't really operate without the Lucio here.
But that's really great for Team Liquid because you only having to use the pulse bomb to get out the fight, and now you also got the Kitsune rush out of Nightmare as well. Nightmare have nothing to go into the second half of this point with. They got really close to the finish line, but you're gonna need way more than that. You're gonna want to have like 2 or 3 ultimates, or just have Seeker do Seeker things. That is also a total possibility, is that Hanzo just helps to get 1-2 picks, and that's how you can finish out the fight. But to deal with the annihilation and the sound barrier from Vega, that is precious ultimate charge that Nenwai is missing out on because of that pulse bomb stick. So there's no way, I think, to get there to match that of Team Liquid before you actually do lose again this next fight.
Oh, that was a nice Sonic arrow by Seeker there, spying out 2 players trying to go through Mini. Vega's attempting to kind of speed around and get a little flank going for Team Liquid. That health pack just continually getting hacked, by the way, by the Hanzo. Kind of frustrating. Can't use that for a little bit of sustenance. 2.5 minutes to go, though, and this fight really hasn't broken down yet. I mean, there's a beat for Vega, like, ultimate advantage here for Team Liquid. Nightmare just kind of waiting on their own, I'd imagine, or maybe Rocket to get a little one.
Definitely the sound barrier, too. They wanted that from NY.
There's Dragons. Again, not much is really happening. Hanzo picking somebody. That's the bestie the team can kind of hope for right now. trying to bully Painkiller. There's the Dragon Strike coming through for Nightmare now as Infected dodges it quite easily, stands on the points, and then punches Painkiller's lights out. A quick rush, though, is going to send it Infected all the way back, but a Return Annihilation is going to attempt to stop Painkiller from re-meching after getting that mech kill eventually, as there's Tree with the Storm Arrows. Okay, eventually the first kill ends up coming in. That's not a kill on the mech. Will go the way of Team Liquid.
Really great recognition from Team Liquid, though, to know that they can just kind of play reactively. They use the sound barrier, though. Nightmare's going in.
Yeah, nice sound barrier, though, from Team Liquid. It actually stops that rush completely. They're going to have to back up, though, slightly. Again, this corner control is going to be nice for Nightmare, but this rush is actually going to push them forward and a D-mech onto Painkiller. Use their self-destruct, but this baby kill should be fairly easy. Like, there's so many people around him. But it's all good, because Zera is here, obviously, as he chases down Nenwai. There's only a minute to go. And it's looking dire for Nightmare now. Seeker jumps onto the Sombra too, probably just to get back in time, but yeah, this stagger, it's ugly.
That's brutal. But that's exactly what you want to see from Team Liquid. This has been really great control of this defense, waiting to make sure that they actually have good ultimate answers to what Nightmare are throwing out. And now we are seeing Nightmare make a swap. Painkiller going over to the Ramatra with only 45 seconds left. Really hard ask for you to get an Annihilation online, and you still have to contend with a Pulse Bomb from Zera. If that is a stick, that is the end of the push, unless we see Seeker get a headshot and to a critical member, like a support from Team Liquid, and then hopefully that can help open things up for Nightmare's final attack push. They only have 25 seconds.
Six taking a lot of damage, though, as Zera wins the 1v1 versus Rocket. A quick reset now required by Nightmare, but they're not going to give it to him. Zera's found another one again. Zera is on fire right now. Playoff Zera unleashed. It's a little Suzu there from Lucamino. Painkiller to the rescue, he's so low. That Nemesis form's going to run out a couple of seconds, and a quick kill there from Tree. No one's going to be able to touch Heroes. Nightmare going to try and get back in time. Looks like Nemwai maybe got a touch. No, not at all. And there it is, Team Liquid hold Nightmare. A very kind of staggered, waylaid fight, waiting for Hanzos to get picked, and all for naught for Nightmare, as they only get a single point on the board.
Initiating match.
It was so hard because there was just a point where Nightmare didn't have any ultimates to throw at that final push, and you saw them on the next return wait, get something online, get this sound barrier, and then hope that maybe Seeker gets a pick on the Hanzo and you can open up the fight that way. But the longer they waited, the longer the Nightmare took to actually try to get another contestant, Team Liquid just had another bank that they could work with. So a good answer with like the rush for rush. You've got this sound barrier that can come a little bit later because Vega held on to that. And then at the very end, when you still don't really have a whole lot of Nightmare side, but Zera has a pulse bomb and he's been laning those like crazy already in this series. It was really difficult for Nightmare to ever get past that second checkpoint. And now on the defense, this is where I kind of wonder, is this where Team Liquid actually bring out that Ana? I think it was difficult to do on the defense because Painkiller can always just switch to D.Va and have that defense matrix to eat up those nades or the sleep darts or whatever. But on the attack, I mean, any sort of like damage, any sort of sleep, any sort of nade, like that might be enough to actually kind of open things up for Team Liquid to start to snowball those fights with.
Oh, and grapple shot. No. All good though, back to Hanzo for Tree. And again, now we sit, wait, buy our time, see which Hanzo gets the pick first. Zera though, Rose, actually on the Genji now, no Tracer.
Yeah, maybe for the deflect. Maybe you've got like a deflect to at least help combat some of Seeker's picks.
Oh,
but
deflect this.
Lucamino actually finds, yeah. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's definitely nice getting up in people's faces. Also, really good high ground control as well with the Genji. Kind of, you're not getting a lot of help from Infected. Infected needs to kind of do what he's doing now. Try and move up to high ground, punish Painkiller. And that's, I think, is going to be their game plan. You can see them already kind of pushing out Painkiller, but all good, don't worry. There's the Hanzo kill we were asking for. Seeker, well, pins RuPaul to the backboard.
If Seeker can keep this up, then this is like really a valuable time that they're getting off the clock. But you got to be really careful because there's also a Hanzo on the other side, and Zera easily to close the gap there with the dash.
Zera's eating. Ooh, almost killed Nemwai too. If he had the dash there, end up connecting that with Nemwai, that would have been a double. So they do end up cleaning up. Nice initial kill, but yeah, this a very slow launch. Basically, they're just staunched up. Like he's trying to get picks, but I mean, Seeker unfortunately this time is beating Tree to the punch.
Just a little bit, but that could change up very, very quickly, especially as we start to get ultimates on the board. Lucamino's first up to bat with this rush, and that can be really valuable to lay down over the point, or this high ground even, just to make sure that Team Liquid can't get the upper hand.
Tree's 1 HP. Nope, yeah, taken out. Nice rush. I really like the early use of ultimates there. Just getting these fight wins and getting them, you know, not even like cleanly, right? I mean, look at Zera dying pretty late here. If he can get another headshot, that's another late death. Like, they're kind of chill. Use 1 rush, you got 3 ults in the bank. You are fine using that there.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes left on the clock, too. Think about if you continue to slow play like this, then all of a sudden it might just be that final fight. But this is the pick Team Liquid wanted. The opening pick on a Seeker.
That is it. Rush used. Suzu as well. Self-destruct on the rush. Should be an easy dodge. Oh, the post bomb, though, from Rocket does connect with Zera. RuPaul almost granting Rocket the double kill there. But once again, he teleports away, leaves Tree, and that's the DPS down for Team Liquid. Dragonstrike's going to come through, but Ismir a tickling on the back of Infected. Has to pop the Annihilation regardless as he tries to find Lucamino. No Swift Step available for the Kiriko. Annihilation's gone, but again, gaining space here for Team Liquid is important. They should now get a pressure, some pressure on the point.
But Nightmare can come back and play defense here.
Seeker gets another one.
Wow. I mean, now I was going to say you don't even need a sound barrier here, probably.
Bro, it's just Hanzo gaming. That's all it is right now. And
oh my goodness.
That's 2. It's just Hanzo. We're just living in a Hanzo's world. Unfortunately for the supports and the other DPS, like, it's just horrible to play into. Like, that's it. I mean, 44% on the point. There's 50 seconds to go. 1 full reset, but 2 support ultimates for Nightmare.
This could be a full hold for Nightmare. Absolutely. I mean, sound barrier, if you got the rush, that's going to be like the biggest difference that I think, so that Nightmare can actually just fire faster even. I'm really worried about Team Liquid actually making it through here. They do have the blade, but it's naked. There's no nano to help try to boost this up. You just have to try to go back after these kills.
Go for it. There's the beat. Counter beat, though, comes from Team Liquid. This blade can still do a fair amount of damage, but Nemwa is going to dodge out of the way as Zera's sharp katana. And now Seeker just hunting for these divers. Both support ultimates been used up from Nightmare, so Team Liquid maybe facing them a little bit too early. As they now try and push onto the point. Pankit doing immense amount of damage there to RuPaul, but Tree finds a kill onto Rocket somehow, some way. Now going for the 1v1 versus Seeker, and he needs to win this. He's going to get healed up after taking a small body shot there, and actually spots Lucamino off to the side. A Suzu to the ground, but Zera with a perfect follow-up. Maybe not a full hold, at least not just yet, bros. There is still 3 people alive here for Nightmare, but they haven't got the health to actually tussle with Liquid on the point.
Yeah, I think they just have to give this up. At this point, I think your best bet is to try to regroup if you're Nightmare, try to play around this first corner, and just get as many fights as possible out of this second streets phase. We are going to see Infected push forward just to try to get rid of some of that advantage. Nightmare have it respawned as a full team of 5, and the fact that Tree took out Seeker is going to delay the regroup even further. Let's hear how Team Liquid are going to approach the streets phase, especially when they've got this Dragon Strike ready and forward positioning.
You can play maybe play main. Yeah, we're push for Securial, right? Yeah, I'm on low.
Yeah, just let him come up mid first. Trade top left. Trade top left, gonna go behind. That's a Diva.
Watch up, right? You won. Back hack down here. Nice. Living.
No one. Secure. Hanzo main. Look, Hanzo main. Train.
Low 1 point. I need to point. How many point, guys? Yeah, you're good.
Look, try.
Hey, only dragon there.
Okay, just find a point with Curie Rambo.
Swap Diva.
Darn Ram.
Okay, we playing Sword.
That minor perk there, the hacking the health packs from Tree, actually kind of dominated Painkiller. Went on Diva, tried to get the Mega, but it was already hacked. They dragged in the room. Like, that was a very, very small thing, but it really helped them out. Ended up helping them win that fight, and they're going to just continue to push this. There's a Dragon Strike on the rush here. Tree takes a little bit of damage. This Payload is moving swiftly. Painkiller trying to run to the point. Already popped the Nemesis Storm, but he's down. Team Liquid with 50 seconds to go. They just make it over the line as Nightmare fall on King's Row.
Oh, that was so close, though. Jack, I really thought it could have been a full hold on that first point for Nightmare, but once Team Liquid got going and you saw them take away that corner advantage from Nightmare, they just couldn't get that regroup before the payload was at that finish line, and then you know, tree things. What a good performance from him. I mean, some of the highest damage in the entire lobby outside of Infected. And that was just from all those headshots True was hitting. That was crazy.
Yeah, Seeker doing very well too, but at the end, it's Tree on top, 14-6 to 13-8 for the Hanzos. It really just was a Hanzo game. That was it, really. Let's have a look at this headshot. I mean, come on, man. That shield goes down at like a half a second later. That's not a kill. Nice stick from Zera too. We just called the tail end of that one. Really nice stuff from Team Liquid, but I agree, Rose. Like, that was close. That could have been a full hold if the Hanzos don't hit the headshots. And that's good news, honestly, for Nightmare going later in the series, because I think a lot of people, desk included, audience included, thinking Liquid are going to clean sweep this. Nightmare had a tough front first half of the schedule in this season. Kind of got dominated by the top three, but it is now their time to come alive in the playoffs where it counts. They got to keep this narrative going, man. Like we're always going to make it to the lands. It's almost destiny, it feels like.
It is. I mean, what would we have at Overwatch lands if it weren't for kind of Nightmare being? I feel like that is a staple at this point. So I am hopeful that this bootcamp is doing good things for them, where they'll be able to string together a couple more map wins here or there and find themselves out of this bracket. But Jack, it's going to be so hard. They face Team Liquid now. On the other side, there's still Space Station and GK that are both front-runner contenders to make it to Stockholm to compete at the World Finals. And so it's still going to be a tough ask from Nightmare. But if they keep showing us bright spots like this, especially when the stats of the map are even as close as they are, that really does show you that picture of Nightmare have what it takes. They just need to work out some of those small things. Yeah.
It's close. It's close. I mean, King's Row is a map as well where you know Team Liquid are also going to excel because they can play Tree on the Hanzo too. We'll see as the series kind of progresses, but there are only 3 spots to the World Finals. And I think a lot of people, or at least most, have TL, SSG, and GK making it. And Nightmare, it's them that have to punch up. It's them that have to kind of conquer the very best that North America has to offer. And Liquid are undefeated in the regular season. They looked good. And even with this patch, RuPaul thinking, actually, it changes a lot for us. We think it's a bigger patch for than people really kind of anticipate, because we can play something like an Ana. We are going to go to Rialto as our potential final map. The reverse sweep, though, for Nightmare starts here with their pick.
The fact that Nightmare is still making these maps as close as they are, despite Team Liquid being the favorite, is definitely a good sign for Nightmare fans. And so I think this is like okay, maybe this is going to be a 3-0, or maybe we are able to start to get something together with a couple more Hanzo picks, or I guess you could also continue to play Freya if you want to now on Rialto as well, since you have all of that high ground. So I don't know. I don't want to write Nightmare out of it, but it's so hard to vote against Team Liquid when you know they have had that flawless season. They are hungry to have a flawless record for this playoffs bracket. They had a couple of mistakes that they made in some of those closer 5-map series that I think they are eager to rewrite the history of. And I think one of those blips in the radar was that one map loss to Nightmare at the very beginning of the stage. They've already course corrected that with this first map win in the series, and maybe a 3-0 here as well.
That was the meme, like, okay, Nightmare is just the Ilios team, I guess.
Yeah.
They're really good on that map. But yeah, like you said, they've course corrected already. They're chilling. Although it was a very close 2-1.
Yeah.
Remember, Rose, it's worth keeping in mind, this match means a whole bunch for both teams, because a win here it makes you go into the upper bracket finals, right? But that's also a ticket to Stockholm. A win for Team Liquid or for Nightmare guarantees a spot. Nightmare coming into this, banning Ana, and I think that was a smart play. Ana's very good on this map. Lots of long sight lines. You're able to sit back as RuPaul on high ground, pop people in the head, and win from there. But it's Azaria on the other side here for Team Liquid, taking that away from Nightmare.
I think if you were going to see any sort of pressure onto something like the Winston, maybe it is a Zarya, maybe it is just the Zarya beam, that long distance that you can actually chunk out a Wrecking Ball. So I think that's a very smart ban from Liquid as well, to take that away from Painkiller. If we aren't going to see any substitutions, then we know that Painkiller is still in to be able to play something like the D.Va, and maybe that actually gives you a little bit of an advantage if you're Team Liquid, because you say, well, if you can't play the Zarya, then we know you're probably playing D.Va or Ram. That's so much easier for us to prepare for, especially if we start out on defense.
Yeah, the Zarya ban's going to kind of open up a little bit more for Infected. Plus, if you really want, like Infected have shown it already, the Team Liquid can play the Sigma comp too, which I was a little bit surprised at seeing. I didn't think we'd see a whole bunch of Sigma this patch, to be real. I thought it was going to be more dive, and then also, like, obviously the Rush would come out for some teams. So Sigma pocket pick, Rialto's a decent map for that Sigma too. Whether you can actually counter that on the fly is another thing in question. For Nightmare, I think one point you brought up earlier was really nice, was they are all boot camping right now down in Florida. So being in that team environment, I think Johnny said it was like a 10% buff, like minimum, right? Like it's got to be a little bit of summit there, because you can instantly turn around to your teammates, like look over to your right, look over to your left, like people are right around you. You're not just sat in a call somewhere like halfway across the continent. So you're able to instantly fix problems there and then on the spot and have that bit more personal factor as well. So I can imagine that's really helping Nightmare, at least currently. Of course, if they lose, they do get another chance. They go down to that loser's bracket, but that's not looking as easy as we might make it out to be either. Here's the top bans from this stage though. Rose, Wuyang, and Kiriko tied for first.
Yeah, I mean, if this is just North America, I think a lot of those Wuyang fans are specifically so that Ultraviolet can't play that hero. Like, because even with all the patch changes you're talking about and Ana being better, I think, well, like, it would surprise me a lot to see Ultraviolet stray away from that pick when he has been, like, Wuyang extraordinaire, the aficionado of North America. Yeah, he is Mr. Wuyang. And I think that's where a lot of those bans got targeted.
100%. I mean, especially with Team Liquid here, they can play the Wuyang if they want to. They could. It really depends what Infected wants to play, and it wouldn't surprise me if Team Liquid kind of throw a curveball here either, Rose, because it is only one map, right? One more map. We get it out of the way, we book our ticket to Stockholm. Seeding is important because ideally you don't face Crazy Raccoon straight away. So like having that seeding is great, but actually just booking your ticket straight up it is more important, I think, for Team Liquid right now. So if you've got any secret strats, any pocket picks, now is the time to bring them out. Team Liquid though, on defense first, as we see Infected on round.
No, I think this is it though. This is the one. You have put a lot of faith in Tree with this pick. You also give yourself a really good matchup versus Painkiller, and while we've seen Infected really focus hard on the Winston and the Wrecking Ball, you know this off-tank matchup is here. You just played it out on the previous match, and if there's something else that this Ramattra can provide to the table, it's a shield for Tree to play behind, and I think that could be really powerful. Although we saw that kind of work against them with like the shield not being up so that like Seeker could take that Hanzo pick before. Same principle applies here, but Infected being able to play on the high ground or an off angle with Tree on the Freya.
Yeah, I like the early winner pick there from Seeker, just to force people off of that high ground. Don't want to stay around too long. Now it's all about Seeker and Tree. It's like, okay, we've got arrows as our main primary weapon. One of us is going to get an insta-kill. Look at this flank here as well, actually. There's a direct hit from downtown from Tree, and they follow up. Really nice response there. Nightmare want to take an off angle, ideally, with this comp. You want Painkiller to kind of be a main. Seeker and Nemwhite ended up going around to the Mega Health Pack. Team Liquid, they knew that, and they instantly just dove in, like, amp speed to the Mega Health Pack. Seeker's already taken the take aim, and you know.
I mean, Tree's positioning is also very indicative of this, being able to play farther back. He's placing the ice key when he knows that Team Nightmare are starting to keep their heads around the corner, or even trying to take that off angle where you saw Seeker get KO'd. And so, like, I think Team Liquid, like, they just have to keep playing smart with their own angles. Tree cannot step too far forward. He also has this bola shot already, so that's one way that you can actually take this courtyard fight with Infected going on low ground coverage.
Oh, if it wasn't for that one pixel of brick there on the left-hand side of that building, I think Tree would have landed a nice two-tap on Seeker. Or the right-hand side, sorry. All right, here comes the rush. First ult of the game by Lucamino. He's been healing Painkiller mostly. He's been taking a whole wealth of damage from Team Liquid. Infected pretty low, ends up getting Zuzu'd, but a quick back off here for Team Liquid, and not losing any players here is good for their numbers. I mean, look at RuPaul just going to rush around this corner. Easy peasy.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tree actually left the bullet shot loose.
All right, yeah, ends up dodging it, though, Seeker. And just dashing to the side. Good stick onto the mech is going to be a little extra damage on top of Painkiller, so desperation mode now for Nightmare. They're going to have to heal all the way back up. Zera doing a fair bit. Again, no initial kills there. Still payload progress for Nightmare, but again, in a perfect spot. Tree can kind of dominate from this angle. You can see this bolus from Seeker is going to tip the scales in their favor.
Yeah, but RuPaul's saving that Suzu for that. Oh, but doesn't get there. Vega dies anyway.
Yeah, RuPaul does end up using the rush on the bridge though, and this is the perfect spot to use it. Disappear, little Houdini out there from Lucamino. Blinking out of existence up onto that high ground. But it does give them enough time actually to regroup here. NY almost got the sound barrier, same with Vega, so it's probably going to be a beat for beat, but Vega with a kill onto Rocket is going to be good for one. 5v4 on the point now, NY with the sound barrier, he's got it online. They could try this 4v5, but it's risky against the Ram, it really is. And look who's in the backline already. Zera's just running at Zika. Zika, though, luckily ends up getting that final hit onto Zera. So now it's a 4v5 in their favor with the beat.
I think you go ahead and use the beat now, especially while there's still a man down. And Team Liquid uses Sound Barrier to respond, and you still have this Annihilation from Infected.
Yeah, the Annihilation's sick though. It's just on the point. Perma just like tagging people down, but Rocket lands a good pulse bomb. Vega Infected dead, and there you go. Fight is done and dusted. And a perfect response from TL, honestly, having that Annihilation, but unfortunately, just the fight didn't last long enough to that really to be a factor.
I think it was really hard too, because like, Infected was kind of just Perma sitting there in defense mode. He couldn't really apply a whole lot of offense in that particular point. Just being a man down can be really tough in that situation. But now that they're back on the defense, they can take this high ground away. Nightmare have already made a significant amount of progress there with this cart. And to be able to play underneath the room and even have a rush on high ground, everybody's got a scatterjack.
Yeah, downtown shot there from Seeker. Look good. Chips tree, and then Penko follows up. It's a really sneaky spot as well, just over this little archway there. Pretty nice stuff. And yeah, they've taken a lot of free space, Rose.
This is almost the full point completion here for Nightmare. They still have the Diva Bomb to work with, and Seeker's going to be really close to a Bola shot. So you have a lot of longevity in this fight. The only thing for Liquid here that's going to be tough for Nightmare to deal with is going to be this rush if they can get it up on time. RuPaul is 2 seconds away, and that would help to secure the defense for Team Liquid.
Oh, Lucamino teleports away. Zera hunting, searching, looking at Seeker now. He's already used the dashes. Zera forced to use the recall. It's NY is felled in the front line. The point hasn't been captured yet. 2 minutes on the time bank. And here come the kills for Team Liquid. Initial Bola shot ended up being Suzu'd as well. Seeker tried to tag people as they were kind of moving under the archway, the little bridge, but yeah, no, nice Suzu timing from RuPaul.
Oh,
ooh, what? Lucamino kills RuPaul? I mean, it's chill. It doesn't really matter. Can TP back, but yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Because, I mean, at this point, though, it's a stalemate. You got your 2 Kirikos traded out. There's still a lot of distance that Nightmare are going to have to cover, while Team Liquid still have this high ground control. At least, like, Nightmare, where the cart is, you can just kind of go up those stairs on the right-hand side and try to play from the building. But how do you actually get past a lot of this? I think it maybe is just kind of sending Seeker over the side. Try to get that angle in the back.
Or a little surprise party there for the back line of Nightmare, but actually, Painkiller, as well as Lucamino. I think Lucamino headshot Tree. Really nice response. It looked like Tree and RuPaul tried to get a sneaky angle, but this is all falling apart, this defense. I mean, they've got this pulse from Annihilation as well. It's going to get pulled from Team Liquid to try and keep them in this fight. But Rush and Sound Barriers, they just run over the Ramatra. And this is a cap, surely. I mean, there's not many lives left. Yeah, no way. 2 minutes to go now for Nightmare as they make their push onto third.
No, even as Suzu just couldn't come in time to actually save Tree's life. So second point captured, now onto the third. This is where things get a little tough, though. Really difficult to see teams actually finish off the map from this point, and especially when there isn't really that much time left. But Nightmare have done some amazing things already with the time that they've had. 2 minutes to go. This cart already actually getting through that underpass and now getting to this corner. Vega can just go in with the sound barriers. I still feel like there should be a defense from Team Liquid, but RuPaul dies. That is not good.
Yeah, 7 HP is that blink away. Seeker. Oh no, Zephyra is on fire right now on this Tracer. He feels like he's invisible sometimes. It really does. And out of nowhere, his movement's really clean as well. Basically, just like blinking through Seeker, blinking back. So Seeker's like 180ing and then trying to counter 180. And it's like, yeah, you can barely see Zera. Like maybe you get 2 frames of it before he kills you. It's crazy.
Especially with a lot of these players' their sensitivity, so like you're really gonna do full arm movements to try to pivot back around. It can be definitely hard. But with Team Liquid winning out that first fight on defense, they've got a second one now with this Kitsune rush lined up. They can just kind of push it on the corner, and RuPaul already takes a pick onto Rocket. So that's another reset for Nightmare, as they have to think about how they actually want to kind of use what they have. Very close to rush. They do have the Diva Bomb, and probably the pulse bomb as well for this final fight, but Team Liquid have pushed them back really far across these canals. And so now, as your Nightmare, like, you're kind of looking at last chance with the 40 seconds you have remaining.
Casty now for Seeker. Okay, doesn't want to take the Freya 1v1. It's Rocket Dice again to RuPaul. That's the second time in a row. RuPaul find the opening pick onto Rocket. No possible anymore, Rose. This is final fight. Self-destruct. There's a rush on the point. Seeker just creating a nice little off-angle for himself, but Team Liquid have kind of done the same thing. They've all managed to group, and now Tree's diving on it. Pulse bomb, kunais, everything thrown in on this backline. Self-destruct in the corner, doesn't find too much. Tree dodging out of the way of the pulse bomb. Vega not quite so lucky as overtime is approaching, and there's no remake here for Painkiller. Very little Matrix as well to be had. Sound barrier ends up connecting though for Nemwise. Painkiller stays alive luckily, but has only got the mini to try and sustain himself. Zera does end up falling down to Seeker though. This annihilation is just torture to fight into. This is unwinnable now for Nightmare. This is where the payload will end. And this map is going to end on this next round as well. Team Liquid with a nice hold on third.
Even when Seeker ended up getting that pick, coming back on the Sombra, it just was so difficult once the Annihilation got popped from Infected. And if they had sustained long enough, Team Liquid would have also had a sound barrier. So I think no matter what, Nightmare probably aren't finishing that map with any time left, not even getting to that third point. So we know where this cart is going to end. There is a very clear team win condition here for Team Liquid. Painkiller did amazing though. Only one death in that entire round.
Yeah, really
yeah, that's wild.
I think half of Rocket's death are from RuPaul at this point. At least two.
Yeah, I think, yeah, for sure.
Jeez. All right. Let's see what Team Liquid have cooked up on the offense. I can imagine it's going to be the same thing, though. A little bit of RAM. Seeker's still happy to kind of take Tree in their head-to-head. I'm curious now how Nightmare end up kind of handling this defense, because Team Liquid, they could attempt to do the same kind of thing, right, where Tree and Vega / RuPaul can kind of try and find this flank onto the Mega Health Pack. We'll see if Nightmare have the same kind of response. Could be a final fight. It could be a final map here for Nightmare. Team Liquid 3-0 this. This is a ticket to Stockholm booked.
That would be such an amazing accomplishment to get right away from the start of our playoffs in stage number 3, and then you can think about the harder battles to come, which would be getting that first seed in North America to dodge out the crazy raccoons or the twisted minds of EMEA. But as we open up the gates here, Team Liquid are going to go back to form with this Wrecking Ball pick from Infected, and I kind of wonder if Nightmare to see this coming. Infected is already in the back line trying to put some pressure onto the supports that have found themselves stuck in that corner, and will also kind of turn the attention of Nightmare as he starts to roll around to that backup point. And with this split focus, it's way easier for Team Liquid to get Zera or Tree to get a pick when everybody's attention is turned towards Infected.
Nice little boots though, and that's exactly what you do want to do as the Lucio. Oh, Seeker is out of LOS right now, yeah, completely. You saw Lucamino looking up to the sky to try and hit Seeker, who used that updraft. You just can't see him as they just get run over. The split attention is fantastic from the Wrecking Ball. And yeah, unfortunately, I think Seeker's going to have to switch, and he does. He goes over to the Cassidy instead. Not able to really take these duels any longer.
You want it slow as well, if that can actually help you out at all versus this Wrecking Ball. You're just looking for any saving grace here. I guess he can still put out a lot of damage, but you do have to be very mechanically skilled with those headshots to make the most of it. And in fact, it still gets a huge slam down. It's going to make this touch really challenging when everybody's already so low on the Nightmare side.
All right, okay, Seeker, there we go. All right, a kill on the board against the Freya. It's worth keeping in mind, too, the kind of Wrecking Ball slam with Freya is so scary, because you end up, luckily with this bridge archway, if you're playing on the actual bridge itself, like, it's fine because the Freya shouldn't have a nice angle on you, but if you get slammed and then you get a take aim shot, like, on your chest, like, you're dead. The likelihood of you surviving that is very slim, so you're playing on a knife's edge here if you're Nightmare.
But they're really playing smart around the building cover. They have this rush, they can lay that down over the point. They know that they have other ultimates that are going to come as well, but that one can't get the sound barrier up.
Well, there's the emergency rush pulled by Nightmare. Looks like Liquid are happy to match him in that trade. Zera again, he's just so good. I mean, Tree's going to clean up the rest. That's going to be first point for sure. And then the mines as well on top of that. Like, good luck fighting into it. Absolutely no way. Playoff Zera, man, he's just so terrifying. Just a one clip on Nemwai, and you're thinking maybe, you know, like, Nemwai hit a couple of headshots there. Like, okay, forcing Zera to back down, but Zera never backs down. 4 minutes to go.
And he does it. He puts so much faith in the backline to keep him alive as well. I mean, RuPaul Vega, they knows that if he does get himself into a dicey situation, there's always going to be that burst healing or Suzu that can come out. RuPaul's in a little bit of danger, but I think as your team Liquid, you're just really happy to try to push the aggression here. Nightmare are going to have a couple of things that you have to be wary of, like that sound barrier from Nedwa. You have that to be able to patch. And also, like, the Diva with the Remac is going to give you another life in this fight. Team Liquid at this point, they're just hoping that like Tree can take high ground and get a pick with this Freya.
Yeah, 100%. Seeker the same on the other side. Like, the point presence here for Nightmare is beautiful. You just got Ram, he walks forward, he puts shield, hits Nemesis form when Painkiller gets close or if he goes in danger, and it's all chill. Nice dodge though, out of the way of that pulse bomb. Zera has to recall. Gets out of it alive though, and that's the important thing. Again, kind of creating space with the Ramatra is the name of the game right now, as Rocket has found himself a good spot. Shooting Infected in the back, actually goes extremely low. Good stick as well. Oh, he's not down just yet, and Tree ends up killing him. The Infected is staying alive somehow. He's like 1 HP for that entire time. Looks like pre-patch Ram. Jesus. All right, nice little shot there onto Nenwai, but a quick Suzu there is gonna make sure Lucio stays alive, but a 3-man sound barrier is looking rather sad. A self-destruct on the point grants no kills and a block of that remake, and there goes Painkiller again. Has to get out of the fight ASAP, and even a bowler shot from Tree could be all she wrote here. I mean, Nightmare, they're getting their shoes tied, and they are tripping over them. And unfortunately, Team Liquid have still got ults in the bank if they really want to use them.
I mean, just may as well let it rip now, because Team Liquid do need to finish off this fight and cleanly. They do get that second checkpoint, but with 3 minutes and 40 seconds, it's still a lot of time to work with, but we have seen some major holds on this map at this point. So I want to see if Nightmare can kind of do that. But with the rush, it's going to be really hard. Zera is close to another pulse bomb, and then Infected almost is another annihilation. And we can basically chalk that one up to being something that can get guarded on this rush.
That's an amazing bonus, but an instant like Suzu there ends up coming in, and Zera's down in the back line. He's already found one, a pulse bomb in the back pocket. Lucamino dead already. Annihilation is going to kill him off. 3 minutes to go, no meters, as Team Liquid 3-0 Nightmare, and that is a place locked at Stockholm.
I wanted to have some hopium at the end there because Nightmare, they put up such a fantastic fight for the first 2 maps. They made them really close to fairs, and on that final one, being able to get the card as far as they did with the time that they had was still very impressive. But on that final attack push, Team Liquid just had them page by page, pound for pound. Just what a performance from them, and what a statement to get a 3-0 victory and to go on to the World Finals. A really fantastic performance from Infected. Tree especially popped off today. Oh my goodness, like every single like Freya Hanzo pick was just immaculate.
Yeah, they're both DPS from Team Liquid just looking stellar. Again, undefeated in the regular season. Team Liquid, this roster that is incredibly hard to kind of ban out. They didn't have getting held here, and like you said, Rose, you know, holdable at the end of the day. You know, at some points we have seen some crazy holds, but they managed to hold Nightmare on this very awkward spot before that final small stretch. But Zera, it's just on the Tracer as well. He's beating out Rocket, whether it was on Ilios, finding the 1v1 kills, or this kill on to Nenwai, which basically secured them the point, because Nenwai can't build the sound barrier, so then we can't stick around, because then Infected's on the point, like with the Wrecking Ball in the mines, and like, yeah, I mean, just insane stuff from Team Liquid. But do we really expect anything different from this team? I mean, the desk, the audience, everybody's expecting Liquid to do well, and I'd imagine they're pretty happy that the patch has also stayed fairly similar. We even saw a little bit of RuPaul on the Ana, which was great. They've still got this in their back pocket. The Kiri, the Lucio, and it looks good.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking Team Liquid got even stronger after the minor patch notes came out for this season. And
really,
these are some numbers that back it up. Jack, you're definitely onto something there. But you're right. What else did we expect when the patch at the last season looked so perfect for Team Liquid, their players, and the hero pools that they specialize in. Everybody said it's Team Liquid that's going to win the stage. They're going to change history. GK won Stage 1 and Stage 2, but now it's Team Liquid's time to shine. So they finish out this regular season stage undefeated. They get a 3-0 victory in their rematch versus Nightmare in the playoff bracket. And now how much farther can they go? They want the perfect stage to cap it all off, the perfect playoff bracket. They've already booked their ticket to the World Finals and can hopefully do even more there. It's going to be great to see them continue to perform this stage.
Yeah, there'll be SSG or GK will be their next opponents, depending on who wins that series. But let's quickly throw it over to the desk. They can break that one down and set us up for the next.
Thank you both so much. Welcome back, everyone. I'm muted in Discord, but I'm unmuted now, so don't you panic, my friends. I was never muted on stream, so it doesn't really matter.
Both of me and Johnny are like...
I'm just pranking you guys. It's all good. Right, we got a match to break down. I do love that we've seen a lot of signs of life from Nightmare in the first 2 maps. Of course, Team Liquid ran away a little bit there at the end. But still, I think the first thing I want to touch on, rather I want you guys to touch on, is the compositional differences we're seeing in comparison to EMEA, because it looks like NA is settling on something different here, Johnny.
Well, actually, I think it's just interesting that we're seeing a lot of Tracer and Freya, because people have been saying hit scan is pretty weak right now, and then Winston, of course, has struggled a little bit going up against some of these compositions, and so we just ended up with this pick meta where we're playing like Tracer, Freya, and sometimes you can combine that with like a Diva or a Hazard, and it just makes for like a pretty pick oriented composition. And in NA, they're just playing it like that's just what they do. We saw VP play a similar style earlier on in the day, but was countered by the Symmetra. In North America, like they're just like, okay, whoever's got the better Hanzo picks or the Freya picks win. And today, Team Liquid, their DPS players were absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, they really were. It was like headshot after headshot or whatever the meme is. It was incredible. It was beautiful, and they were firing all cylinders. Exactly what we expect from those players. I do believe we have our winners interview ready already. Do not know who it is with. It's Tree. Hello, Tree. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Congratulations on the dub. Y'all were on fire today, to absolutely no one's surprise, as you guys have been just running it down all stage long. Heading into these playoffs, though, of course, we didn't quite know what the patch is going to look like, what the meta might be shifting towards to. Were you guys worried at all? Never worried? Did you feel like you had to make any real adjustments?
No, I don't think we're ever worried about a patch. I think our team is so flexible that we're just able to play everything, so we're always prepared for whatever comes.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously this match win qualifies you guys as Stockholm. Not that I think you maybe were ever really questioning whether you guys would be going or not. I know you guys are probably looking to like win it all and get that #1 seed out of NA. But just thinking ahead to that world competition, are there opponents you're wanting to get a rematch up against, or some of those foes from other regions that have grabbed some of those top seeds already?
I think for me, but probably for all of us, I think we really want to play Raccoons again. Going map 5 with them at EWC, but we were almost able to beat them, almost reverse sweep. But I think the real problem in that game that we lost was we started off slow. We lost 2 maps to begin with, and I think that's something we've really worked on this stage, is starting off strong and closing out series well. So I think we really want that rematch, and I think we can beat them next time.
All right, I'm going a little bit outside of the tournament right now. I think it's pretty well established that you have the license to play Hanzo whenever you like. We've seen that come out before, and it works really well. We saw against GK, like Lifeweaver, makes sense. Now we're getting to the point where on King's Row, Seeker tried to match it, and Seeker had some pretty nice pop-offs. How strong is Hanzo right now? We're seeing less hitscan play. We're seeing a lot of Freya. And now we just saw a map with both hitscan players playing Hanzo instead. Do more people have permission to play Hanzo besides just you?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hanzo's been like creeping up slowly. I think even stage 2, he was really good when I was playing him on King's Row. I don't think I was just playing it really because they were on Lifeweaver, GK. I think I was just playing it because Hanzo just is a good hit scan now, and I think with the other hit scan nerfs with Soj and Cast, I think he's really strong now. I think Freya's still the best and safest just because of her mobility, but if she's not in the game, Hanzo's pretty OP.
Yeah, and if you got a Hanzo like you, then have at it. It's been looking good. Tree, I don't want to hold you up any longer. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in the upcoming match.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Tree from Team Liquid after this very convincing victory we just got to witness. Again, not a big surprise there. Nightmare now, of course, dropping into that lower bracket. How do you guys think they will fare there? Because they've beat both teams they might be facing.
You know, I still feel good about Nightmare. I feel like we talked about them wanting to impress us really and build that confidence in this Liquid match. And I mean, the win, this is always going to be the toughest opponent right now in North America. And so you can lose this one. And if you're able to like have these big games, if Secret has a big game like that against a slightly weaker opponent in the Team Liquid, like easily Nightmare could take it. So I feel like we've seen enough out of Nightmare to make me believe that like they can be a contender. But really, it's like there's only 3 slots, man, and they are coveted right now. Your next best options are to beat GK and SSG, which are very little tiny steps behind Team Liquid maybe. So Nightmare, they're gonna need to continue to be pushing the pace, playing with a lot of aggression, a lot of confidence if they want to get that 3rd qualifying spot.
I actually feel good. I actually feel good about Nightmare, even though they got the beat down in today's matchup. I feel like this is almost like as good of a meta as they can ask for going into a tournament if we're gonna keep playing this. And GK, they've been struggling a little bit. Maybe now would be the time to upset one of these top 3 teams. Team Liquid obviously been dominant so far this stage, but Nightmare on these compositions, I think they have the individual skill to take it to SSG and EK.
I don't think their individual skill was ever in question, really. I definitely like their chances here in the lower quarterfinals against Sakura. They just more or less recently faced them. I think, what was that, week 4, 5, something like that. I just remember there was a very convincing showing from them. So it was a rather one-sided affair.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, you always want to give some opium to Nightmare, and I think they actually earned it. Like, this could have been a much bigger blowout. But Team Liquid qualifying with a vengeance here, and for sure, eyes on them. I think for them, it's the only challenging thing is like anything less than first is almost a disappointment. Like with how they played this stage and being 7-0, you kind of find yourself in that spot where you're like, okay, we just have to beat everybody. There's no performance that you can even achieve at this level that is going to be really like a level up from Team Liquid. They're so far ahead that it's almost like they need to win just to maintain that level going into the World Finals. Like if they were to take an L, I think that would be a gut punch. Even if they get, let's say, the 2nd seed out of NA, I feel like that for them would be a disappointment.
Indeed. Now, the punch had ticket to the World Finals. Now it's just a matter of coming out on top once again here in the region as they did in the regular season. We're heading into a very quick break. When we're back, we got a banger for you. It's going to be SSG going up against GK Esports. You do not want to miss it.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow... I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Oh, easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
hello, and welcome back once again for our last match of the day. And this is going to be the title match. It's going to be GK going up against SSG. We just very recently saw these teams going at each other, and it was a 5-map banger of a series. So I hope for a repeat performance, especially since I just realized that we only had 3 O's today. So surely, this one's going to go the distance, right?
I think so. This is not going to be a 3-0. I hyped this up earlier in the day, Zoe. I still fully believe that this could go 5 maps.
Be wrong.
Yes, I cannot be wrong, okay? This is going to be the one. Stay tuned. It's going to be
I do think there's a good argument to be made that this is likely to be a close series simply because these teams are kind of so different and stylistically. I think GK is a team that likes to really play these like high mobility styles with the ball, and we've seen them play Wuyang and Lucio. We've seen them, be really the team that's pushed Lifeweaver to the forefront at the highest level. And I think on the opposition side, Hawk loves to play these heavy ground tanks. I don't think Space Station are going to be slacking when it comes to playing a Diva comp, trying to match that mobility game. But I think if Hawk's able to really, get his teeth sunk in here on the Zarya and just have a big performance, put a lot of resources into that, there's a reason this guy's been on top of the world when it comes to competitive Overwatch. He has what it takes to compete at this level and, to maybe be one of the best tanks in NA right now. And I think that's going to be a key part of Space Station having success in this series.
Yeah.
Space Station came back right into this stage with quite a few changes. They came in sweaty too. They've been try-harding all stage long, which we of course can appreciate. As you're seeing in the replay right now, this is their last meeting in week 6. We did see both CJ and UV respectively on map 1 and 2 putting a monster performance on Wuyang, quite a Wuyang showcase. Will we see more Wuyang of either of those teams today after the quote-unquote nerfs?
I feel like for GK, that's kind of been their identity in stage 3. And I feel like their identity, going back to all of this year, right? It's either Ultraviolet pops off when it comes to the Ana, and then it was the Lifeweaver map composition, and now it's been the Wuyang. But with Wuyang nerfed, got questions about GK because they're forced to go up against a Space Station gaming lineup where they all play comfort, Chronic, lights out on the Freya, Sugar-Free, best tracer in the Western world probably. And then Hawk is pretty happy to just play some of these quote-unquote off-tanks, right? The Diva, the Zarya, this is what Hawk wants to do, and he's been permitted to do so in stage 3. So this is GK, backs against the wall, not being allowed to play their comfort heroes, and meanwhile SSG, they're flourishing.
That's, the rising star versus a team that was, on top of the bullet in NA for a while and is struggling to kind of retain that mark given how resurgent SSG has been this stage. And as you said, Johnny, this is an SSG that really wants it bad this time, that is taking it full force, that isn't giving up anything for free. Still, their opponents, talk about a team that has been able to endure adversity, that has been able to challenge some of the best squads in the world. Lethal, I think he's one of the best hit scans in NA, has incredible flexibility as well to match. It could be something they look to do, right? It's really push that pace, push that tempo, put the pressure onto Chronic. Do not let him have that space to work with. And I think that aggression, that speed, maybe Kuffa could be a big element in that too. So, I think there's good reason to think this is going to be our most competitive match of the day. That being said, I feel like if you're able to win on your opponent's comfort, right? If GK can win some rush maps or vice versa, if SSG are winning in these high mobility matchups where Kuffa can play ball, either one of those, to take your opponent's home turf and win on it, would be huge in the series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if GK, if they opt for actually playing more the Brawl maps, if they want to play more Symmetra, because Maimon brought it out recently, but it didn't look too good. I don't think that's the hallmark style of GK. So it's to be decided in this series. Okay, are you going to lean more on Kuffa playing the Hazard, one of his signature heroes, and are we going to try to pull off this Freya Tracer Hazard composition? Or are you instead saying we can't match SSG, we're going to try to play more 5-man stack and play more Brawl heavy?
I think Sim is good, Johnny.
Sim is good, but Maimon Sim, is it good enough?
That's a question. The Tracer is so compelling, right? It's can you really convince me to take this guy off Tracer? That's a tough ask. I just think GK, though, they're a team that's really good at some of these wacky cheeses, right? Maybe they didn't catch in the first week, but they've had some time now to practice it. They have a week of scrims to put into it. I see the vision of this team being actually maybe one of the better sim teams in NA because of historically they have not been scared to do things that no one else is doing, right? To really push the limit and to play a different style. And they would be doing that in NA if they went in a sort of a sim direction on a map or two here. Legendary. 100% escort? Okay.
Love to see
I mean, in the end, though, these stats are just telling me that these teams are pretty closely matched, right? Interesting that GK actually have a higher map win percentage than SSG. But in the end, like winning the head-to-head, that's what counts, right? The map wins are nice. Being able to like dominate weaker teams is great, but you got to be able to beat the strong teams. That's what gets you to Stockholm, right? That's what get you these top seeds.
Extinction did go map 5 against SSG like 2 weeks ago, so maybe SSG suffered a little bit from losing some of these maps here and there. Yeah.
That's the one. I mean, GK has been able to play close with those top teams, right? They went 3-2 against Team Liquid. It was a 3-2 against SSG, and they took that Nightmare, like the other team that is kind of on that bubble into that top 3. They beat them 3-0. So GK has playing it close with those top teams and 3-0'd every other team in their region. So naturally, that's gonna be reflected in their stats.
Yeah, as we take a look at the series score from very recently, of course, as well. Very tough for GK losing those 2 last maps, because even though, you know, they got the Reaper ban out of map 4, and then we saw the Tracer ban onto map 5, but still Sugar-Free just like flourished regardless of what he needed to play. It's like, okay, we'll play Zarya Reaper on Saravasa, and then the other way around, we'll play Zarya Tracer rather on Saravasa, and then we'll play Zarya Reaper on New Queenster. So you can't really target ban SSG in that kind of way. GK, they didn't really have any success with that, so I think they'll have to go a different way about their bans this time around.
I'm interested to see predictions for this one. I went with SSG, but I have to admit it wasn't like a convincing, like, yeah, they got it. Like I really can see this being either one's game. I think this is all going to come down to the map picks. This is all going to come down to some ban decisions and how early in this series they're being made.
I think it's a big deal that SSG come into this match as the higher seed, right? Because that gives them a bit of optionality, like in opening up that first control, which is, I think, a key part of how they won the last time these two teams faced off, right? Was coming off a control win. You kind of dictate from a loser pick perspective. I do think this is likely to be super close, but I also went with SSG.
And I too went with SSG. We can't put ourselves in this position.
You're going last, Johnny. It's on you. It's on you, bro.
Yeah, but we submitted this at like 9 a.m. Like the caffeine was still making its way to my brain cells, and so you know, at the time I was just like,
if I had been doing the pred right now, I would have been dangerously close to predding GK. Honestly, I do see like a very clear vision for them on how they want to win this series. And I think especially if they can work in the sim, have some funky cheeses there, they can have some like nice wrecking ball, some dive maps. I'm kind of liking GK right now. I'm actually kind of regretting my pred. I kind of think GK might pull it out of the hat here in the playoffs.
I'm all in on SSG.
All right, I'll be the one to switch. I'll be the one to switch on the record.
Are you flip-flopping?
I'm flip-flopping. I'm flip-flopping.
Yeah, that's Johnny's MO. Like, you can't just...
That's what I'm saying. Somebody had to, Johnny.
Personal growth.
Somebody had to.
You know, I love that for both of you, I guess. We're going to Samoa. SSG's pick. That is the map they won last time. So...
I'm actually kind of surprised they go Samoa and not like a Lijiang Tower in terms of like how these two teams match up. I would have liked Lijiang given how good SSG are on these like low ground rush styles. But I wonder if this says anything about maybe a specific strategy, what they want to bring. Maybe the bans will help tell us a little bit more. And the opening Winston ban on Samoa, pretty interesting. And Winston ban's a relatively impactful ban against GK, who are a team that I think likes to run Winston more than most of the competition here. Also, it kind of protects tank, so Hawk, if he wants to play the Zarya on this first map, free to do so.
Yeah, I think the Winston ban makes a ton of sense. And then Kiriko coming out from GK here as well. You know, I'm leaving the door open for some Ultraviolet cooking in this series. You know, we've seen Ultraviolet on so many different heroes in the past, and always is like one of the carry performers for GK. So like the Kiriko out of the mix, no Susu. Maybe we'll just see the Wu Yang, but I'm leaving the door open for, you know, maybe a little bit of Ana. It's not really in the meta right now, but
honestly, I'd like to see more Wu Yang again. I think it's a very dynamic hero. Have we seen any Wu Yang? Just a Wu Yang bang.
Like it hasn't been played today, honestly.
No, yeah, it's not at all. So, yeah, interesting. We'll see. We've seen a lot of Wu Yang from both of these teams. Maybe we're going to see some more in this series. Either way, one of the teams is going to win, the other one is going to lose, and we're going to find out who in just a little bit. So for that, we're going to send it back over to Necra and Jaws.
Dude, she's spitting facts. One team is gonna lose and one team is gonna win. I agree. And yeah, okay, so Jake eventually flip-flopped. He went GK, and I've got to be honest, it's pretty close. I think I would have gone either way depending on what time I woke up this morning and how many coffees deep I was too, Rose, to be honest.
Yeah, I might just roll some dice and see where they land for this one, because it does feel like it could be either of these teams, just depending on the time of day or even just where we are in the patch. And so is that something that might add a little bit of upset here? Not having Wooyoung as powerful as in the hands of Ultraviolet. Does he even play it?
100%. That's the big thing, right? Is like, is Wooyoung actually going to be played? Like, he did receive a ton of nerfs, one being the HP nerf as well. 225 now, not 250. Like, that is
pretty significant.
Yeah, it is significant. Like, a lot more squishy. He can be fairly slippery, kind of pun intended, with his when he rides the wave and kind of gets out of the way and like, you know, oh, I can wave and I can ult, and it's great, but like, you getting bursted is the key thing. Like, ideally, you're kind of bursting him before he ends up using any kind of CDs. So we'll see if Ultraviolet runs it. GK obviously banning Kiriko and a Winston ban for SSG. This is another ticket on the line here to the Stockholm World Finals. Space Station Gaming and GK, last time they faced off, SSG took him all the way to a map number 5 and stole it away from GK, who up until the last couple of weeks, Rose, of regular season, had a perfect record.
They did, and it's like they've kind of fumbled over that finish line in the final moments, and that's not something you want to see from one of these top teams. So maybe this is a new weekend, new me. They have a couple tricks up their sleeve, and as we walk it back to Samoa, where we get to focus in on our first map of this rematch, we are going to see very similar compositions to what we saw them run just that last weekend. Kumpa's gonna come out on the Ramatra. Winston wasn't even banned in that series, and he decided to play this hero just because he thought it would have a better matchup into this Hog Zarya that he also played. So there really aren't that many differences here, except Ultraviolet's not on the Wooyoung, he's on the Baptiste. Really still wants to be able to do that damage, but the immortality field feels so key here without that Kiriko.
Whew. Well, doing damage, don't worry. Take a seat, it's my turn. Lethal ends up clearing up too. Don't need to do damage UV, just cap the point, yeah? I think this Baptiste pick is awesome. Not great, obviously, with the grab. Like, you can throw it out. Hopefully, you survive for like a fraction of a second sooner. But just being able to shoot Hawk and shoot people that approach, even put pressure on Sugar Free and Chronic as well, more consistently, I'd say, sometimes than the Wooyoung. Just obviously hit scan versus the projectiles with the orbs. Really nice. The explosive potential, though, of Space Station Gaming cannot be understated. Bubbling Sugar Free in, whether that's the Tidal Blast or the Zarya bubbles to gain space. We'll see how they end up handling this. Obviously, GK have already got this first cap. Fighting into this is tough as well. The poke is crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, Maimon also has a pulse bomb that you could throw into this, and Lethal did so much damage in that last fight that you already have high noon up basically as well. So consider GK with both of those DPS ultimates. If you're Space Station, you've got to be wary of where that Cassidy is and where he's actually going to let that rip. It could just completely zone the team from Space Station to be funneled right into a pulse bomb.
Well, they tried to flip the map here for Space Station. Look at how low they are. Double headshot as well from Lethal. Another one. He's waiting for it. Oh! Wasn't a headshot onto Hawk, but it's a one for CJ. That's rather unfortunate for Space Station. They basically have to now win the fight instantly or back off. They're at 65% already. And Rose, there's not really been a fight.
No, they've just been a huge waiting game because on the flip side, Space Station doesn't want to take too much damage, or they've got to heal that off before they move in. But then GK have so much time to just get a pick. And so that's what happened with CJ. He comes back now, but it's kind of like you're almost out of time here.
Hawk's already dead as well. This is a disaster for Space Station. They're falling out of orbit like ASAP. Like, GK have now put down a window on high ground. Ultraviolet dodges out the way, takes the 1v1. Maimon ends up finding the last little bullet there, and wow, Space Station, they're getting deleted. Tidal Blast on Sugar Free, Lamp ends up coming in, there's a knockdown, a pulse bomb, and Sugar Free dies to his own pulse. Oh my god. There's no... From bad to worse to even worse. I mean, that is a round of Overwatch of all time.
Oh, that was painful. I just, like, where was the action? Where were the team fights? Where were the kills? Space Station weren't able to do anything in that last round. It was 100-0. GK had full control. Great off angles from Lethal. Nobody died. Nobody on GK even died.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Like,
Quick mental reset here for Space Station. All good. They did end up winning that Samoa, the opener in their series against GK a couple of weeks ago.
yeah, and I think you still have to give them credit for being able to do that, but there are some key differences between these compositions. This time around, Maimon is just gonna play the Tracer. Last time, it was a Symmetra pick from Maimon. That really didn't work out. I think they got a little too fancy with the whole, Symmetra, Ramatra combo, try to do a little bit of EMEA action here over in NA, and it just didn't work. Now, though, like, they're really back in full form. Maimon is putting in the numbers here on the Tracer. This is making it really tough for Space Station to step forward.
LeBron down. How will the Lakers win now? I don't know. Space Station Gaming have to back off. Sugar Free instantly killed. Like, the poke is crazy, and surviving the dive is pretty easy as the BAP too. Having the shift of being able to fight back at the same time against the Tracer is really nice. Like, your damage output is just insane. Hawk's going to be a decent charge, kind of constantly because of Cuffer as well, just kind of the raw spam. Sugar Free in the backline again, but has to play him with a kind of perimeter around Lethal, who can just flashbang him as well. It's tough for Lenny to get anything done.
Lenny's actually going after Maimon right now on the Tracer. Lep is going to be there to help follow up that damage, so there is one big player out of the equation, but GK still have things that they can invest in this fight, like the amplification matrix. Now
they can window
play here for Space Station.
Also, Sugar Free has the recall pretty early on, though. Lethal still taking a whole heap of damage. Looks like Space Station might be able to get the cap, but there's a quick step on the point there from Cover to make sure that doesn't happen. Stick on the ram, no Nemesis 4 means one dead robot on the points. All right, a triple. There is the control of Space Station. Well, after Hawk does end up going down. Losing energy is tough, but honestly, you take that any day of the week if it's time on the point.
And the fact that the flip came through at 55% this time around, like Space Station actually can try to string something together. They've got double support ultimates here. Admiral's trailing just a little bit behind on that sound barrier, so there is a possibility for Space Station to just kind of go in early. They gotta wait out this high noon first, but then go ahead and go in with that sound barrier. Oh my goodness, Sugar Free, you're playing with fire there.
Well, not anymore. He's got a giant bubble around him, just extinguishing the backline of GK. Lethal already dead to Chronic, and okay, good start for Space Station. And jumping on them early is really nice. Waiting out the high noon, you end up bubbling Sugar Free there, so he can stay on the point a little bit longer. No one wants to shoot the bubble, and there's a skull on Sugar Free's head, but he knows he's safe as long as he's there, not getting shot at, and as that bubble's on him. So really nice stall out from Space Station, and they've even saved grab.
Yeah, they saved grab, they saved sound barrier. I think that's really big. So now you do have that defensive ultimate to deal with something like the Annihilation that Kuffa has also worked up to. When you're matching that percentage, you know that one more team fight here could solidify the round and bring us into a round 3. There's the grab.
Grab hits 2, there's the sound barrier. Lip trying to go for a better one here as Cuffer gets jumped on. That lamp already been used. Cuffer means, yeah, he's going to have to pop the Annihilation to try and stay alive. But look at the focus fight here from Space Station Gaming. CJ is pretty low, but they trade for cover, or maybe even not. I mean, eventually CJ goes down. Same with Lip, so now the backline dead. Pulse bomb on the ground. My moan actually ends up killing Hawk. Attached the stick to the bubble. There's a stick from Sugar Free, but a roll away there from the Cassidy doesn't matter because Sugar Free is here to stay. Space Station Gaming, they do still control the point here. My moan coming up with some heroics at the very end of that fight. They're able to keep themselves competitive, but a really quick re-engage here from Lep and Chronic are going to keep this point alive for SSG.
Yeah, and Maimon just has to back off because he knows if he dies there, this fight is probably over, and as is this map. But they get to come back in with the Amplification Matrix, and Ultraviolet is hunting for this off angle to try to get one of these DPS down.
Yeah, Chronic's already pretty low, so has to back up. There's another touch there from Sugar Free. They got 99, and OT is ticking, but they let GK have the point, at least for now. Tidal Blast, that's the next, that's the aim of the game here, I'd imagine. But with Lethal already dead, Hawk taking a nice little off angle with almost 100 energy is going to be awful for GK to kind of fight into now. Cuffer's already also used this Nemesis form. Like, they're in bad state. They're in bad shape. Like, Ultraviolet cannot heal you quick enough, as Hawk is just running just literal rings, like they're just circling GK, who want to stick on the points. Tidal Blast used, Ultraviolet already dead, and the overtime has been triggered. Space Station Gaming taking us to a round 3.
While that first round was very decisively GK's point to win, Space Station made GK really work for even just that 55% that they got. And once the point flipped over, Space Station, firm grasp. They really started to come alive, and I think a lot of that maybe was just like a, oh wow, round 1 wake-up call. We really need to get our act together so we do not just get absolutely obliterated like that. Because that first round, like, it did feel, I felt like secondhand embarrassment watching that, you know? It was just really hard when you know that that team is so much better than that one round performance, and they equalized this series already by being able to get this round win. I think the Zarya, the Tracer really playing a lot better in tandem together, and I think that now that they've found their footing and they've felt out kind of the pace of the series, this third round, while it will be decisive for the map, will also really help set the tone for the rest of the series too. So going to be the same compositions from both teams as we go into each.
Yeah, it's a very nice map though for GK's comp, to be fair. Being static on this map is really nice. The point is below you, you can have Ultraviolet and Lethal set up on high ground. You can't like run them down because Cuffer's there. Like, this is a good point for GK. Cuffer has to cap though, and it does end up coming through. We'll see if Hawk finds an opening here to get across high ground. Ends up just shooting Cuffer in the back. He's going to suffice for that for the time being. Yeah, just having to use bubbles to stay up on this high ground. He's not getting healed right now either, just relying on that passive healing to keep himself up. As you see Sugar Free trying to take an off angle, but it's Hawk that comes up with the first kill. Okay, now Ultraviolet under a little bit of duress. Sugar Free takes a few too many rifle shots there, and it looks like Ultraviolet will be able to survive too, with kills on left and CJ coming to fruition for GK. Cuffer is one though.
Yeah.
No, Hawk's going to weave that one around. Okay.
Well, I mean, at this point, after you killed the supports on GK, like, this should be a Space Station fight win, and it ends up being that. Ultraviolet Admiral spent a lot of the latter parts of that fight so low. You use the Immortality Field there, hope that that's going to be enough to actually keep you alive, but there is so much pressure from Chronic and Sugar Free, and this is really where, like, yeah, Sugar Free is dominating. He's actually going to even force Ultraviolet to probably have to use the Immortality Field there before he backs off, but he's got a full spot to throw at this.
Oh yeah, that whole time Ultraviolet was distracted by Sugar Free. He used that regenerative burst to shift to keep himself up, but on the other side of the point there, well, Lethal just dies, so reset here for GK.
And now hopefully they can use this amplification matrix, get some space with it, maybe even pick up a kill, but look at my mode too.
Oh, he's getting booped around though, Sugar Free. They ain't got any knockdowns there at all. Nice boop, then Ultraviolet too, using the Exo boost to get into the sky to avoid that Tidal Blast knockdown. Hawk now just sitting on the sidelines, trying to spot out actually where Cuffer's gone. Nemesis form popped, very low. Well, Annihilation in a couple of seconds. As my moan goes for a Hail Mary pulse bomb, but it's a swing and a miss.
And now this is where things are going to get really dicey because Hawk has earned the grab. So if it wasn't going to be a fight win now, it definitely is after Hawk plants this.
Yeah, a nice connection. I mean, you pop window there for UV, thinking you can sustain yourself during that fight and maybe turn it, but you just yeet the grab onto the window because you know people are going to be there, and it's just such an easy follow-up, despite the lamp being used too. Like, lamp's really just a non-factor with the amount of people just shooting at it.
Yeah, it's just like, what, delays you a second, and then you still get the follow-up into the grab, and now with Final Push, it's going to be a sound barrier from both teams.
Yeah, both sides are going to use sound barrier there as Chronic ends up sending the bolus in. It does end up getting a connection, but it's Ultraviolet that come up with the goods. Sugar Free at least finds one, but Space Station Gaming still control. Eventually there's going to be a flip, but still the fight is happening on the wrong side of the map here for GK. Forced to kind of push themselves onto the point now as Cuffer to try and kind of sustain himself in this fight, but also keep hold of this point. CJ goes down, a quick flip for Space Station Gaming, who've forced GK's hand time and time again. There should be maybe a touch. No, not quite. Doesn't look like Mimo wanted to go for it, but now Hawk under a little bit of trouble. Ends up getting escorted away by Lep, who's using that speed to get away, but Hawk eventually carved apart as Cuffer with the Nemesis form is going to be able to pick up a couple of kills there. Ooh, nice connection in the skies too, finishing off Chronic, but again, not full completion, not a full time on the point there, Rose, either, because Space Station found the flip halfway through the fight.
Yeah, they did. But I think this is really, like, it was very important for GK to, like, finally take out Hawk. You saw how long he was sitting at 90 energy, and even with the extra bubble onto left, you got up to 100. If you don't kill him there, Hawk is going to beam down your entire team. But now we're into last fight territory, where Space Station, they only have this pulse bomb. And now I kind of wonder whether or not extending that fight for as long as it was a hit and a miss. You gave over so much ultimate charge to GK. They've got 3 ults to throw at this fight. Ultraviolet's going to have the amplification matrix up soon as well, so it might just be an overwhelming amount of pressure. Space Station, if they can extend this long enough, they get to match some of those ultimates, but for now, it is just that pulse bomb and trying to set up Sugar Free to get a slam dunk.
Yeah, Hawk really wants this ult as well. Sugar Free already forced a recall. Pulse Bomb used, 4 ults for GK. CJ has got the Tidal Blast, but they need to be able to survive. Sugar Free's going to give him that ultimate, but CJ ends up using the Tidal Blast, but WooJax is completely... That ultimate gone by the wayside, as GK now just ult up on the final fight. The WooJax of the century. As maybe that was something they could use to kill Ultraviolet or Admiral, but it is not to be. GK with a round win, making it 2. Samoa is theirs.
Wow, that third round, though, was so back and forth, and that made me really excited for what this rest of the series is going to hold. So I think... Oh, Jack, I'm crossing my fingers so hard that we get 5 maps out of this one. But GK being able to close it out the way that they did, it was just smart macro recognition of what they needed to have in terms of ultimates at the very end there. And then just really great target focus. The fact that we didn't even get a chance to see that Tidal Blast hit was a devastating finish to that map if you don't have that ultimate. Because I do wonder with you, like, what happens if you are able to apply that to Hawk or to Sugar Free? Does that actually get you that pick that you needed in the back line?
Yeah, they were under so much pressure too. They were kind of hanging around like by the bottom surfboard in the bottom part of the map. Sugar Free was behind the surfboard.
He was so low.
Well, CJ was hitting him up with a right click, and then it's like, okay, I've got ult, and then everybody from GK kind of pounced, and yeah, in an OT rush situation like that, he ended up going for it, and he WooJaxed, and that ultimate out of there, which means your chances of surviving, especially when GK can ult dump with 4 ults even. Yeah, it's cut pretty short. Pretty nice comeback round though for Space Station on second, it must be said, because look, the first round might have not, it didn't exist basically.
No.
There were no kills for Space Station at all, but I'm with you as well, Rose. I do want this to go to map at least number 4. We've had a lot of 3-0s today. I know a lot of you probably have your spectrophotometry homework to do, but look, we're going to at least have 4 maps here, surely. Let's have a look where Space Station send us for this next one as GK start off strong.
Yeah, weird territory, because the last time that these two teams faced off against each other, which was super, super recent, it was GK that lost Samoa, and then they got to pick the next map where they picked to go to Gibraltar. But come on now, Space Station aren't going to let them have that. I feel like it has to be an escort for Space Station. They get to take us away from Gibraltar. That home field advantage GK might want to give over to Kappa to play something like the Winston. And that can't be banned out anymore. So, like, I think your best bet is to pick an escort. Make sure that GK cannot pick Gibraltar later.
Yeah, I think that's a smart pick. Yeah, just you have got the Diva in your back pocket, but I think for the time being, like, Hawk looks so good on the Zarya. Any map where you can just play Zarya perma is going to be better for them. And stats don't lie as well. There's a lot of win rate. There's a high win rate, sorry, 100% for GK on the escort map. So we'll see where Space Station want to take us. They did win Suravasa and New Queen Street to round out the series in that map 5 versus GK a couple of weeks ago. And it is worth noting as well, they lost steam, that being GK. Map number 4, map number 5, it really was like a slow crawl to the finish for them, and they didn't even make it over the line. It felt like Space Station, the later the series went on, the more powerful they got. So we'll see if that's the same case here as we just wait now until Space Station choose a map.
I mean, hey, I kind of already felt that way with how even just Samoa played out. Space Station needed that first round to get their bearings, and then they were able to make that second point theirs, and then that third one really, really close. But if you're watching OWCS and you're inspired to go play on your own team, then go check out FACEIT Season 7, because that is starting up. Make sure that you can play, get some rewards. I mean, it's some good competition over there. And also, Jack, I know we talked about it a lot in terms of like it's fun. It is really fun right now.
The meta's great. That's all I want to say. The team plays great. You don't have to like, look, as a support player, you don't have to perma pocket your Mauga and then just watch him shoot other Maugas in the face. It is dive, it is a little bit of rush, it's a little bit of everything. So yeah, make sure you go check that out. FCE.gg/FACEIT League. And Rose, maybe we'll make a team soon. Let's have a look at the map they're going to pick, though. And it's going to be Rialto. So, Rose, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Rialto makes the most sense, too, I think, because, like you said, watch point, you don't want to face GK if they pick it and then they get to play Winston, Ball, whatever. Junkertown's a bit of a weird one where you can play a lot of the dive on the first point and it just gets a bit dicey later. Rialto makes more sense for SSG would like to play. We'll see what they end up banning, though. We'll see if they end up targeting Cuffer again.
Yeah, I think to the Junkertown point too, I just don't think you want to give lethal like hit scan sight lines, and you still give over a little bit on Rialto, but I think you can very easily match that. Like Chronic can also play the Freya here if you're expecting lethal to do that. And with these bans that are coming through, okay, Space Station ban the Ana, and we do see this Diva get banned out, so GK kind of forcing Space Station's hand. They really want to force Hawk onto the Zarya, and they think they're going to have a good matchup into it.
Yeah, we'll see. See what kind of comps they've cooked up as well. I did speak to Cuffer just before the broadcast as well, just ask him, like, you know, did you look back at anything, like anything too crazy that you were unhappy with, or what you've improved on going into this series? Because this is a kind of a big rematch for you. You were undefeated over the last 4 weeks, and then the last couple of weeks you end up losing to SSG and Team Liquid. He didn't really say too much, classically, obviously being match day, but he was like, there are maybe some different compositions that you might see. So I'm curious if they've got anything cooked up. This is a ticket to Stockholm on the line. You don't have to fight through the lower bracket if you win here to guarantee yourself a place. So you want to win here and now. You don't want to leave it up to chance, leave it up to anything crazy down in lowers.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station felt that when you said that. And I think that's also something where, like, for Space Station, they really want to make sure that they can secure the spot now. They do not want to leave that up to chance. GK, if they drop down into the lower bracket, I think a lot of people are confident that they'll be able to make it out. But similarly to your point where they lost these final 2 maps of their stage, then maybe you don't want to leave it up to chance there either, because who knows what's going to happen. The desk called it out. Nightmare might be able to get that upset. And if there's a time for Nightmare to punch up, it's now when some of these top teams might be feeling a little down on themselves. But for now, GK are up 1 map in this series. Space Station pick Rialto, and let's see if they can actually get the upset here for Escort.
It's funny because when they went to the Escort, the Watch Point Gibraltar in that series, the same bands. It was the Diva and it was the Ana, which is kind of funny, but Escort kind of tends to allow plays like Ana, like Freya, any kind of long range hit scan, like you're able to play pretty easily. But GK, they're cooking, and we're seeing a Life Weaver. Is that a mythic skin too? It is indeed, yeah. Admiral
Nice.
Okay, so a Life Weaver coming from GK. Something we've seen Admiral play in the past. We'll see if Space Station have got the answers, but being able to play Life Weaver on the high ground and grip Cuffer, grip lethal, help my moan, like, it's nasty, Rose. Like, being able to lock someone down against that backline is tough for Space Station. We'll see if they can get it done.
I mean, or you can even just, like, life grip the Kiriko so she can swift step somewhere else. Like, there's so many possibilities here. And so the Life Weaver is really funny. I think the pedal platform also gives you easier access to high ground that some of these other characters like Ramatra would have a much tougher time actually being able to access. So Giche, like, on this defense, can Space Station break it? They can also still go back to spawn and actually pick something else if they think it'll have a better matchup into something like the Life Weaver. But for now, they seem very content to run back a similar composition to what we saw in Samoa. Chronic gets deleted on the high ground, though. Maimon being able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, I think Maimon was on the opposite high ground there. You can see him kind of hanging around the little stairs. I think important to note too, the amount of healing Life Weaver does is a little insane. So like keeping Cuffer alive in the front line when he's just getting basically poked down by 5 people and hawked at his high energy is pretty easy actually for the Weaver. And then again, you have that emergency tool, right? The grip, pull him out of there, and then you even got pedal platforms as well to put Cuffer on high ground. There's a lot Avril can do here. Nice connection on Sugar Free. Bro did not even see lethal. Like, okay, back to Stormy.
Yeah, then you saw the life grip too to bring Lethal back into the safety away from a Tracer. Blink in case that didn't actually pick up the kill. They're on it today. I mean, GK already like very flawless defense so far. Haven't given any breathing room for Space Station to make anything happen. They're waiting for Rush. CJ's very close. That will help them to get around this first corner. But you've got to have the follow-up for what's to come because GK basically full slave of ultimates ready to go.
Yeah, this tree's going to be kind of nasty. Rush for Rush, though, around this corner. Yep, okay, there's one, there's the second, okay. Now Hawk in the front line, taking a fair bit of damage. There's going to be a ball who's going to send downtown by Lethal. Didn't end up picking up a kill, but slowly but surely now, Space Station trying to find another avenue into this fight. Mimo's going to make it a little bit more difficult, though, and the Suzu being used is good go time for him. He's got a pulse bomb, but they will dodge out the way. And that's fine. Honestly, you just wait and you hope that Space Station get a pick. Like, you just got to... at the moment, just got to make an aggressive play, but there's a tree from Admiral. Again, they're slowing things down, and Space Station, they got a lot of ults, but not a lot of time.
I mean, the way that this cart is positioned, if it keeps rolling back like this, there might even be plenty of time to get a full recontested if GK lose here, as long as they don't give up any more progress. Hawk is so low, though. You gotta help him! Oh, I can't get the grab off.
Too late. Live grip, hello. Oh, took a bit of damage from that pulse bomb. Sugar Free at least connects, though. Admiral dead. GK on the back foot, although with Hawk going down, Cuppa being able to stay on the point should be fairly easy, but Sugar Free again comes up with another. Lethal dead, now trying to trace after Ultraviolet. Admiral will be back in a couple of moments there with a live grip, you've got to imagine, but a goalkeeper from WMI Moan helping out Ultraviolet, not going down to Sugar Free, but Chronic at least finds that final blow.
Yeah, Ultraviolet down is going to remove a pretty good source of healing here from GK, and it makes this recontest pretty difficult. But Cuppa still has this Annihilation that he can pop if he wants to delay some time, but he cannot get it off. He knows that this defense is dead, and unfortunately not able to get out that Graviton Surge. So for GK, they got to back up, and now they've got to be really careful. You don't have the Lucio anymore to deal with what is coming. So Space Station Gaming, let's see how they set up with this grab ready to go and the rush.
Inside. I'm fine. Freeze me. You're already building me. Ram drop. I can try with Russian. Ram throwing. Ram throwing me. Ram low. Full dodge. Trey behind. Ram still No lamp. Walk in. Look for grab. Let me build my ult. Break tunnel. Nice. Ram in the puddle. He's stuck on low. No shield. Shooting Ram. Over. Keep building main. Bap. Ram throwing. I see. No form. Trey Van. Ram half. Up. We're low. Yeah, he does. Ram use. No. Oh, he has full. Yes. Are you ready? Yeah. Walk. I'll beat it out. Everyone. Ram no form behind. Ram behind. Back Ram. Keep on cart. Back. No drone top right. Here. Yeah. Go.
They have tree for point. Somebody come in and push their tree. Push their Weaver.
Gosh, Sugar Free is a menace right now on this Tracer. This should be a fairly trivial cap now, although it looks like Admiral wants to keep this fight going. Tree deployed, but unfortunately, the payload's been capped. That is a throw of an ultimate there from Admiral, sadly. You can hear it in those comms too. Space Station saying, like, Cuppa is in a bad spot. He's throwing, like, he's actually half throwing. We just got to focus him, but there's always that lifeline of Admiral on the Weaver. Quick swap though, going over to Lucio instead. Get a bit more speed on the go for GK now.
Yeah, I think it's just going to help make those rotations a little bit faster, and you just have to get out of spawn. Because you're at a point now where, like, Space Station, they still have this grab.
Oh, they end up actually killing Hawk, and a trade of bonuses there as Chronic and Lethal kill each other. I mean, Cuppa's still on the point as Nemesis form in a couple. Just needs survive, dodges pulse bomb, Nemesis form, there it is. There's a mini, but it's gone. So he's very vulnerable in this quarter. Sugar Free trying to shoot into him, and there you go. Okay, kill from CJ. A very late death here from Cuppa is not good. It's 4 players right now for GK defending as Hawk returns.
Yeah, I mean, Space Station's pace has been amazing. They just haven't let GK get a full reset yet. And look at how much progress it's netted. They got Baptiste on the outswing when you were capturing the second point, and now you barely have GK respawning before you hit them with the rush.
Nothing for GK. There's no rush here. A Nemesis Fall and Annihilation from cover has to get popped, but he's all alone in the back line. He ends up getting booped away, actually, for a brief second. Pulse Bomb connects with Hawk's Shield, giving him a lot of free energies. That Annihilation eventually fades. Admiral takes a take-aim shot, but manages to get back to the team just in time to get healed up. And now looks like WMyMoan holding on to this flank. You cannot let Sugar Free get away with murder again. We're seeing Lethal jumping over to Cassidy. Nice dink there onto Hawk, but it's not enough. There's the recall as well. Sugar Free was just landing on his head, and this fight's done and dusted, Rose, and this point push as well. There's a minute to go, and there's no bodies for GK to try and stall, and there's just too many ults for Space Station. They're going to throw them all in. A minute and 6 seconds on the time bank as they complete Rialto.
That is a full cap. That is a very rare sight for us to see on a map like Rialto, because usually you would look at that final point and it's just so hard for the attacking team to push through the respawn advantage from the defenders, as well as that choke point that you have in that main archway. But Space Station, when you've got that many ultimates, throw them all out there. You could taste that victory. You could taste that full map completion for them. What a fantastic performance on that first round as well. CJ, Lep, they did not die a single time in that entire map. Sugar Free was 15-1, like truly tearing up the server. And you have to figure out, if you're GK, like, how do you actually cover for that? Because you just kind of let Sugar Free wreak havoc in the backline. You didn't have any answer to him.
Yeah, bro is a farmer, like stats farmer, but like in the best way possible, in all honesty. Every single game Sugar Free is in, I swear he's one of the highest KDs. It has to be. I need to look at the stats or ask someone about that.
The production has to have that, right?
He's got to be one of the highest KDs in OWCS and NA. Like, really low deaths every game, really higher limbs, like insane stuff. Let's see what GK do on their attack. Winston for cover, Lethal, maybe Sojourn. So no more Lifeweaver, no more shenanigans. Much better on the defense, of course. So not shocked to see Kiri Lucio here.
Now, it'll just be better to help enable this Winston, but you can already see, like, Sugar Free happy to use all of those blinks to get in with a Zarya bubble, give Hawk some charge so that Hawk can start spamming from downtown, from the high ground. Backs up a little because the Winston's able to close the distance with these jumps, but they're making slow progress. And GK at this point, they're hoping that like Lethal can actually get some time here, some damage, build up to a charged railgun shot, and just nuke somebody. Bubble's gonna help a lot with that to allow Lethal to step up to the plate, but it's still tough when you've got this Zarya just beaming down some pressure. So as quickly as that high ground got taken by GK, it's gone. And so Space Station have really great control of this for now, but it's still a waiting game. Can Lethal get enough charge, snipe somebody out with the the charged railgun shot, and then open things for GK once their mobility cooldowns are back?
Okay, they're going to try and jump past Hawk there, and they've done that very successfully. Bisected the team. There's a left dice to cover. Okay, now Lethal's going to have a bit of an easier time. It's a kind of a horrible angle on that first corner to fight, especially if the enemy has high ground. Forcing Hawk down to low, and then eventually, obviously, making that dive into the choke. They're going to make this point one fight, but they're happy with that. Once again, Sugar Free goes in with a bubble, triple blinks to backline, tries to find a one clip, but it's in the end, like you mentioned, free energy for Hawk. And it's going to be a rush for rush fight. As CJ's got one online, but it's just going to basically wait. You just wait right now until Ultraviolet uses his, then you use yours, and that's exactly what has happened. Almost on the same frame, in fact. There's a Cupper on the point getting a lot of value. There's the Pulse Bomb connection there onto Lep. Chronic is extremely low as myMo, just a ruler of the bridge. That sound barrier from Admiral is going to see them through this as well. Lep 30% behind of his own sound barrier, so Space Station had no response, no retort for GK there.
Oh, I mean, especially after you picked up Chronic there as well. I mean, I think it was so free and clear for GK to just expend that sound barrier. The only thing I think you would realistically save it for would be the graph, but maybe that's something that GK was kind of okay just following to regardless, or they think that maybe they have a good enough response to it because they have such mobility on their team that even one person getting caught in the grab is not a huge issue. But let's find out, because Hawk is ready to go with this ult, and he's looking at Cupper right now as a prime target to just kind of get him caught up on a wall so that the rest of the team can shoot him.
Too much energy, though. Be nice to get a grab here, but oh, the UV ends up dying. Hawk just walked forward and Chronic with a snipe. On the Sojourn now. That's a free kill, and that's free high ground. GK have to back off. And it's kind of sad too, like, with the Winston, you can't stick around at all. Like, you want to hold this space on high ground, but it's basically a wall of meat with 2 shields, so it's going to be kind of tough to do that.
Once the bubble goes down, it is just Winston's as big old battery. But we've got the holy disruptor shot.
Nice grab. Postman on the ground. Oh, and that's a double for Sugar Free. Should have been a triple, but Hawk sent a right click in there as well. Good grab from Hawk. High ground control, yeet it in the back line, catches the Kiri, catches one other person. It's all chill. Looks like Sugar Free is actually going to swap Rebirth. Okay, yeah. Honestly, even better.
Yeah. I mean, anti-Winston. That's really what it's going to be there for. Also, just allows you to have point presence and take these close quarter engagements with the Winston. It really denies him from being able to get that high ground. But as we say that, sure. Yeah, the full clip from my mode, and now I think GK capped.
Oh, stun barrier from left. They would have re-engaged. Spork is so low, took 2 overclock headshots before the fight was even over. And yeah, that's sound barrier from left. Not too good. And now it's going to be, again, a rush for rush fight. Ultraviolet kind of refusing to use this one, though. Okay, actually, they're baiting Space Station, using their rush, and then they'll come back with their own.
Good recognition from Ultraviolet, though, because Kappa was so low. He had just finished using Primal, so there wasn't any extra sustain that Kappa could get beyond just burst healing. And so I think, hey, yeah, exactly. Save it for the next fight. You can use it for this final corner. And the only thing you're going to have to really deal with here is going to be this overclock from Chronic. But you can play around the walls for this. Oh, no, you can't!
Well, you still got the rush down. It wasn't a rush jack, so you can still use it, but you're down to Kiriko, so yeah.
No, they just back off.
Gone, and there's 1:50 to go. And again, all that space now reclaimed by Space Station.
There's still hope here, though, because GK are going to have the sound barrier. The positive of them using it so early on the end of that first point is that they do have it again to try to close out this second. But with only 1.5 minutes left, this is kind of like the time. And yeah, Kappa dying here is just another reset. GK are starting to really run out of time here. Look at how far back Space Station are pushing them to the spawn doors.
It's just such a nice pick, this Reaper. You can see Kuffer jumping high ground, popping the bubble on the side, but everybody is playing on the corner, and then Sugar Free just clicks him in the head twice and he dies.
It comes out of the sound barrier.
Beats on top of the boxes, hits 5, and now the pursuit can continue. Sugar Free with the TP away, and he's been spotted out, but Lethal actually is going to be the one that goes down first. CJ with 2, in fact. They end up trading there. Both CPS dead for GK, who had holds. It's all on Kuffer now to really realistically do the majority of damage, but Hawk ends up going down. A nice place bubble there, forces CJ to try and find an alternate angle to try and heal the Zarya. And don't need DPS, not in these streets at least. Kuffer, UV, and Admiral getting the job done. With 2 minutes in the time back though, Rose. They're definitely going to finish with less than Space Station did.
If they finish at all, I think that's where I'm starting to have some worries. This GK have double DPS ultimates, and they do have the rush, but what if Space Station just kind of stopped them here with the sound barrier? It's a fantastic response to the overclock.
Yep, this ends now. And that's it. That's the push. Done. And they trade rush for rush again. Sue's used pretty early. There's the grab in the back line too, just catching Admiral straight up. Yeah, trading for CJ though, and Hawk is so low. Good chase down there from Ultraviolet. Ends up landing a couple of kunai headshots, and now it's up to my moan. I mean, as the fight breaks down, these traces really do thrive, and they feast on anybody that's caught out of position. Minute in 20 seconds, Primal and Pulse in the back pockets of GK.
So basically they can try to finish this fight with either using the Primal Rage, kind of bat people back into spawn, or use this Pulse Bomb to get a pick and try to help out with some of this respawn advantage, but that's a big start.
Picturesque bubble there from Kuffer. No healing, no bubbles, no nothing for Hawk. This Primal Rage doing a lot of work in the front line though, but Sugar Free on top of the payload with this Death Blossom. Kill on Chronic's already good though, but Sugar Free pops out of nowhere, and that's the backline dead. This damage all but permanent now for GK. A Pulse Bomb connects to the shield, dropped though onto the ground. Kuffer in the front line, no Primal Rage, and he's got to deal with Hawk, and he's pissed on this point. He hasn't got healing, but does need it. It's got all the damage he requires. A CP through the wall from CJ to heal Hawk back up. 30 seconds to go as Sugar Free once again comes in clutch for SSG.
Now it's panic time. GK, they only have a couple meters left to go, but they don't have much time to do it. Cup is going to go back over to the
Ramattra, hoping that this is going to be a nice answer to the Reaper, as well as just give them a bit more point presence that the Winston is not going to be able to provide you in these final moments. Overclock here could be really good here for Lethal, and you're hoping that there's enough time for Admiral to be able to get this sound barrier, and one down is good.
Yeah, Sugar Free already gone down and Cover's on the point now. It's forced the Suzu and the TP. Admiral healing up on the point, just needs the sound barrier and he's playing safe behind the box. And Lethal jumping to the skies with this OC, burns through the bubble of Hawk. And as the Zarya bites the dust, so does the rest of the team. Space Station launched into orbit as GK finish the map. With a minute in the time bank left. Space Station doubling that one up with 2 and 6 seconds. What a finish there at the very end, just catching Sugar Free, who again has been kind of the main carry for SSG in this map. A perfect pick from Lethal. And, well, the rest of the team did everything else required.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the stats here, jeez. There's just so much damage traded on both sides, but it's just been kind of lights out from Space Station, whether it was on that attack or that defense. GK really struggled when that Reaper pick got brought out from Sugar Free. Just such a great response to that Winston. Just like no bubbles there for Kappa. Kappa had a lot of trouble even just staying alive. And so it's kind of tough to have to be the first ones up to an attack. You know that this Reaper pick is a possibility, so do you even lean into the Winston now, knowing that, like, yeah, like the Reaper pick could just come out with Sugar Free coming back out if he dies the first time?
Yeah, I think that's, a good point. I think if that does end up happening and GK win this first fight, I think Sugar Free is just going to inter-swap and go Reaper to then contest under the bridge. It's just way more valuable there than the Tracer. Chase could be good again, kind of finding flanks, but whenever he's fighting over, that's a very enclosed point. The Reaper makes a lot more sense. And you see Cuffer kind of waiting, now going back. Okay, he's going to change to Winston. There it is. Okay, they know Sugar Free is not on Reaper right now. So a Winston pick it is to control this height.
Did you see that? There was like Sonic Hero first to see if they could get any sort of information about what Space Station were running, and then just the confirmation. Okay, let's go in with the Winston. It worked out for us. If anything, it's going to make Sugar Free swap. And for this first point, as well as that first part of second, there isn't really a whole lot of space where the Reaper can hide. So GK now, they just got to capitalize on this. But Mimo going down is devastating. They might not get any more progress than this if anybody else dies here.
Yeah, because how slow it is to take the high ground and force the Space Station down to lower. I mean, they're going to get a touch, that's for certain, but it's going to be a scrappy one. Mimo was on the flank the whole time. You saw Sugar Free kind of chasing after him. Ultraviolet looking, scouting, searching. Okay,
no, they were under they didn't touch. They didn't touch the cart.
C9'd.
Jack.
That is a certified C9. Oh my GK. You had touch. You were on low ground, bro. You were on the mini. The payload is right there.
I don't care if there's a disruptor shot. Just walk into it. Oh, they had no idea that they weren't actually touching the payload there. That has to be it. Because Kuffa was dancing there with a disruptor shot on the payload. Maybe you're taking a little bit of damage, but... Oh, come on. Not my playoffs bracket, bro. Oh.
Grass-fed, FDA approved, certified C9 on Rialto.
Why is it Rialto? Jack, why is it always Rialto with this NA teams?
And GK, okay, a heartbreaker. And now they have to hold on this kind of ugly spot, right?
Oh, this is horrendous.
You can jiggle the corner here, but Mimone can't play Tracer now. Has to play the Mage to try and get some point presence. And I like this too for Space Station because you can basically send Sugar Free on a flank around the backline and Lethal and Mimone have to try and fend him off. Like, disaster for GK. I mean, 2 minutes to it though for Space Station.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like that's not even just the place where the payload ended. It's the fact that Space Station had 2 minutes. And so I was gonna say almost like stay on double pick heroes. You could go Freya, Hanzo, Widowmaker, doesn't really matter. One of those picks is gonna get you the point. But I respect Space Station just kind of locking into a very normal team composition, knowing that the fundamentals with 2 minutes, you're getting ultimates. You're gonna finish this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, and they've already been blocked as well. Ooh.
They just
My man has to
win,
wall
right?
after this. Well, I mean, Hawk's very high charge. They still have this barrier, and you're basically cycling this barrier with the wall with the block. Like, you're rotating those cooldowns on the point, on the corner, but now Space Station can just go high ground and then shoot from high ground. Hawk's high energy. Good little boost, though. That's actually going to put Hawk in a nicer spot to beam down the front line, but they're probably going to want to try to do that again, but it looks like they're just happy to fight on the point. There's a Nemesis Form already used by Cutler too, and he's so low. He needs heals. Where's the barrier? There's nothing there, and they don't touch. I mean, they were forced away anyway, but this, what a disaster of extra rounds there from GK. Space Station take it. We're at minimum going to a map number 4 here as they tie the series up.
I know you wanted a map 4, but is this the way that you wanted it, Jack?
Yeah.
What?
This is good content. This is good content.
C9s? Oh no. Like,
Disastrous.
honestly.
Sugar Free 27-7, Chronic 24-7. Versus their counterparts, look at that. Lethal 23-6. Imo not doing quite as well. Obviously, it was Space Station that took them here, and that big dive map, that scary one that GK could pull out, that watch point Gibraltar is off the cards now.
I'm just so sad that they just, I'm just so sad. I think realistically looking at the stats and looking at how well Space Station did the attack and defense, I still see this as having finished as a Space Station win. GK really just said, no, you can have this one. look at this is
a mental breaker.
Look, see the disruptor shot there. Look, Cutler gets so close, but then doesn't realize, I think, that the Tesla cannon is not close enough to the cart, or the hitbox of Winston isn't actually helping to contest. And I think now every team's gonna go to Rialto and actually just place players.
Make sure they know where the edge of the
or where they have to be in order to actually get the contest in, because this is twice now we have seen some pretty egregious C9s on this map. I am now
It's a big mental breaker for GK.
It's just sad.
Keeping yourself and your head in the game is important, but yeah, losing a map like that is not on the cards ever, right? SSG end up sneaking this one away, and they had the better time bank as well. It was 2 minutes and 6 seconds versus the single minute, so you could argue, Space Station would have won this anyway, but in OT, especially in Rialto, capping the first point, even with 2 minutes, is pretty good considering how slow that it takes to actually get past that first corner. We'll see where GK want to go next. They're going to want to opt for more dive-heavy maps, maps they can play cover on ball, on Winston, etc. But SSG have removed that escort from the pool, and they look good, and they continue to perform kind of above a lot of people's maybe expectations. Everybody thought GK was going to run away with the stage, and hey, they're going to be undefeated. They look great, but SSG, Sugar Free, Chronic, they look good. This meta not really changed that much. Wu Yang got a nerf, but it's okay, well, we can still play Kiri Lucio. We can play Ana if we really want to. So, yeah, both teams very evenly matched, but no more C9s.
Please.
Even if it's just for Rose's sake.
I get a gray hair every single time I see a C9. And
a gray hair? You're going to be fully gray by the end of this day.
Well, that's why I dye my hair, bro. The secrets come out. No, but we just got to move on. And I think that's exactly where GK are right now. You have to take that one on the chin. Know that you still have the rest of the series to play out. And we are going to King's Row for the next map. I think this is a really smart choice, but I also could see this as a really bad choice. If you don't ban out the Zarya here, I think Hawk is going to have an absolute field day, especially after the way that Space Station won that map. They're Vibes team. They're going to take that and they're going to run with it. And so I think if you're GK, you pick King's Row, but you ban out the Zarya. You cannot let Hawk have that pick, especially on Streets phase. Zarya is just going to run you down.
That's exactly what they did last time. Map number 3 was King's Row. It was GK's pick. Sorry, it was SSG's pick, and then GK ended up banning the Zarya. I believe what happened in that series too was SSG deferred the ban to GK, if I remember correctly, and then GK ended up banning Zarya. So that's definitely what's going to happen again. This time, obviously, GK get the first ban anyway because it's their map choice, and then it was a Wu Yang ban actually from SSG. So we'll see if the same thing is going to play out here. I'd imagine so, although in all honesty, not banning out the Wu Yang and targeting something else might also be the play, because I don't know how much we're going to see like permanent Wu Yang, because you know, UV is like, okay, we'll just play like BAP, we'll play like other things. It's not now like, or at least on GK's side of things, not like a perma pick.
I wonder if you actually considered banning out Tracer. But it's tough because it hurts your own team in terms of like Sugar Free not being able to play it. But I think the Baptiste is a great choice as well. To your point about like Ultraviolet not playing Wu Yang permanently anymore, Ultraviolet already showed off the Baptiste on Samoa, and so get it out of there. You don't want to give him too many heroes that require like a significant amount of mechanical skill,
or like any kind of attention from SSG. I think this makes a lot of sense, and this is actually the first time BAP's been banned in stage 3.
We haven't seen it at all.
Too surprising, yeah, exactly, because we haven't really seen BAP, like maybe a little bit, but not to the point where people are like, oh, we gotta ban him. So okay, we'll see if UV ends up pivoting here to the Wu Yang. Like, I think they'll be pretty happy with that, in all honesty. Zarya obviously was banned out. There's no shock there, but we'll see. We're gonna load into map number 3. SSG coming off of a high, and I can imagine those comms, I bet everybody was chuckling to themselves, giggling a little bit after that C9. Vibes high, I'd imagine. GK, maybe not so much, but firm heads in the game and cooler heads always prevail as we load into map number 3.
So Baptiste, I think like we've already kind of seen a lot of teams that have decided that they want to play the Wu Yang actually just decide to play the Ana instead. And so I love this pick. It can be answered by a Diva or a Kiriko. When you look at the anti-nades as something that is just so beneficial for the Ana to help enable the team, then you've got the defense matrix from the Diva to equalize that out, and then you also have the Suzu to be able to cleanse those antis. But as Space Station gets set up on the defense, they also have Lep on the Juno. And now, Jack, what do you make of this? This is also a hero we have not seen basically at all in stage 3 because she's very squishy. And you usually want to have the Lucio instead for speed.
It's weird. I've actually seen a little bit more Juno in rank queue as well recently, which is kind of funny. But yeah, like having the ring's really nice. Being able to get away from the Winston here is going to be what's most important. Orbital Ray is almost always going to be like a fight winner. But against comms that are very mobile, it can be a little bit more difficult to use because everybody can just scatter like ants, you know, into the anthill. So we'll see. It looks like Admiral's going to go on Brig. So kind of a El Clasico dive here from GK with UV on Ana. So no Wu Yang. Happy that Ana receiving that headshot buff, being powerful enough to actually play now.
That, and I think just in general, you're still able to help get the healing over to the Winston, but not if you're going to be stuck like that. Barely gets out of dodge, but that is just the power of the burst healing there. Lethal, though, getting taken out by Chronic Visa. There probably should be a reset, but GK already have point presence, and they were able to capture a third of the point already. But yeah,
I mean, I'm kind of happy with that, honestly. Yeah, you spend a minute, you get 33%. That's kind of chilling. Wait, reset, classic dive.
They've got nanos.
Take damage, so we can get nano. Exactly. So you're just like looking for this. At this point, UV has got to be careful though. Hotel.
He's looking.
He's just like, well, that's not great, but here comes the Nano Winston. Oh, he's just punching Sugar Free to death. Didn't even try to use the Tesla cannon. It's enough damage to force the recall on the Tracer. Like, Nano boost, but Space Station Gaming ended getting out of there, giving them 2 ticks, and then going for the re-engage. There is a bolus available from Chronic here, but the backline's going to be relatively hard to take down. Sugar Free close to this Pulse Bomb too. Pulse Bomb on the ground, but a good whip shot is going to take him out. Still, though, Pulse Bombs on both sides end up coming out with kills as that rush forces Cuffer away.
There's still possibility of Space Station just coming back in and trying to fight this. Even though they did lose a couple of members, they still have Hawk alive, and if he's able to get this brief back, I think that would be pretty big. But I think now, yeah, like the respawns come out here from GK, and Space Station inevitably decide to give that up. I think if Hawk had the D.Va remake though, that is a very easy recontest for Space Station, or at least to keep it going. But you did have a player disadvantage from that fight. But now, like, wow, look at how set up you are for Space Station on this defense. This Ray's gonna go crazy.
I love this. Avril ends up backing off. That's a good bowler shot too. Chronic decimating the backline of GK. Wonderful stuff for the Orbital Ray. Fighting really early too, and Avril lost the rally in that fight. That's a good trade. Ray for rally. Always a +1 in my books. Avril now switching to Lucio instead. Knowing that this comp, even without a Lucio, pretty quick, like with the speed ring, looks like Lev's going to do the same thing. Go over to Lucio.
Yeah, I think like the fact that you already got a team fight win with the Orbital Ray is crazy. And now you've got a character that's going to give you a little bit more longevity and help you match the speed of that opposing Lucio now. I think if there wasn't a Lucio from Admiral, then like the Juno can still work, but you would much rather have that static baseline for these two teams, and you've got the sound barriers to match later on. You're not super off pace with getting that ultimate. But for GK, they've got the overclock. Space Station are actually going to, back up here, but let's listen out GK try to finish out the street space.
Yeah, then nothing. Actually, nothing. I'm hiding plant. Do you have no sense.
Walking, right?
I can look fine when you guys start walking.
What do they have?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Better day. I'll do
Maybe they press it. Give a sleep. I can nade 3, 2, 1. I nade backline.
Oh man.
Kill up here, purple.
Kill it, Svi. Did you Q1 a skill, Q1 a skill.
I got it. Push.
Q1.
Give it dive.
Killing D.Va.
He's done. Walk back.
Walk in. All in. We didn't come far. Spray left side. Spray one now.
Help me right.
Fuckers.
Look fine now. D.Va on top.
You wait once.
Yeah, I'm getting out. Are you good? Yeah. Fair off.
I got Juno. This one. Done nothing.
You can't kill Tracer, guys. She's like a lone Ray.
Yeah, Trey Ryan's
really easy.
Yeah, looking right. Jump, Trey Ryan's
headshot. Well, he blinked out. He blinked out. Just left.
D.Va on top.
Coming, bitch.
Yeah.
Trey left side. I'm flanking left
This is
side.
open for me. I'm taking that.
Yeah, you walk him in. You're back. I'm all framing.
Didn't have.
Yeah. Go in.
I need to.
Good look.
You're in window. They're all about it.
Trail.
Take a minute.
Trey left side. Trey left side.
Let me have.
All point. All look at me. Oh, lure couple. Yeah. Really one. Let's be in the bounce. I'm dead.
Do it. I got back down.
Trail some.
Get up. Very top right.
They're still not really good.
Yeah, Kitty. Wait, action cut. Capture Kitty.
Very one.
Careful.
D.Va right.
I'm walking. Can we go left side? Go left side right now. Come.
I TP in 2. I TP in 2.
They're putting me behind us.
Okay, it was some time ago at this point, but Hawk did not react to that double mech kill as well. I'm still like, come on, man, that was sick. Killed the backline with double remake kill. Come on, man. Looks sick, but it looks like Lethal decided, actually, you know what? It's summertime. But unfortunately, this rush should rule the day for Space Station. Yes, there you go. Double kill for CJ. 25 seconds to go here for GK. A late swap roast onto the Sombra. A little bit desperation mode here for GK, because the likelihood of you getting EMP is basically 0.
No, at this point, you're just hoping that it's going to be a hack to try to decrease the mobility or try to get rid of some of those cooldowns. But even then, I mean, like, Lethal actually just got killed before they even make it through to get back to the cart. Not good.
Oh, no, yeah, and Admiral's going to go down as well. A couple of seconds to go. A couple of people on at the point right now, but I think this fight is pretty much done and dusted. Primal Rage is going to at least stall for some additional time here from Cuffer, but there's 5 people looking at one angry Winston, and he's quickly put down. And that's where the payload will end. Yes, that was a A GK listening there, I believe. So yeah, that's why they didn't react too hard. But Space Station Gaming still end up holding GK. Only a single point on the board. And now King's Row. It always looks good for Space Station, I must say. Obviously, the last time they played against GK did win it, but I mean, this looks a lot more clean, a lot more fluid from SSG. Very much, it feels like they've taken so much away from that last series, that last map 5. And this Baptiste ban too, it feels like it's hurt GK a fair amount. Look at UV, 1 in 7 currently, 2.2k damage. We're normally seeing him, especially on Wu Yang, near the top of the board with damage numbers, but not looking so hot on this one.
Well, you just don't have that same wave to be able to get out. I think that was one of the best parts of Wu Yang's kit, especially when they're like, oh yeah, damage is amazing, but the fact that you have this kind of instant get out of jail free card with the Wu Yang was one of the best highlights of this hero. Makes playing him a lot easier, especially if you're getting chased out by a tracer. You just hit the wave and you can get away for safety. But with the fact that you also have decreased HP, it's way easier for a tracer to chase after you without fear of just getting triple orb now too. So I think Ultraviolet doesn't want to play the Ana again. That's another reason why I think that death count is a little bit higher. You are on a bit more of a static hero, and so now with the Kiriko, maybe you can get out of dodge a little bit faster. You've got the Swift Step now as another way that you can get out of harm's way, but I think it's going to be a really tough ask here for GK. I don't know if they're boomed at all.
I mean, I don't want to call it just yet, but it's not going to feel good. Lethal on the Sombra again, on the defense. It's going to be good for Hacking Hawk. Oh, and he loses mech as he gets in the window. I wonder if he just opts to just kind of int in now. Yeah, okay, with CJ dead, he's probably just going to do that. Yeah, just int in, just get the reset. At least now you can kind of build up towards the EMPs too. They're going to want to use the speed ring, or they did want to use speed ring to get Hawk up to high ground and then kind of encircle them, but the Sombra, it's tough.
The Sombra is going to help out a lot in terms of just this D.Va matchup and the Tracer matchup, but I wonder how well it's going to perform for EMP. There's a lot of players that are super slippery. You can Swift Step away. You also have Suzus to be able to cleanse a lot of the Sombra damage, and then I think too, with just the damage boosters is just boosters for the D.Va to get away. I don't know. We'll wait and find out. But first up, we do have this pulse bomb from Mimo.
Yeah, one person EMP normally is enough, right, for a single kill.
Yeah, that is true.
You're probably looking for a 1 to 2 person EMP, and that's about it. All right, Sugar Free ends up taking their health back there, forces the recall in a sticky spot. Actually, Zero blinks, got a pulse bomb, but Apple chases Sugar Free down. Good 1v1 there from My Mode, taking Lenny to the very edge of the ropes. 2 minutes to go, EMP in hand for GK, but look at the positioning of Space Station. They're on high ground and they will get chased. They got the Lucio, but they're still going to get run down. You can't afford to stagger here.
No, you can't, but Lethal is already kind of ready to go. Knows that if you are going to have a 1-person EMP, I think having Sugar Free is as good as it gets. But they really got to hit it now.
Oh, that's good.
Dead.
4-man EMP from Lethal. CJ evaporating. And yeah, the same can be said for the rest of the team. Very easy kills for Lethal. That was fantastic. That's more than you can hope for from the Sombra there. Also, just a small thing too, hacking these health back is going to put a very annoying situation here for Sugar Free, who wants to be kind of skating around the map, taking these megas, taking the minis. So Lethal kind of taking that resource away from him.
Absolutely. It makes Hawk's life harder as well if you want to try and play a little bit more solo operator. But for now, I think great first defense with ultimates from GK, but using that sound barrier does leave them quite susceptible to this sound barrier on the opposing side. So Space Station have a bit of an advantage now heading into this next fight.
They might be able to get Horse Mech. Yeah, instant self-destruct. CJ kills Mimo, so 2 players dead for GK already. Point presence earned for Space Station. UV looks like Avril, Cuppa. They've all checked into the hotel. Unfortunately, they're going to have to get out of there ASAP. Checkout is, 3 p.m. at the very latest. So Cuppa with Annihilation is going to be able to keep the fight alive, but he's just so low. He pops out, it'll be risky. There's an initial hack there onto Let, but that's going to be first point. Cuppa, UV dead. Just the cleanup arrives. 30 seconds to go, though. That was a big time bank spent for GK. So you're kind of happy with that. 3 minutes to go. You know where the payload ends. So at least you managed to get it down close to OT.
Oh, yeah. I think GK are more than happy with that defense. And now they get to roll into Street Space with the Annihilation. They've got the Pulse Bomb. So just send Maimon on that solo mission to try to land that Pulse onto somebody. But I think it's really the Annihilation for me in the Street Space that can give you that staying power. And so great defense as you see GK kind of start to rush up to this archway. Perfect place to pop the Annihilation.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's kind of trivial to hold, right? If you're Kappa, you're chilling. Just sit in the corridor, just wait. They push through with a rush or something. You can just pop Annihilation, hopefully survive on the point.
Oh, he's a little low, though.
A tag team flank though on the sidelines, and yeah, I mean, he just gets run over. That's my goodness, that Annihilation, that Nemesis form block as well, like, it just didn't exist. Got dominated. 2 minutes to go, Rose, still. There's a rush.
Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, that is one player down. I think, like, if Lethal can get this EMP, I think it's GK, they just, like, throw ults at this. But it's actually enough of,
Those staggers.
Yeah, like, first you get the stagger there, but I think that the EMP is enough of a threat. Space Station must know that that's coming up soon, so they don't want to overextend there and leave themselves to get another 30 seconds eaten off of their time bank because they just fell victim to an EMP. So smartly, they back up. They know they've got the bullet shot and pulse bomb of their own, but look at Lethal.
Oh, yeah, the solo. Oh, wait, CJ. Vengeance to Suzu, that swifts us away as well. Okay, Lethal's EMP getting absolutely nada. Admiral ends up going down to Chronic, and now Space Station Gaming on the point, pushing. A minute and 15 seconds to go. The one big EMP absolutely did nothing, and GK, they're licking their wounds, having to retreat. They got a double support ultimate coming up, though. They got the beat already, and they're 10% away from the rush, but look how close that golden box of victory is. A very swift push here from GK is required.
Yeah, they're going to have to just use the sound barrier to go in, I fear. The hazard is going to be good to help them get back a little bit faster, but they then Maimon into touch.
There is the bowler straight on top of Copper. Sound barrier connects with 4. It's going to be good. Chronic takes the skies, but a nice little flank here is going to at least push them back a little bit, and even a rush to lay it on top. Space Station Gaming still have another fight, though. 30 seconds to go. There's a minute. There's a meter and 78, so you're close, but you need to reset.
Yeah, Hawk is actually really lucky to be able to get that environmental reset, and now they get to come back in as a full team of 5. Then with Space Station, double support ultimates here. It's really hard to see them not winning this next fight, as long as they can get there, and they do touch the payload. But that's something that Lethal is hoping to stop in their tracks, especially with Maimon going in with the one clip and the pulse bomb available.
Tried, it was so close. Oh, the stick's good though! And left eye.
No sound barrier!
He couldn't, he would have speared the Ajax there if he hit the Q, but CJ to the rescue. Didn't end up getting hacked out. They were looking for that Ajax, but a good pulse bomb will do it. UV falling, though, is still disaster for GK, as that everybody from Space Station is fighting on the rush. Hawk with a double, sitting on the point like a statue, just gunning everybody down. And Lem's going to return with a sound barrier too. Luckily, they saved it. And now GK fall over like a lawn chair on a hot summer's day as Space Station Gaming take a match point.
Wow, I think that there was not a better target there for the pulse bomb. It was great that it was the Lucio, just to be able to get back to the fight and the rush to be able to secure that out. I think that's really why the Lucio was a fine target there. You just let the Lucio go down, and then you come in to save the day with a sound barrier later. And so credit where credit is due. Space Station up 2-1 in this series. It's looking tough out there for GK. This is weird territory to be in.
Before, it was Space Station that took that first map, then GK proceed with the next 2 maps. This is exactly the opposite of what happened. And then GK in that map 5 series, against Space Station, they lose Survasa, they lose New Queen Street, but they kind of petered out. They slowed down towards the very end of the series. It felt like Survasa was kind of a cakewalk for Hawk, cakewalk for Space Station. It was a 3-0. That double remake kill was nasty too from Hawk. It looked great, but
it was awesome.
I think this is kind of danger zone for GK now. Like, you cannot let this go down again. And I do want to touch on the left point as well about not using the beat there. You try and use beat, maybe it lands. You got the 50-50, right? He was already kind of like half wall riding, so a little bit of extra.
Never. Oh, so don't ever do it there.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he died with beat, but CJ had the rush, and it was a nice stick too. You can see it here. He's on against the wall, boom, hits it. Yeah, so he wouldn't have been able to get it off anyway. And then you know you're losing, so you can come back in time. Oh man, Space Station. Really, really strong mental there from Lep, not kind of panicking and trying to hit the beat to survive and then push your team forward. Unbelievable stuff from SSG Rose. GK, they've got a push map to choose now, or they've got a flashpoint. So Suravasa or Atlas for that pool there.
It's hard to see a world where GK actually get a map advantage now. I think your best bets were really looking at the escort and the hybrid pool, and now that both of those are gone, do you really want to play Suravasa versus Zarya? The Zarya ban is out. You can't do that anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
You really want to play a push map versus SSG with Zarya unbanned? I don't think so. I fear this is a 3-1 victory for Space Station if you're a GK fan. But if you're a Space Station fan, then congratulations. I think this is probably a 3-1 victory. Like, you're eating good tonight.
Suravasa, they ended up banning a Reaper, and then a Hazard was banned. And it was an SSG map pick. And then GK picked New Queen Street. But yeah, you've banned the Zarya. We kind of spoken all stage about how SSG, they can get kind of owned by the ban system because you know what Hawk wants to play. You want to play Diva, you want to play Zarya. Looks like it's going to be Atlas instead, so we're not kind of following the same pattern as we saw in their previous series. I believe Atlas was not available in the pool at that time as well, so kind of a brand new one here. But still, it's just a good mode for Zarya, like in general. You're fighting on a single point, you're kind of rushing to this point, then to the next point, then to the next point. You're always fighting around a consolidated area, so GK pulling that Zarya ban lever on King's Row and then losing out. Not good. We'll see what they want to ban going in. It's SSG. They're one win away, Rose. One map away from locking their spot in at Stockholm.
Yeah, feels good to be a Space Station fan, especially after what happened in that stage 2. You'd love to be able to see this redemption arc for them going into the World Finals, especially with just so much confidence. I think over GK, this was the stage 1 and stage 2 champions. And now you have taken it to them, getting that rematch. And it really does look good. Like, of course, the series isn't over. GK could come back. They could just, focus up, get this 4th map win, and then we go into a map number 5 to decide it all. But the way that Space Station are playing, and especially with how dominant King's Row was, it's really hard to see a world now where Space Station do not win this map. It is Atlas. They have Zarya that they can play. If there are any bans at all, maybe it's like, do you consider banning a Lucio here so that the Zarya has less speed to work with? But then I think that it also inherently hurts your own team. So that was a really hard ban to justify. And then maybe it's just a Ramatra ban anyway. So then what does Kappa play?
We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we saw the map pool just a second ago for the playoff stage, but there's a map pool as well for the World Finals. Let's take a quick look at that one. Got Busan and Nepal back in the mix. Busan, my beloved. Midtown in there, which is kind of cool. I don't mind Route 66, Shambali Monastery. It used to be you could never take point 2, but it's long gone of the times of that. Runasapi and New Junk City is in the pool too, so no more Atlas. This is the pool for the World Finals. Obviously, there's a bit of time in between now or the end of the playoffs World Finals, so teams have got plenty of time to prepare, but there's at least some familiarity in a lot of these maps too. Obviously, Ilios is still in, Kings is still in, you got New Queen Street still in, so you're kind of chilling if you prefer a couple of those maps in the different modes. But yeah, that's the map pool for there. But as we go back to this series, Atlas the pick for GK. That C9, I'm curious if it's kind of haunting, if it's kind of weighing heavy on the comms, Rose, as we do go into a potential final map. Hoping for a map 5, but GK on that one did get kind of run over.
Well, it's so hard because we did do the listen in on King's Row where I was kind of thinking, yeah, they actually sound fine. Like, they do sound like they're still thinking through what that next fight's going to look like. They're still alt tracking. They're still all with their wits about them. But it's really difficult to come back from something like that. That's gonna just test your professional levels of Overwatch competitive play. But yeah, these bans are something. Symmetra and Junker Queen.
JQ here probably to protect
the Ram, right?
From SSG. I would imagine so. And then Symmetra, we've seen GK play a little bit of Sim. I've seen MyMo play a little bit of it, but it's like it's okay. Like I don't think it's like anything on the EMEA sims, because that region has the sim virus, so like they're always going to play sim, or at least try and play it in some regard, and it looks incredible, to be fair. That's just kind of the start of it. That is the hero of the region, but in North America not so much. Let's load on in though. Atlas, 4th map, Queen ban for GK, probably a protection for that Ram like you said, and SSG banning the Symmetra, which, you know, is fine. Look, Hawk is gonna play Zarya again, and if you want, you can even play the D.Va if you really want something super speedy, but Zarya all stage long has looked just picturesque. Tier 1.
And that Ramatra just, I think, also hasn't looked amazing to me, if I'm being honest. I feel like the Ramatra, fixes, I guess. We can't even call it nerfs, but like the fixes to the hero did feel like it kind of pushed it down a couple of notches in terms of what people might want to lock into. But I'm happy to be proven wrong here, Jack. I think both of these teams actually want to play the Ram. They're gonna play the mirror.
Okay.
And I can't tell if this is just like ultra confidence here from Space Station, or if they really do believe in this particular hero pick for Atlas. But we are playing in a lot more close quarters than we would on like Saravasa, so I think maybe it really is just, hey, we'll take this Ram duel and be happy with it. So
yeah, we'll see Mymone and Sugarfree just in the perpetual 1v1 duel on the point. Lethal not choosing to actually go the Freya, actually instead opting for the Cassidy, and yeah, hitting shots like that, you're feeling pretty good. Left already goes down, Sugarfree follows. Very early first cap there by GK as well. I don't mind it. I mean, Freya does require a little bit of setup in a way. You have to not find an off angle, but you're still trying to take aim and then dash, take aim, take aim, dash kind of thing, updraft dash, etc. The Cassidy, a little bit more upward front kind of burst potential, and actually just chunking down the Ram too, and even the Ram shield is kind of high value.
yeah, I mean, if you don't have the shield, then there's a lot less that's going to help support your team from something like the Freya. So I think we have to try to focus down that defensive capability, but we're just gonna really, really fight here, Jack. It's just GK beating them to their spawn.
Cuffer, he was trying to hold S there, but actually got caught on the like the main column, was like kind of jumping backwards, but whoops daisy. Oh, I survived that if he weaved his way around it pretty early. Looks like Lethal's hunting for picks. MyMo gets one though, it's Chronic. Okay, as classic Flashpoint rules dictate, this should be a close to 99. Pulse Bomb connects to Hawk, but UV comes up with kills and actually pops the rush. I mean, why not? Hawk's pretty low and actually almost alone in this bottom half of the map as Ultraviolet. Holy! Okay, a little support combat on the point, and that'll be GK on the back of UV, taking that one with ease.
Yeah, I really thought that, like, okay, GK, they might lose this, like, Hawk gets that pick on the Lethal, and then all of a sudden Ultraviolet just turns things around 180, says, I can carry the team, lays down the rush, and yeah, absolutely dominates Space Station. So that's one very easy flashpoint earned, and after Kappa had also gone down, so it was a player advantage just across the board there for GK, but who needs that when you've got Ultraviolet? We're gonna go to the next flashpoint, which we will see GK kind of like beat them to the punch, and Hawk can switch over to D.Va now, so maybe he just wants to give up on that Ram duel entirely, but D.Va has worked out, but Lethal has already destroyed your backline, so...
Right. That guy hasn't got a revolver in his hand, he's got like an M1 Abrams gun, like it is ridiculous. All right, that's another point cap. And yeah, like you said, maybe to go a little bit faster here for Space Station. Oh, that was cheeky. Kind of taps Chronic and then instantly goes to the high noon, thinking maybe Chronic would get an instant skull there. A little bit too far away, but at least scares off Space Station. They're going to take an alternate route now.
Now it might feel like they force their hand to use the sound barrier too, or something else really high value. Well, Suzu already comes out because of that pulse bomb as well.
There's the rush. No rush for Ultraviolet here, so Space Station Gaming are going to cap. The GK aren't giving them kills. They backed off, happy with the 50%. And now re-engage with the sound barrier potentially, but Lep can kind of do the same thing, but actually getting onto the point is going to be quite tough. Sugarfree has got pulse one for the cross and actually spotted people out. Suzu used. Jump up there. Go time. Ultraviolet though, pretty low. Still survives. Sugarfree has to back out. Triple blink to the back line and then has to recall instantly. Chronic and Mimone end up trading, but Copper now on the point with Annihilation and Hawk's mech looking a little battered. As Copper just kind of destroys him with that Nemesis form. Sound barrier used by Admiral. Lep used his as well, so GK once again come out on top.
Yeah,
that was,
just,
wait,
like,
that was
give the
Apex actually from Lep.
Oh, I was gonna say it didn't even matter though because Admiral gives the sound barrier over to Ultraviolet and he just double kills again. So like, yeah, we need a replay of that one, but either way, Ultraviolet coming up big, he's gonna have a rush in just a couple of seconds as well as this Annihilation from Guffa. So this must just be another flashpoint secured here for GK. What a fantastic start from them so far. Space Station have this ball of shot to work with, but I really last second touch there from Sugarfree to trigger the overtime.
Touch. Okay, one person touches, but it's Sugarfree. Quickly dealt with. There's a nice bolus, but better Suzu. And Hawk has lost mech. And I'm just getting confirmation. Yeah, Lep did end up Ajaxing there. Caught it off screen. So Admiral Soundbarrier just straight up better. And GK, not only did they take that point, they got 4 ults. Like, they are feasting. I mean, you can't really lose this next fight. Like, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but you end up popping rush on the point as it unlocks. Space Station try and run in. It's not happening, Chief. Sugarfree, swapping just the Genji.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just discomfort then. Sugarfree's Genji is amazing, but is this going to be something that can help you equalize versus this Cassidy? All right, there's one answer, but got more than that you've got to get, especially with that ultimate advantage as you were seeing.
I jinxed it so hard. All right, good kill.
Master curse, Jack.
Yeah, actually insane. They lose the fight, they use Rush and Pulse, and Space Station Gaming just in the neutral win it. Okay.
But you were right, because that is the theory. Like, theoretically, GK should never have lost that. But Sugarfree comes up so big with one pick. He gets another one as well while the rush is active. And then GK cannot invest ultimates there. That would have been a tremendous throw. So Space Station with first control of the flashpoint, maybe this is where they get the reverse sweep. It is so sweepable here. Space Station have already done it before, and they're going to be able to just back away from this high noon. Lethal shouldn't get anything here.
Wow,
very close,
Chronic
though.
counter skull. Oh, gets taken out of the skies, though. He's got like an 8-time scope on that, too. Nice headshot onto Chronic. Annihilation pops on the rush. So these rushes for both teams, to be fair, have just not worked out at all as GK win that fight, get the cap. 63%. Remake for Hawk, though. Okay, that's actually a good... I don't mind that at all. If you're GK, get that self-destruct out. That's really nice. Lethal now switching over to the Sombra. Going back to the tried and true.
Oh, Space Station know that, like, as long as they don't lose Hawk there, they have a really quick recontest available. They're gonna have the Bola shot. Like, Sound Barrier is also very, very close here for Leb. And there's a lot of territory you've got to cross. Maybe Chronic just gets a pick. But yeah, Lethal with the Sombra here, it has been impactful. We have seen it get some big EMPs, but it's not gonna be an EMP in time right now.
Manual hack there onto Sugarfree. Lethal getting a fair bit of free ult charge. However, quickly revealed by the Diva. Yeah, Hawk, a little bit smarter than that. Ends up chasing down the Sombra. Space Station looking to cap now, although still Mimone hanging around the periphery. Cuffer on the point, no Nemesis form, can't survive any longer. So, yeah, you know what? I'm happy with 80%. Absolutely. Come back in. You got Rush, you got Beat. Hopefully this time, no more Ajaxes.
I think the biggest thing for Space Station is that they've got Beat to help bolster a blade from Sugarfree. Talk about a survivable Genji. I think that's really where Space Station can clutch out this flashpoint. And look, they go in now.
Yeah, Beat blades used. Okay, no Ajaxes this time around. Lep secures the blaster onto the ground, and Ultraviolet is already dead. Point flip attempted there, but a pixel away. Unfortunately, Space Station continue to hold. Cuffer as well is just torn apart. No healing from Ultraviolet means no chance you stay alive. As Space Station living on 9 lives here, they do end up capping the point. They don't give GK the clean 3-0.
Flashpoint.
It's reverse sweepable, Jack. I just feel it in my bones. Already one flashpoint secured here for Space Station. They get to move on to the second, still with ultimates in the bank. This remake can be very big, especially because look at how far you've already pushed Ultraviolet. But
this is how that last point should have gone there. With the rush early on, as the point kind of unlocks, you win the fight. Hawk jumps off the map, goes for the reset, and now you have EMP. This, I would say though, this point for EMP, 2 very large columns on the point. Ideally, you push up and then use EMP in this choke point. Otherwise, fighting on the point with it might be a little tough.
And that's what they're doing. Cuffa's already trying to meet Space Station there. Jigger gets the wraparound, hoping to try to force something out. And also, yeah, just get the touch. There's been no capture yet from GK. So this is still a
Everyone's
big
gonna die
for Space Station.
The EMP does end up connecting with 4 though, so Admiral's death might just go in vain. There's Chronic with a kill. Oh, that EMP was so good too. Self-destruct as well. Hawk gets the remake. And a very heads-up play there from Sugar Free. Blinks around the point, gets the touch, so GK don't cap, so they don't get any free percent.
And now it's on the other foot. Space Station have controlled Flashpoint, and they're the ones that have the ultimates in the bank. This rush is going to be great on the point. You also have this bull shot at range. It can just help to deter GK from actually coming in and getting the touch. But let's gotta be really careful. Mimo is hunting for you.
Holy, he's just gunning for him. But unfortunately, Mimo just shoots left at range there at the very end as Kaffa just dug a very shallow grave there in the front line. Space Station just back off again. Lethal's EMP rose as well. If GK cap, like, you probably are going to get it for this point, but if Space Station Gaming just continue their warpath, I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to get it. Well, it looks like one person's going to attack point at the very least to cause some pressure, but Ultraviolet's already dead. A very quick con from Space Station. They're just running all over him. Sound Barrier connects with 4 though as they try and keep this one alive. The Disu on Talk is going to be good for 1, or 0.5, I suppose. He ends up getting killed eventually there. They had to throw a lot into this fight, even more in fact. Wow, they're even popping Annihilation to keep themselves up here. WMyMoan and Kuffa cleaning up kills as the 99% comes in for SSG.
99% is still so much. I mean, GK, they could have been 3 fights in a row now to actually win the map with how fast Space Station are coming back. And maybe it's 2, but left sound barrier, I mean, don't extend too far forward because then they're just gonna get run over. So GK, they gotta know that that's in the pocket. Left is already amping up, they're so ready to go. But Lethal has this EMP that Left also has to be very wary of. You want this sound barrier to actually respond to this EMP.
It's the EMP versus sound barrier. Tail is all the time, but Left's going to actually use it first. The EMP does end up connecting with 4 again. Left pounced on, but Quinny manages to escape away. No one's gone down just yet either. GK are trying to chase Chronic. They managed to get the kill. MyMoan throws the pulse bomb out, but a quick remake here from Hawk will mean he's back in the fight in just a moment. Kuffa dead to Sugar Free though, as the pulse bomb thrown out as a last Hail Mary from LeBron as, well, ends up going down to Avril, unfortunately. But even with Hawk remaking here, because Kuffa died, there's no point presence for GK right now. Avril's going to be able to get a final touch here to re-trigger OT as Kuffa rolls back in with the Wrecking Ball. But now he's not got any CDs left remaining. But again, Wrecking Ball on the point is going to be good for at least 10 or 15 seconds or so. Focusing fire is going to be, have to be on point here to take down Kuffa.
No, it's bad though because Space Station have ults now.
I mean, well, the hack does end up coming down onto CJ as Sound Barrier from Avril is going to keep everybody topped up nice and healthy. This rush on the point is gonna do Space Station some good as Avril gets booped away by Hawk. Another manual hack onto Hawk there as well. This is gonna force him to use thrusters back up to the high ground to recover some health. Kuffa, of course, surviving on the Wrecking Ball, activates those adaptive shields to get basically his entire health bar back in green health form. But MyMoan dead tips the scales in the favor of Space Station now. A 4v5 on the point. Sugar Free also ends up going down. Both Reese's dead. And a Sound Barrier from Left to keep us going. OT still in session with GK struggling to find a place in this fight. As Suzu wants to cover to keep him alive, but he's very, very low now. Ultraviolet is close to this ultimate, just needs to hit 1 shuriken, but it's not to be. And eventually now he's going to flip over to GK, or at least Ultraviolet hopes so. A Pokemon from MyMo could tip the scales once again. He finds a double kill on the backline. CJ and Chronic end up going down. A Pokemon on top of Hawk as MyMo dies to self-destruct. Still Kuffa is alive somehow. Eventually brought down by Sugar Free as the mines are laid down on the point. 19 HP and no healing from the Lucio there to keep him topped up. GK eventually find the flip there, but it is going to be another touch at the very least here with a speed boost here from Left to push him back in.
Oh my god, but they're walking into the EMP!
Oh, the EMP is good as well! Stops everybody in their tracks. All the movement speed and everything cut short there. Stops the
them from touching the point. That EMP was genius from Lethal. Stops thrusters, stops amp it up, stops everything as GK keep themselves alive in this series. A 3-1 on Atlas. Holy. That final fight there lasting for a good 10-15 minutes. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, geez. Kappa survived for so long, and it was just the power of the team to keep him alive. It extended the fight long enough that you did see that EMP, so it could close out that map and bring us to a map number 5. But Jack, it was looking so dicey. I thought Space Station, they had enough longevity there. Like, you know, if Hawk actually gets back in a mech and he doesn't die to that pulse bomb on the floor, I wonder if this is actually just a reverse sweep. Because then you've got the EMP for the next point if you are GK, but then you just get another full rotation of ultimates if you're Space Station. That really was reversible. Like, it was so close. Oh no.
Very doable there for Space Station. I mean, it's something about Atlas that just draws out these fights. So think about that point too. I feel like we've had numerous, like, 10-minute fights. I mean,
that
what?
point's
Like,
so big.
yeah, there was a couple EMPs there as well. Like, as the fight kind of petered out towards the end, that was just an insane. And look, the longevity there from Kuffer, like you said, can't be understated on the ball. Just being able to, like, get a mega health pack, get a mini, like, get back in, receive some, like, gets the adaptive shields, receive some more healing, mines on the point to scatter everybody. Like, eventually Sugar Free kills him, but it lasts long enough. And look at this, boom, stops everybody. Oh my goodness, lethal at the very end. Nice EMP, nice work. Map number 5. Look, we've had 3-0s all day. Give us one.
Woo!
And Space Station GK, deliver.
Yeah, this is why we saved it for the last one. Haha. Like, totally on purpose that we had to find a banger to close out our day. I'm so here for it, though. I mean, hopefully this means that GK have recovered a little bit from that second map. They get to go in with a little bit more adrenaline in their veins. And so this is gonna be a photo finish here, Jack. One of these teams gets to make it to Stockholm, and it comes down to this final map to decide which one just gets to punch their ticket immediately. It has been so hard fought, though, between these two teams. I don't know how this one's gonna finish.
Well, New Queen Street was the pick of GK last time, but it is Space Station that gets to pick now. We'll see if New Queen Street is going to be the same thing. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think it might be. They banned Tracer last time around. That was GK. Again, I think they deferred a lot of their bans. And then Ram was a ban for SSG. So we'll see if that leads there. But yeah, keeping your mental and your mind in the game for GK there is got to be tough. Even after that Rialto, maybe still lingering on the mind. But a map number 5. We promised, and it has finally come, Rose. This upper bracket and this ticket to Stockholm on the line. Like, both teams want to make it. SSG with only a single loss in the season against Team Liquid. They could have that disgusting rematch up in that upper bracket finals later on if they win, or it might be GK.
What a horrible short straw to draw here when you are the second seed and you don't get to pick your opponent and you just have to play against GK again. I think both of them were not like super happy with the luck of the draw there, but this is what we saw in that last series that they had to close out our season, and the rematch happening so shortly after this. It's delivered just like this series did.
Yeah, like you said, that is what happened last time. And there we go. We're going back to New Queen Street. And if you cast your minds back, or if you weren't there, maybe you didn't watch that series, you definitely should have done. But small recap, it was almost a complete cap from SSG. There was a very interesting kind of like swap for My Moan throughout that series, where My Moan was on Sombra a lot of the time. And it just wasn't working. And it was kind of the Sombra trap, I think. Like, okay, I'm on Sombra. We're not winning this first couple of fights, okay, but if I can get an EMP, we can turn it around. And it just kind of kept dragging on. And then SSG were like, okay, that's fine. Like, use EMP, we're just going to keep winning these fights. And we end up pushing all the way to like a full cap. And then eventually, My Moan got it popping on the Echo. So we'll see if they end up coming into this with the Sombra, or if My Moan's going to change to something else. And it will be SSG banning the Ram. So again, taking that one away from cover. Same story as last series, but this time GK banning Freya.
So with the Ramatra banned out, Kappa did play the Wrecking Ball on New Queen Street. And I think that also maybe is a little bit of a part of that problem, compounded with the Sombra getting stuck in EMP jail where you really want to have that ultimate. Sometimes it just takes some time for that Wrecking Ball to set up. And, you know, Kappa switching over to it didn't feel like he missed a beat at the end of Atlas, but having to actually try to string together a bunch of wins back to back on something like Push, where every second, every meter matters. That setup time that you require is invaluable time that could just be wasted.
Oh man. I honestly would love to see an Echo here. I think banning Freya is kind of nice too. Removes one of those kind of counters for the Echo. Mymone playing Echo, Dupe and Hawk on the tank, who's going to be playing like D.Va, Zarya, kind of these brawl tanks. Like, I think that's going to be a really good option for them. We'll see what he ends up picking, because that really did kind of paint a not the nicest picture for GK in that map. Like, sticking on that Sombra throughout. We'll see if Sugar Free can come up big though on the Tracer again, who also had a monstrous performance in that last series. To get on the line here for both Space Station and GK. Loser goes down to that lower bracket to fight for that single spot. Those 4 teams in lowers, they're fighting for 1 spot. There's only 3 for NA, and we'll see who ends up making it. Here's your top band heroes updated for today. Look at that Queen bands. There's 8 of them. Goddamn. And Freya obviously being up there. As we've seen a lot more Freya, a lot more Sojourn being picked over the last couple of weeks. No shock there to see her banned once again.
I think the Echo would be a much better choice here, knowing that the Freya is banned out, because last time it was the Tracer. Okay, well, you know, Echo actually does get really nice range away from that, but Freya can hit you from super far away. So I think with that out of the picture, maybe you still are a little bit worried about a Sojourn or a Cassie, but you could definitely still play the Echo, no problem. And then if you're dealing with a Sojourn, then like, hey, just Winston or Wrecking Ball the Sojourn. Yo,
well, you just go on Tracer again. Like yeah, it was banned last time, so Mymone, maybe it's like, oh, actually, like, that we want to play Sombra here because my Tracer's banned, and then we can kind of move from there, and then obviously then pivoting to the Echo. So without that ban, like, Mymone can just rock this. Kuffa on the Winston. Hawk obviously going to be an off-tank here, going to be playing the Zarya. And when it comes to these, like, rush-style comps too, versus the more divey stuff, Ball, Winston, etc., the dive stuff does have a higher ceiling. Overall, the very, very tippity top, like, you know, crazy raccoon level Overwatch, you know what I'm saying? Like, it will beat out this Brawl style with the Zarya, but when it's someone like Hawk, who's had so many years as an off-tank player, like even in Overwatch League as well, playing against the best in the world, like, it's as even can get. Well, not so, okay, Lethal, not even anymore, as a 2-tap. Sugar Free left dead. Oh, that's the first fight over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, go off, Lethal. Oh my goodness. A 3K just to start off New Queen Street. I mean, if there's a statement that GK want to make, it would be here. Just get as much meterage as possible. Try to get that first checkpoint, and then maybe just do the Uno reverse card and try to get the full cap on New Queen Street yourselves. Already taking this forward positioning gives a lot of space for this payload to kind of move forward, as Sugar Free is now going to come out on the Reaper to try to deal with this Winston. It worked out really great for them on Rialto, but can Sugar Free kind of get that same type of purchase where this Winston has actually a lot more space to work with on New Queen Street? You don't necessarily have to play on a corner if you're the Winston.
We're so low. Nice Suzu. That's it.
No, they just get the
yeah.
What?
Okay, they get the point and a pick. Okay, not good. Whoa, CJ's dead too. Uh-oh. That's not exactly nice territory for Space Station now. I believe as well, the last time they played, it was the opposite side, so I think both teams are very familiar with this side of the map. You can't let Lethal get into the pick, surely. Okay, Hawk's now on the D.Va. I like this pick. Sugar Free back on the Tracer. They're going a little bit quicker. Hawk on the D.Va as well. Can punish Lethal a little bit easier than when he was on the Zarya. But still, a checkpoint in 81 meters. You're chilling. You're feeling real good.
Oh, but there's a rush now.
And left it again. Like, he's just being microwaved by Lethal. Like, this isn't even fair. Overclock as well going into the spawn. Don't let him have this one as well, please. A nice Suzu there. Does end up saving Chronic's life, but this is like actual dominance. Just lay it all on the table, son.
No, geez, Jack, they already full capped the map. I mean, the Bible is a full squad.
Already?
Like, yeah, you already have over 100 meters over your opponent. They've got to use the rush here. Hopefully that's going to help at least a little bit, but oh my goodness, not before, like, they get around that final quarter. And everybody else still presses the S key. Like, Cup is the only one that actually gets eliminated there. Well, maybe... Yeah, Admiral.
Get one more.
Sorry about that one.
All right, quick reset. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, this is Avril theory, surely, right? 120 meters to 0. He's very specific and technical about it, but yeah, this has got to be. My moan. The wings of the pulse bomb. Here's the Lucio at the very least.
I see them now. But this is such a quick recon test for GK. They've got 3 more ultimates to do this with.
They're going to be in. I love this tempo play. Oh, the stick is beautiful as well from Mymone. A double kill for the Tracer. Space Station Gaming. They got a batten down the hatches now. They've got a long way to climb. 6 meters versus 126. A team kill. GK unfazed to what happened earlier on in the series. That disastrous C9 and Rialto. Just honestly a fart in the wind at this point. Like, it might as well be ancient history, Rose.
I mean, the new history is going to be that GK might full cap this map. We still have 6.5 minutes left, but they're already knocking down the doors. They want this win in this final map. It really would be a statement maker after what happened in the earlier parts of this series. But GK, no, they don't need to overextend this fight. They can use ultimates here just to try to delay. But getting CJ, this might be the time.
What is happening? Are we wishing the 2 same teams here? Okay, Chronic, Sugar-Free, Pop and Oaks, OC, Pulse Bomb, get a kill each. Sugar-Free follows up with another one. But still, fight after fight after fight, they need to win. Aim looking clean from Chronic. Good team kill, remech, so Hawk's alive, so they have 5 on the point. But they are fighting into a rush now. Rush versus beat.
I mean, the beat I still like in this situation. But what do you get after that, I think, is the hurdle you're going to have to cross after you just lay this beat down and actually start to get some progress. Space Station have yet to make meaningful gains in this map because of how dominant GK were and the snowball that they created. But if they can get the first checkpoint here, then Space Station are back in this. But it starts with the beat and not just falling prey to this overclock from Lethal. There's going to be 2 DPS ult here for GK if this extends even further.
Cover really low. Well, there's the overclock on the high ground, and Hawk instantly kind of responding. Lep lands a 2-person sound barrier for Lep. Yeah, he probably deserved that one in the back of the head. Lethal finds one. It was only Sugar-Free and Lep that got that beat. And they're going to have to reset again because GK pushing the box. They've stolen it, and you're on the wrong side of the map. There is going to be a rush there to try and stop Cover getting away with murder here, but Hawk is extremely low, not even in the fight right now. CJ and Sugar-Free at least come up with kills, but a DMAC onto Hawk is going to at least waylay them for the time being. Quickly jumping off the map to get a quick reset. Any kill from Lethal here is good, even if he gets none, still it is time off the bank. Nice shot onto Chronic though.
I mean, he gets one anyway, so there's even more time wasted. FACEIT are going to have to wait, though, for Chronic to come back. I don't even think you want to invest the power site to actually get back in, but it's tough because if you don't, then GK beats you to the punch again for the recontest as Mymone comes in and steals the bot away. FACEIT know they've got to back up and make sure that Chronic is a factor in this fight. But all the while, GK now, they can come in with the resources like the sound barrier that they held on to. And this pulse bomb from Mymone, he's so ready to just like, you know, finish this off, dunk it home. You
Sugar-Free needs to
Mymone wants another one.
Yeah, he does. I'm trying to chase Sugar-Free there, check him a little bit, bump his chest. Admiral with the sound barrier. And they can, Rose, they can stalemate this, 100%. They can just sit here and chill. Sound barrier ends up coming in regardless. It's a 3-person. Unfortunately, Lethal didn't end up get that. Sugar-Free knows it, trying to pounce on his prey. Oh, gets him in the end. Hits the recall too. 103 HP against the Lucio. Ends up slinking away, but Mymone with the chase. Again, making it kind of scrappy here. Is decent. A little bit of extra bot push, slowly but surely. Space Station are getting meterage, Rose. But look at that time, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
They are close to this first checkpoint, though, and it's looking good for them to claim it. Overclock for these longer sight lines. You can play in the building. You've also got the remake. Oh, but Lep, no way! They still have ultimate advantage, though, so, like, oh.
Yeah, but they're just going to push it back with this overclock. Oh, good stick from Sugar Free, though. Shuts down the OC, but still, you are up players. Primal Rage is going to get popped, and GK have stolen the bot. I swear, Lethal slipped a magnet in left pocket or something. These headshots are looking, and all these body shots, to be fair, are looking too easy with that railgun.
And another stalemate. You called it out, Jack. They really can just continue to force these fights in their own territory, making SpaceStation use the rush to actually try to engage on this checkpoint.
And the overclock too. Might be able to get kills here. It's going to be couple at least. But still, finding extras is good. No, okay. Team kill for SpaceStation. A semblance of control, but with 2 minutes to go and 90 meters or something like that. My word.
That's 4 team fights that they have to win back to back to back. And that's going to be a tough ask. Right now, you've got the sound barrier, so you've got a little bit of an advantage that way. But as we get towards the end, GK are going to have another rotation of ultimates. And who knows what MyMoan is capable of after we saw that double pulse from earlier. It all comes down to this, Jack. There is a spot at Stockholm on the line, and it looks like it's slipping away from SpaceStation's fingers.
It's close. Left almost receiving lobotomy there again by Lethal. Cuffer now splitting up the team. MyMoan forced to recall already, but now the Mega Health Pack room in control of GK. Cuffer, both Cuffer and Hawk pretty low. Sugar Free follows it up with a kill. You cannot afford to lose anybody here, but a mech will do it. A self-destruct force. That's a good trade if you're MyMoan. Buzz Crash mode initiated by SpaceStation, but we are closing in on OT with a minute to go.
Really good for SpaceStation that they were able to get that first checkpoint, and they still have ultimates. They didn't need to use that sound barrier in that last fight. So really impressive that they have that now to answer that of Admirals, which he's very, very close to. But you also have that if you want to try to use that sound barrier as a response mechanism to this overclock from Lethal. He has been able to work through this before. The overclocks are still doing 30 amounts of damage. And the fact that they used it early, Lethal has free reign now.
He does, yeah. One slide was the only thing. I mean, he's very, very in a good spot to just lace it down the front line. There's going to be a rush too. Landed on top for SpaceStation. Once again, Lethal dodging her out of the way of Sugar Free. SpaceStation Gaming, though, they're keeping up this pressure. 30 seconds to go as Cover jumps in. Pops the Primal Rage. Conic in trouble, though, up against that lamppost. Manages to get another slide away, but CJ is already dead. And now the healing cut to ribbons as Hawk tries to go for a reset. There's 20 seconds to go, and they need 5 players. And I think maybe GK, they're going to try and push this bot now all the way to this mid-section of the map. Forward spawns available for SSG.
They are going to be able to get back in touch, but that trickle skill on the left was a big deal. You don't have that speed anymore. They are split up, and GK have ults here. They're just going to finish off the map now and the series. Jack, they might be going to Stockholm.
There's the rush from Ultraviolet on the stairs. Hawk already in trouble. Pulse Bob on the ground. Chronic gets forced away as well. OT, someone to SpaceStation needs to be able to touch again, but MyMoan is 2v1ing right now in the back line. Sugar Free was the one to touch. Now it is Chronic, but he's so low. Gets up to the high ground. Has got the overclock as well. A large decision, but Lethal shuts him down with a railgun of his own. And now it's all on to Lep to try and get the final touch, but it's not going to be GK. And the revenge is oh so sweet. And a dish best served cold on New Queen Street. They beat out SpaceStation Gaming on a map they lost last time in their map 5, and they booked themselves a ticket to Stockholm.
What a complete opposite story we saw from this rematch versus what they just played only a couple of days ago. A phenomenal performance from GK to be able to turn the tides and turn around that second map to be able to get this victory. And what an impressive performance from Lethal specifically. Heads and shoulders above the rest of the server. 10.6k damage, 24 and 7. Yeah, okay, he died a little bit, but like, come on, this man was crushing it.
Pick after pick after pick onto Lep, just over and over again. And a 120-meter lead, like an initial push, was what they were rewarded with, thanks to Lethal on this map. Like, what's that, 120.37? Good luck, have fun. Like, it was almost an impossibility for SpaceStation, right? Getting that push that early is just ridiculous. And then they broke down the fights every single time to these scrappy engagements where Cuffer's diving in, splitting the team, and then Lethal's on an off angle. MyMoan is peppering you in the back. A very tough mountain to climb. Revenge and a grudge match, honestly. That map 5 from a couple of weeks ago. GK, they were on top throughout most of the stage, Rose. Not quite on top this time around. They still have to get through Team Liquid to get to that finals, but they've guaranteed themselves that spot in Stockholm to face international competition.
It would not have felt like Overwatch LAN if it weren't for GK being there, and the squad is put on such an incredible performance over the entire season. Congratulations to GK for booking their ticket and being able to compete there. Space Station, so close. Even though there was that huge meterage lead gained by GK so early, the stats are very close. Every single map that I feel like we played out today, it was very similar statistics from both teams, except for, you know, we're in the middle there.
We don't talk about that.
But otherwise, it was a really close series and something that everybody was expecting out of these two teams. So I'm so glad that they were able to deliver on that promise. We got an amazing match to be able to close out our day, and such a brawl to see who will make it to Stockholm. And well, it's just what great Overwatch, Jack.
It's fantastic. Honestly, we had everything. We had a C9, we had an Ajax, we had a map 5, we had an insane lead on New Queen Street as well. Like, yeah, it looks great. And now, unfortunately for Space Station, they're fighting against 3 other teams down in that lower bracket to secure a spot at Stockholm. There's only one in that losers bracket. You won your first opening games. You're good. You're sailing. Team Liquid and GK ending up booking those first 2 tickets. There's only one more left to fight over. Let's hand it over to the desk, though. They can wrap up the day and set us up for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you both so much for calling the action, and what action this was. Listen, this was the most anticipated match of the day, no doubt about that. Mostly because of what we've just seen from both of these teams when they play each other in week 6. They're running it back. We once again go to map 5, but you know, the scriptwriters had different ideas this time around. GK is taking it, and big picture, obviously they look very evenly matched, making it so close. I want to hone in on New Queen Street first, though, and talk a little bit about what gave GK the edge very early on in the game already. How did they start to run away with this one?
I mean, look, it kind of got pretty close towards the end. But this map was decided the first 2 minutes, and I think it was maybe a stroke of genius combined with like a little bit of luck as well, the way the series turned out. But getting the Freya ban in map 5 allows them to play the Winston. That kind of puts Hawk on the Zarya at a bit of an uncomfortable position as well. Then as well, you force Chronic to swap over to the Sojourn, and Lethal plays the Comfort instead. And I think the map, just the first 2 minutes, they snowballed based on that compositional difference. Maimon is popping off on a Tracer, and it was just a really well-played start to New Queen Street that earned them the slot here.
GK came to play, man. They came out so strong in that last map, and when you're able to almost full cap New Queen Street, it's honestly the most punishing of all the push maps to get that deep into the enemy spawn. It's probably the hardest map to stage a comeback on, and so from there on out, you know, GK are just playing this game and like they know the status of the game overall. They're taking all these aggressive moves into your backline. They're finding these key trade kills. Like Lethal kept finding that 1 kill even in the losing fight, and it just took minutes on end for Space Station to replicate even a shred of the progress that GK were able to grab. So, you know, great awareness from them, not only to come out so strong and set a huge push record, but then actually to slow things down and play really intelligently from there on out. That's why they booked their ticket to Stockholm, and it's their play today that gets in that. But I think they've also shown that they're a team that wants to take that next step and focus on the international stage.
Couldn't agree more, and we actually have an interview ready with Kaffa now to share some insight on how the series went from his perspective. Kaffa, first of all, of course, congratulations. You guys booked your tickets to Stockholm, but it doesn't end yet, right? You still have to grab that title of the region in this very playoff. Let's talk about how you got it done, though. This was a rematch. You guys just played them last week. This one went SSG's way. Did you make any changes in your approach for this week's match? How did you feel heading into this one? How do you feel right now? Just run me through your thought process.
That win it felt insane. Like we really needed that. I can't lie. I think this stage has been like super rough on like everyone. Like we've been, you know, just not able to replicate our success, and just, I don't know, like a lot of issues. And you know, we played a lot of the Wuyang comps before the patch, and we were pretty confident that was going to work. We didn't really get any tests, like true tests, until like the last 2 or 3 weeks of regular season. So it was kind of hard to get a grasp on how effective it was actually going to be in matches. And then when the patch changed and like we lose that, like it kind of made us pivot back to, you know, like the more traditional comps. And I think we're like the best on those comps, but like we just needed like a little bit of a confidence boost. And I think like Suravasa was like the turning point in that series.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a map where you guys, you know, just took them head to head in like a lot of these deathmatch battles and started to look a lot stronger, playing around the Lucio Curie styles, as you said. You know, I'm interested now, looking ahead to Stockholm, thinking about international rematches. I talked with Tree about this after Liquid just qualified, but I'm curious from your perspective, is there like one of those teams internationally that you really want to face off against, maybe as a rematch or as a first-time opponent?
It'd have to be Falcons. I think we had a really heartbreaking loss to them, map 5 in the quarterfinals of EWC. And I mean, that was like a pretty horrible feeling losing that game. So like, we just want to get revenge on those guys specifically. But I mean, we want to do well internationally. And if we verse them, then, you know, hopefully we come out on top.
I know we're getting a bit of ahead of ourselves talking about the World Finals because you still got to close out the Stage 3 playoffs. Yeah. But I'm actually kind of intrigued myself there. Like, how do you view yourself compared to EMEA and Korea right now? And I know we're looking ahead very far, but what do you think you have to practice and get prepared on ahead of the World Finals?
We're just gonna like iron a few things out, to be honest. Like, I mean, we had like a few days to change our comps completely from what we've been playing the entire stage, and we still won. So I think we're still like insanely confident in our ability to compete. And yeah, hopefully we just keep playing the same way we did towards the end of that series, heading into the next few matches and, you know, get the 3-peat. That's the goal for now.
Right on. Well, we stay entertained every time you guys take to the server. So thank you so much for all you've shown today and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you very much. See ya.
See ya. Hopefully very soon. Kafa is coming out on top with his team in this rematch today against SSG. And what a series it was. It really did have everything. Obviously, when Necrocast C9 is somewhere in the mix there, but we added some other goodies for the true enjoyers out there.
Going back to that Alto, you know, a Ram is like pushing their limits to perfection when the enemy team is always like, oh, Ram is feeding, but the Ram never dies. They just form and they exit like at the perfect kind of momentum.
I will say, Lifeweaver, BAP, Ram, saying Ram's feeding is a bold statement considering the amount of heal and save in that comp. Like, you gotta shoot the Ram, you gotta move him off those points, you know, and I think that comp is actually really challenging to play against because you almost have infinite sustain on the tank. So props to SSG for playing that so well, for putting that pressure on. But the Ram 5, man, the Winston, overwhelming from Kuffa.
Yeah, I feel like Kuffa, you know, was very instrumental in how this matchup played out because obviously, like we talked about the Winston here, but the Ramajo was really annoying to deal with for SSG. They didn't want to take that mirror against Kuffa at all. There's a Hawk stuck on the D.Va for most of the time, or they played very slow on that Zarya. And so the Ramajo and the Winston really worked out for Kuffa in this series, and now they're going up against TL.
I also just love to get that insight into, you know, kind of the mental aspect here, that they felt like they needed this confidence boost. Like, this was important to them. Like, obviously players know what they can do. They know their abilities, they know their limits, but like sometimes it just doesn't translate into those important matches. It doesn't translate into officials. You can like be the Scream God and still it just doesn't quite click on match day. So it's great to hear that, you know, this did a lot for the team, not just because it obviously qualified them for the World Finals.
Yeah, and they're going to need that confidence to go up against Team Liquid, right? Who are as good as they've ever been. I mean, this is, I think, it's fair to say, their best stage so far, putting on a really dominant show, and they want to cap it off with nothing less than a first place. And it's GK standing in their way, right? Being that toughest threat. Although I have a sense that this isn't the last we've seen from Space Station Gaming, man. They sent a demon down to the lower bracket just now, so my apologies to Sakura and Team Z and even Nightmare, because I think Space Station has been angered, and I think we're going to see them again, maybe in a rematch against GK or Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, none of the teams in the lower bracket will be specifically thrilled about meeting any of the upper bracket teams, since they've all had less than successful runs during the regular season against all of them. So yeah, it is what it is. But there is a way for each of those teams to stay alive, as we will be heading into those lower bracket matches just tomorrow, actually. For now, though, let's revisit some of our favorite moments. This one, this DHL moment, very much in the vein of one man's trash is another man's treasure. Some players might not enjoy the C9 experience in the server. We certainly do enjoy watching them, though.
Look, Cargo only brings treasure. Cargo only brings treasure to the good people of the Overwatch community. Swift delivery.
Kaffa has that touch. Come on now.
Okay, all right. This is brutal. I believe he's getting right-clicked by the Zarya mortars, and so as he strays into the cart, if he holds the strafe long enough, he thinks he's gonna touch cart with it. But because the mortar bounces him, he's just a second.
I love a good C9 apologist.
No, my point is, it's a C9, it's a mistake. But my point is, it's I think it's one of those really subtle details, like the Zarya mortars. Like
that's why I love
just
it,
enough.
because the subtle details, you point them out. We wouldn't have said that. We never we could have like 50 people on, and you point out that very specific detail that makes a big difference. That's why I love you, Jake.
It's true. It's one of the many reasons we love him so much. I also love that he will be giving all that analysis and more tomorrow once again, as we have more matches. Huzzah! Of course, playoffs is 4 days of action, and 3 of them are yet to come. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, or actually just look at this. I love this bracket
man.
too, so why not?
It's good seeing this fill out, man. It's exciting.
Right. Yeah, man, so we already have more qualified teams now coming out of EMEA and NA. No big surprise here. I guess each of those teams you could have thrown into the mix and people would be like, yeah, probably.
Yep, they probably would have been your Preds. But I think, this is, I wouldn't know if there's a big upset versus, SSG. Like, GK SSG is a super closely matched team, but there's not that many slots left, right? We talked about this. There's 1 slot left in North America, 1 slot left in Europe. You got to beat everybody now. For these teams in the lower bracket, it's do or die.
Can I ask you two a question here?
Always.
Most likely dark horse to qualify for Stockholm: Team Vision, Gen G, or Nightmare?
Team Vision, Gen G, or Nightmare? No, I'm going to say Nightmare.
Think they can beat SSG?
You think Gen G can be VP? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. That's why
it will be a very dark horse. The table.
That's true. VP were caught lacking today. I just think VP are going to wake up tomorrow and wake up on the right side of the bed, have a fresh cup of OJ, and I think we'll see the old VP come back here. Or not the old VP, the VP we saw like 4 days ago. You know what? Listen, mine's is tough.
Like the middle VP, not the old VP. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Gen G seemed to be on the up. Then again, we said the same thing about VP all stage long. So like, Gen G will be my dark horse, because after what I've seen from them, like early on in this stage, never would I have even seen them in the playoffs. Quite frankly, low-key felt like they deserved to be in the relegation bracket. But they came back.
I'm sorry.
just saying. It's not been enjoyable to watch.
So is the Emperor giving the thumbs down on the Gladiator.
So how this works, I have 0 power and trust. No, but like I'm just harsh on them because I like those players and the org, and they should have done better on paper, and then they didn't, and then we could.
This is the moment, right? Where now
I couldn't even understand why they didn't do it.
If you put up now, Gen G, you qualified to Stockholm, all is forgiven, man. Like
exactly.
You know what I mean? No one's gonna be talking about you guys having a tough stage. They could be going to Stockholm with two wins in the stage. Now that would be crazy. They gotta be VP to do it, which. Godspeed. Honestly, you'd rather play VP first, right? You'd rather just catch VP after a tough loss to Twisted Minds and maybe there's some way. But the level difference between these teams is pretty significant. So Gen G to go up, they need to take another 3 steps up and then, have a great game on top of that.
They're going up against the bear that has been poked. So, yeah. Not going to be an easy one, but hopefully a fun one. Today, we were in for a fun one, not a long one, that's for sure. But it's always a pleasure to be able to pick your guys' brains. So thank you so much for joining me here on the desk. We will be back for day 2 tomorrow, where we'll dive into the lower brackets in both regions. And that means that we have to say goodbye to 2 teams in each region, as well as they will be exiting our playoffs already on day 2. You don't want to miss all the action for now. Rest up. We hope to see you again, same place, same time tomorrow.